Are diluted.
Okay, so
You
your
haven't done enough
position.
research. That's all I'm going to say, man.
Wait,
You
my
haven't done enough
argument.
research to
My
talk about it.
argument.
You shouldn't talk about it.
My argument is that your position leads to absurdity, and I think I just proved it.
I don't give a shit what you
No,
said.
you didn't prove shit
that's
because you
your
didn't even do your own
cognitive
research.
Hold on. Can we let
That's a cognitive bias of yours.
Elbow, everyone let Elbow talk.
Brother, well, he said that science proved it. Why you didn't dispute that claim? Because he's making claims, bullshit ass claims, that saying, "Oh, all the science proves it." And
I never said that.
Everybody, it's just fucking.
I said
I
they
know.
claim that they
Listen,
prove
you
it. I
make
said they
fallacies,
claim that
Elbow.
they prove it. I said they claim that they prove it. What are you talking about, Elbow?
A baseless
I let
claim.
this fallacy slide for the sake of discussion, Elbow.
Yeah, but
The
he's
claim
making
without
baseless
evidence
Building
can be
rapport.
and
dismissed.
he's making baseless claim. He's making all kinds of freaking weird shit. Especially, man, there's how many freaking people in Brazil believe that the Earth is flat? What is it?
That's not. Wait, my argument is
when
that
you
it's
say
all in their school
everybody,
system.
hold on, but you
Oh,
just
for
said
fuck's sake.
everybody in the world. You just
Jeez,
said
dude,
everybody
listen.
in the world.
No, wait. The Elbow, are you
I
fucking
undercut his
retarded?
fallacious thinking by addressing the fact that the people he thinks looked into it have not.
Wait, yeah, that's not fallacious. I don't know why you're trying to make Elbow feel like he's smart.
No,
Like,
'cause-
what is he talking
No,
about?
'cause
I never
I'm
said
a
that.
I'm
moron.
addressing you, Monk.
No, you're trying to make you're
think
trying
these
to make
people looked
Elbow
into
feel
it.
like
They haven't
what he
provided
said.
evidence that they ever have looked
Hold
into
on.
the Earth.
You're trying to make Elbow
They
sound like
believe.
what he just said is correct.
He
but it's
is
not correct.
So Monk, Elbow is correct.
All
So
right, I'm done with this
It's not
have you ever
correct.
heard?
It's not
Have you
correct. I
ever
never
heard about?
claimed that. Hold on. I never claimed it was
So,
scientifically proven,
Monk,
and I never
Monk.
claimed that. Wait. There's
Can you use your ears to listen? I just started
Go ahead.
talking.
Just interrupt me and talk.
Nice.
Sure, man. Go ahead.
So Elbow was correct. So what he told you, in other words, is a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So you claim that those people have evidence. They prove they did. They never done. They have never done anything.
That's not my claim. Yeah, I can't make any.
That was
I can't make any
it was
headroom
an
with you guys,
analogy.
man. I can't make headroom with you guys. You're fucking.
So,
I said that they claim that. I said they all claim that they have
Monk, you've got to stop, Monk. I've already warned you once. You've got to stop trying to moderate. You complain when somebody talks over you, but you talk over others with reckless abandon. And you've got to stop this. This is not your room. You're a guest here. Act like a guest. Say things like, "Hey, would you guys mind considering this?" Dial your temperature down about 10 degrees. I don't know if you're having like anger issues. I mean, there's some kind of fundamental flaw inside of you that obviously we can't hear here. Yes, sir.
Would you guys allow me to? Would you guys allow me to?
You need to dial it down.
Wait, I want to talk to Nestor real quick. I want to talk to Nestor.
Hold on a second, Monk. Right, like we need to try to have like a better conversation, right? It's going to be a bit haywire at the moment, right? So, okay, maybe we've ended the absurdity.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Can I respond to what Necros just said though? About Elbow being. Yeah, it's just a complete straw man on my claim. So, Necros, you're saying claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I don't know why you're saying that. I never made a claim that doesn't have evidence behind it. My claims was this. I said that every single country on the planet claims that they have evidence in proof that the Earth is globe. I never said that they proved it. I said it's the common scientific consensus that they have proof. I never said
so they have nothing.
So it wasn't for you. It's
majority fallacy. Appeal to majority fallacy right now, Monk. You agree? You're appealing to the majority right now.
DJ, appeal to majority fallacy is assuming that something is true because a majority of people say it's true. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that to deny majority of people it leads to absurdity, especially when they're asserting claims like they have evidence. Not that their evidence is valid. But
Let's let Necros go ahead.
When I said a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, I didn't say when you claim something without evidence. I didn't talk about you. I talked in general about you and also all those people who claim that they have evidence of the globe and they can prove the globe without any proof. So those claims are just dismissed. So if someone claims that he proved the curvature without showing any proof for the curvature, that claim is already dismissed. So your claims and entire word claims are dismissed if they have no evidence.
Well, Necros, that's my whole point. They do have evidence. They show the evidence. You just argue against the evidence. You reject the evidence and claims that the entire fucking planet and all of their school systems and every
So what evidence have you got, Monk?
Listen, I put it in the side chat. You argued against it and
Go
rejected
ahead.
it.
Go
You
ahead.
argued against I already
Excuse
did
me,
earlier.
I haven't been here.
They could claim they have evidence, but they haven't showed you the evidence, bro.
I
What
did. I was
evidence?
showing it earlier. You guys were just arguing against it.
No,
I was
all
showing you.
said,
Go
all
ahead,
you
show
said.
it.
At least
I
what
was showing you
heard-
tests that
hold
were.
on,
You weren't even
shut
Elbow.
up.
You weren't even here.
Shut
You
up.
fucking idiot.
That's
How the
what I'm
fuck
saying.
do you know? You
All
fucking
said-
retard.
Okay, dude.
It's not a problem. Show it again.
Yeah, so Monk, if you want to pick one specific piece of evidence, we'll go over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. You're saying they don't have evidence. They do. You just reject their
Okay.
evidence.
So
You're
place
arguing
it
against
in
their
the
evidence.
side chat.
You're
Monk,
arguing against it. I'm going to put it in the side
Monk,
chat. I'm going to
Monk,
put it in the side
do
chat.
you know?
Good
Hold on,
call.
Necros. Right, Monkey, are you going to find one piece of evidence that you posted, and then we can go over it?
Yeah, you're going to argue
in good
against it,
faith.
proving you're going to argue
Yes,
against
we
it, proving
are.
my claim. Proving my claim.
Okay, we're going to analyze it.
So what?
Yes, we're going to argue against it.
Exactly. So that's my claim. So why are we doing this? That my claim
Wait.
is
Should
that
we
the evidence is
auto-believe
true.
every evidence that's provided?
No,
Is that how
no.
this
Why are
works?
you
We just
assuming that?
auto-believe?
No, I never
All right,
said
so
that. I never
we're
said
allowed to
that.
critically examine evidence, aren't
Sure,
we?
but that means you're proving me. You're critically examining
Yeah,
all the evidence.
we
that they give you
critically
and rejecting
listen.
it.
The foundation
that's
of
my
science,
claim.
the foundation of
Monk.
science itself is built on skepticism, not automatically believing consensus. Do you understand?
I agree with you. Why are you saying that?
Okay, so let's do that right now. Post your
Yeah,
evidence, and we
you're
critically
proving my
examine it.
claim. You're proving
No,
my
Yeah,
Monk,
we're doing
Monk.
science, right? We're critically examining evidence. Great. Let's
Okay,
post
can
your
you define
evidence so we can
evidence?
critically examine it.
Can you define? I already did. Can you define evidence?
Monk. When I said
Propose
that
facts in the matter that support a claim.
Okay, so these guys are posing facts of the matter that supposedly support the claim. You're just going to argue against it and say the facts don't support the
Remember-
claim.
You haven't put your facts to the matter up yet.
Yo,
Remember-
Matrix, look in the
Yeah.
side chat, you fucking idiots. I reply.
Listen here, Junior. You don't fucking talk to me like that. You're not going to get very far.
So
Now,
let me help you. Monk.
you are going to paste your evidence up in the side chat. Thank you very much.
And when I told
Fail to
you,
do so, you probably won't get too much further.
Matrix.
What he's
Listen,
doing
man.
is
Matrix, I
Considering the number
couldn't
of
take you more
speaking
serious than a fucking ant on the
participants,
ground.
Guys,
so Monk, let me help
DJ and I
you.
had this like an hour ago.
Yeah, you
Breaking
must
up
be in your
sporadic.
dead zone now, sporadic.
You're
Yeah.
breaking sporadic.
You just started breaking up.
Very
Okay, look, we have something
really-
from Monk right now. Hold on, Necros, 1 second, bro.
Yeah,
Right, so Monk says-
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna read it out, right? So
Before.
yeah, I'm gonna repost what Monk. Right, so it says surveyors and engineers, land surveyors and civil engineers routinely measure curvature in large-scale projects like bridges, railroads, and canals. These measurements account for Earth's curvature in their designs and calculations. All right, so you've given an example of a bridge in New York that accounts for Earth curvature. So is that your argument, Monk? Is that what you want to go with?
No, that's not my argument. Bro. Like, this is, you're not even
Well, that's what you tagged in the side chat, right? You called Matrix an idiot, and you tagged him with
Do you know
that.
why I tagged it? Do you know why I tagged it? Do you know why I tagged it, DJ? Were you listening
Why?
the entire time of why I'm tagging it?
Yes.
Okay, what was the reason? Was it for me to prove it that the Earth was a globe? No, that's not why I was tagging it. I was tagging it to demonstrate to you that the people that disagree with you guys have their own forms of evidence to them, and you argue against their evidence, which is perfectly fine. But what I'm saying is it leads
Alright.
to absurdity.
Is that
Hold
evidence,
on.
though?
You're
That's the
saying,
claim.
wait. So the way that Necros was wording it was that claims without evidence are dismissed without evidence, and none of these people have evidence. As if they were making claims and claiming that they have evidence without showing anything. Well, that's not true. They show stuff.
No,
You guys
no,
argue
no,
against it,
Monk,
which is fair.
Monk. A
All right,
claim
listen,
without-
you presented the
Please,
claim. Now
please,
show
guys.
the.
Wait, how is it not evidence? It fit his definition
It
of
will be
evidence.
so
earlier.
fast.
It's a claim.
That's a claim. You posted a nice claim about the bridge. I want to see the evidence. Show us
They
how
gave an
they did it.
example. They gave an
I
example.
want to say
Yeah, show us
something
how.
very
Show us
fast.
how they did it, dude.
They built the bridge. They built the bridge, presupposing the Earth was a globe.
Great.
Account
Show
for
us
the-
how they did it. Like this is you're conflating claims with evidence, and that's the big problem here. It's
Okay.
creating a
Well, I'm about to do
miscommunication.
what you're doing. Prove the Earth flat. Watch. I'm going to prove the Earth
Monk,
flat.
you shared an anecdote.
Okay. Can you prove the Earth flat?
Okay, yes.
So now is the
Put your proof in the side chat. Put your proof in the side chat for the Earth being flat.
All right, let's let DJ walk him through the black swan.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the fucking
wanted to do a
screenshot.
whatever.
Hold on, the screenshot with the numbers on it. Yeah, this is fucking crazy evidence, man. Go
No,
ahead and send the screenshot.
no, I'm going to present You don't know what I'm going to present.
Oh, you're right. It's probably gonna be a screenshot with some numbers on it. Let's see.
Oh, really? Is it? Well, what if it's not that? Right. So listen
that,
to you.
I'll be wrong,
right?
man. I'll
You
be
don't
wrong.
even. You just asked me to present evidence, right? So
You
I'm
said
making a
Black
positive
Swan. Your
claim.
friend said the Black Swan.
It's a
Yeah, but-
suggestion.
Yeah, it was just a suggestion, dude.
Yeah, if you send that, you're just sending fucking a screenshot with numbers on it. Prove that. I'm gonna do the same shit you were doing with the other.
Well,
two.
I'm not sending that. I'm not sending that,
okay,
dude.
can
So
someone
are
send
you
something?
hearing good
Someone-
faith?
I'm hearing good faith.
Okay, well, let me present. Okay, so I'm going to make a claim,
It's not. Not here.
right?
At all.
If the
Hey,
Earth,
Matrix. Wait, hold on, real quick. Matrix, is that your evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, you're not talking to me. I'm a fucking idiot, remember?
You are.
Piss
I already
off.
know.
Can't
I
talk
already
to
know.
someone
Matrix.
else.
I already know you're an idiot. But is this?
All right, can we get back on track?
You're talking to DJ. I'd consider yourself lucky. Please continue to do so.
all right, Monk. Dude, let's try to. Someone keeps muting him. I don't know. I tried to unmute him.
I know.
All right, dude. Look, if you're here in good faith, right? You said that we should present evidence, right? So I'm happy to present some evidence.
Wait,
Okay,
old dude, is that evidence in the side chat?
See, look, you can't stay on track. You're talking to me. Don't
sorry.
worry about what other people are posting.
Oh, I was looking in the side chat for evidence. I didn't go there.
Yeah, I'm the one. Okay, if it's not from DJ, then right, don't
I
worry
thought maybe
about
they were
it.
posting it for you. I thought you guys were like a hive mind.
No, dude.
Okay, I'll wait.
Bad, bro.
But yeah, I'll let you
Where's
give the argument and
that?
then give the evidence. So I'm listening.
Yeah, okay. Right, so if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, you must have a horizon at a specific distance away from the observer, depending on the height of the observer. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but that just disproves the Earth being a globe. Doesn't prove it's flat.
Okay, so what we're talking about in this context, when we use the word flat, is that we can't detect any curvature over distance. Flat isn't a shape, right? It's the description of a surface. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so if we can't find any curvature, right, then the surface is flat. Okay, so if the surface isn't curving, it's flat. That's what we mean by flat Earth. Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, so if I can show you evidence now, right, that goes against the geometric horizon claim, right, and shows a vast distance with no curvature, what would you say?
I would probably look at the evidence first.
Okay, right. So can you tell me how much curvature there should be? Well, actually, how about this? Tell me if someone's 5 foot tall or making a 5 foot observation, right? How far away should the horizon be on the
I
globe?
have no idea.
Right? You can look up Earth Curve Calculator on Google and go pick anyone you want, right? Or you can even
What do you want me to search up?
Earth Curve Calculator.
Okay, Earth curve calculator. Eye height. You want me to put it at 5 feet?
Yep.
Targeted distance.
What does it? So we're just trying to determine the distance to the horizon right now. So we can add more to it after. So does it tell you the distance to horizon?
No, it wants me to put in targeted.
Oh, okay. Well, 21 miles. This observation's 21 miles.
Okay. I don't know where the answer is. The horizon. The horizon is 2.738199 miles.
Yep. And the object hidden height should be about 230 foot or something like that.
Yeah, 222.3949. Yep.
Okay. So this observation's over a 21-mile lake.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Yep.
all right. So here's the So this is all out of a full-length, high-definition video, right? So I'm just showing you some slides and some GIFs that I took out of the video, right? So I'll post the entire video after I present this information, so you can watch the whole thing later if you want to.
Okay.
So I'm just uploading this GIF now. So what this guy set up his camera 5 foot above the surface on one side of this lake, right? And then the distance
Ruby
is
did
21. Sorry?
Ruby did that. Ruby did that.
Okay, so it's yeah, I will. 1 second. Okay, so right, so here's the zooming in. Okay, so I'm going to show you proof he did it. Right, well, here's the proof he did it. Now I'm going to show you.
Wait, bro, I'm saying this video could be faked. Just like
Okay, so it's a full high definition video. It's a full high definition video. It shows him and his kids turning up to the lake, setting up their equipment. Right? You can validate. What are you claiming is fake? How?
The whole thing could be fake.
You think what? The lake's fake?
No, it could be it could be photoshopped.
Well, it's all high definition video.
Right.
Dude.
That doesn't mean anything. It can still be photoshopped. I'm looking at a GIF right here. I'm not looking at a high
Let's give
definition.
him a bit of that.
Look, elbow, that's true.
Why should
That's
we
true.
ban this jackass right
Wait,
now?
how is that bad faith? Elbow's agreeing with me.
Hold on. It's true. It could be fake. Now you see
Me and
the
Elbow
video,
agree with each
right?
other.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Now you see the evidence. Watch the video. If you think it's fake, go try it yourself. This is the good thing about Flat Earth, that the evidence we provide, you can try it your fucking self, bro.
All right, I banned this fuckhole.
Wait, okay, you didn't ban me, man.
That doesn't work in this channel.
Yeah, come on, man. You just
Hold on a second, Amish. Hold on a second before you do it. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's not how you do it in here.
He's here in bad faith. Like, it happened with the barometer.
I do have a response to what he said, right? So, Monk, right? You can validate this yourself if you really want to, right? So let's just look at it and say that. Let me finish. Let me finish, dude. Look, let's try to continue the conversation in like a chill way. Okay? So you can't prove this 100% that is real. It could be some super advanced CGI that
it doesn't
that
have to be that advanced.
Okay? Let's just take it on good faith. Right? And if you think it's fake, that's fine. But let's just assume, right? Just for the conversation that it's not fake, right? It's a high definition video. Let me finish. It's a high definition video in a well-known location, right? There's no indication at all anywhere in it that it's fake. Okay? So just have a look at it and say, if it's not fake, then could that be a problem for the globe, right? Just think of it like that.
I'm looking at a 10 FPS GIF. Can I see the whole thing? The thing you said you were going to send?
Yeah, but it's a 13-minute video, right? I'm trying to present it. I've got more than just the GIF to present to you, but you didn't let me get to that stage.
Well,
right, so I'm trying to present it. So you've seen the GIF, yeah? Okay, so now you want to see more about it. So there's more to explain than just showing you the GIF, right? The GIF's just the start.
Can I respond to that part? Can I respond to the start and then keep going?
Yeah.
Point to point? Okay, so my response to that is, I don't see how I'm here in bad faith when I'm using the same exact critiquing logic that you guys use against globe earthers when they show videos. Well, prove the videos of the Photoshop. Okay, then you can go do it yourself. Go fly to the moon and take a picture. You see how
no, you can't.
That's the thing, though. That's the issue. That's the difference. We can't go fly to the moon. We can't go up.
Wait, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
That's not our fault. It's the government's fault. We can't even.
It's the government's fault that you can't get to the moon.
Even if we could, you will not be allowed to.
Yeah, it's not the same comparison, Monk, right? Anyone can go to any large body of water and test this for themselves. It's different than having to go to the moon, which none of us can do. Even NASA says they can't go back to the moon because they destroyed the technology. Okay, let me present the
I can't go to this
observation, bro.
I can't go to this place right now. I can't go to this place right now.
You can go to any large body of water and validate it, right? You can't validate this right now while I'm presenting it on Discord. I'm asking you to take it in good faith and use common sense, right? And if you think it's fake, point out something in it. You say, hey, that doesn't look real or something like that.
This doesn't look real because it's 10 FPS. Yeah,
dude, it's a full high definition video, right?
It's 10 FPS. It's blurry. That's sketchy to me. I didn't see the whole thing.
You haven't even let me present it. That's the problem, right? You're not hearing good faith. You're not hearing good faith because as soon as I started presenting it, you started spiraling out, and you're not letting me present the rest of the high definition observation.
I'll let you in the rest, but no, I just was answering your question. You said if there's something off about it that you think is wrong, I was just answering. It's a low FPS, low quality.
No, it's not. It's shot in 1080. It's shot in high definition, bro.
Can you send that to me? I'm looking at a GIF.
You don't even know the argument yet. Look, did you not hear what I said? I said I'm going to present the argument, and then I'm going to post the full video. If you want to go now and just watch the full video without me even presenting it, why don't you just listen to the presentation first, right? So you know the argument, and then you can go and look at the whole video, and it will confirm everything I'm showing you now, right? I've taken a whole bunch of screenshots from the video so I can help you understand the argument first.
Yo, DJ, can you present your argument? I actually want to become a.
Wait, so you're gonna give an argument and then put a 10 FPS 720 like 180p?
No, bro, I'm gonna put a 1080p video.
No, I'm saying all you've done so far is a gift. You want me to just believe that the gift isn't fake, and then you give your argument?
Hey, Monk, if you'd shut up for 5 seconds, he'd be able to continue the presentation, and he'd have a
All
little.
right, mate. All right, mate. I'll do it, mate.
Yeah, I'll help you shut up, DJ. As you were.
Right, Monk, I'm gonna unmute you, dude. Just let me present it to you quickly, okay? Right, I was just showing you a low definition GIF that I took from the full length video, right? Just so it can, I had to make it small so it can fit on Discord. Yeah. So anyway, right, it's 21 miles from point A to point B. Where's the horizon? Where's the 2.73 mile horizon?
I don't. Well, are you asking me that actual question? I don't know because the video is so low quality. I don't even know what the fuck.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. So 1 second. So this is a screenshot. Right? Does this look low quality to you?
I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's there now.
$1,000.
Yeah, this is yeah. I can't really make out.
That looks really good quality. That looks good quality.
I can't make out the details of anything in this picture, so I'm gonna say it's low quality. Yeah.
Can you see a horizon?
No, he's done.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah, fuck you, Monk. I've had enough as well. You're not here in good faith, dude.
What's sad is we started off very much invested in this conversation because he presented himself in good faith for the first couple hours. And then it sounded like it started devolving, right? He started dropping out of nowhere when we were talking about the disappearance bottom up of ships near the horizon. He started dropping barometric formulas and eclipses one after another. Right? So that's kind of when the spiraling began. And then his mask dropped and then everything went to shit.
Yeah, so Monk, there's the full video. You can go watch it yourself or not. I don't really care at this point.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Bro, DJ, I have a question about flat Earth. So,
sure.
The Earth is flat because of the Bible, and my friend told me there's like a abandonment above, like you can't fly out of Earth and stuff. But so, like, when I tell this to like people that I talk to in real life, they tell me, how is there fall and winter if the Earth is flat? So, like, what do I tell them to rebuttal the argument? Hello?
How can you have different seasons if the Earth isn't a globe?
Tell me. Yeah, that's what they tell me.
Yeah, because of the different cycles that the sun makes over our heads, right? So in the summer, right, it's the sun passes over the top of your head, right? It's very high in the sky, and during the winter, right, it's very low in the sky. It's when it's going over the top of someone else. Right, for example, in Australia, it's their summer while it's your winter. Right, so a lot of these things you're going to be able to explain just fine on a globe or on a flat Earth.
Oh, okay. But thank you. That's all I have. Thank you. Wait, so people who go out of space, they're not leaving Earth, right? The CGI or no?
Do you believe in the moon landings?
No, I don't. I feel like
yeah.
The moon landing was capped because they were trying to beat Russia before the moon landing, so they faked it.
Well, the only people that have said to have left low Earth orbit, right, was Apollo astronauts. That was 26 people over 50 years ago, and then NASA claims that they destroyed that technology and it would blah blah blah.
Shut the fuck up, nigger! I can't see the quality.
Well, that ended quickly.
Oh, who was that? Deadly Kickers, yeah.
That's rude. You're making Americans look bad, Deadly Kickers. Wait, so what about the have you seen Katy Perry leave Earth for like 12 seconds? some bullshit.
Yeah, she didn't leave. Like, people kind of think that Katy Perry went up and then, like, popped through some magical barrier into space and was floating around. That's not what happened, dude, right? She went up 60 miles. It's not even very high. It's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth was a globe, right? So I don't know if you know what a zero-G flight is, or a vomit comet, parabolic flight, those things, right? It's just a different version of that. So they go up to a certain altitude, and then they have like 3 minutes of weightlessness. So it's not something that proves a globe, right? In fact, right, it's not like Katy Perry was the first, group of people to go up on that thing, right? Previous groups have gone up and done that before to that same height. In one of those groups, there was an astronaut, a trained astronaut, Wally Funk, right? She did an interview with Fox News after it, and she said she was disappointed. She thought she would get to see the curvature of the Earth, but they didn't go high enough. Now, even scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson say that that's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So, it's not space.
Wait, so the planets are just stars, right? They're not planets. They're just stars.
We can't validate exactly what they are. But the ancient cultures called the planets wandering stars, right? So all of the stars move in a particular motion, but the planets take their own path, right? They still move in cycles, but they take their own cycles, different to the stars and different to each other. That's all. We can't validate exactly how big they are, what they're made of, exactly what size they are, what medium they're in, etc.
Okay. Wait, so what about the biggest hole in the ground? Like, have you seen that?
Yeah, it's a Kola deep borehole, and it was 7.6 miles deep.
So it's not that big, right?
I think he's talking about that one weird video that I think is fake. Are you talking about the one that they show is huge hole?
Yeah.
Somebody's in a helicopter.
Yeah.
I think that's fake. Dude.
That's
that's not even the deepest hole. Like, some people make GIFs and they say that that's the deepest hole, but that's not even the Kola deep borehole. That's just a big hole. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if it's real. Who knows? But yeah, it's not very deep. That's the point. So it's not even as deep as the deepest place in the ocean. So think about that.
Damn, wait, so what about the people who are stuck in space right now?
Stuck in space?
Like, you haven't heard of those? Like, there's like 2 astronauts that have been stuck in space for 8 months or some bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I've brought them down already, supposedly.
They brought them down? So
yeah, they brought them down, apparently.
They're just in some, like, cabinet or some shit?
Who knows, dude?
Like, I seen, like, the Mars pictures. It's just, like, somewhere in Australia. They just took pictures and they called it Mars. You feel me?
Devon Island in Canada. Yeah. But yeah, who knows? We can't validate all of that stuff, right? So it's just like whether you want to choose to believe known liars like NASA or not. So what we can validate is that the Earth isn't a globe by actually testing the Earth. Because if it's a globe, it has to have curvature.
Yeah.
Something nobody has. Yeah.
But so the argument when I tell the Earth is flat, they always tell me if it's flat, where are the corners? What do I say to that? Like, what do they mean by corners?
Well, it says in the Bible there's 4 corners of the Earth, right? But that's just the Bible, right? It's a faith-based book. It's not something that's empirical evidence. So that's, once again, it's like, if you want to choose to believe in the Bible or not, that's a personal decision. It's not something that you would really use as evidence or fact in a debate.
Does the Earth have corners or no?
No idea. I have no idea what the shape of the Earth is in entirety, but it can't be a globe because there's no curvature. It's flat over huge distances.
Also, scientifically, it can be a globe.
Well, yeah. Let's say that. Yeah, sure. Not scientifically, but yeah. It can't be because there's no curvature. Keep it simple. It's not really a question of science, but yeah, that's...
Well, so do you know the agenda?
Don't need to get into that.
Why they're pushing Earth like that? Do you know the agenda?
No, I can't prove someone's motive.
No, you don't gotta prove it. Like, what are your thoughts on it? Like, why do they want everybody to believe the Earth is a circle? You feel me?
There's probably not just one reason. There's like a whole giant list of reasons that it would be. But yeah, that's speculation. So we try to stay away from speculation. Yeah.
You're right. We need to stay away from it. Well, is it true that NASA was funded by Jews? Like the Jews made NASA?
I'm not sure, man.
Oh, have you heard of Project Fishbowl 1970?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's real, right?
Yeah, it's a real project. Yep.
Wait, so does that prove that that they can't go out of space because they all stopped at a certain time?
Didn't they just shoot big bombs into the sky? Isn't that what Operation Fishbowl was?
Yeah, but they all stopped at a certain limit.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's one thing. It's another thing. We can't confirm exactly what happened with that.
Sounds like you've been checking out some TikTok or flat earther content.
No, bro. I learned about
Well, I mean, we're not the Flat Earth Society 2.0, so.
Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we try not to make claims about things we can't validate, right? Because that would just be something that could be exposed as a bad argument if someone was to question us on being able to prove one of those claims.
Wait, so how can you go to a different country then?
You just go to an airport and just jump on a plane, and then it just flies across to the other country.
No, but if the Earth is flat, right? Would it limit you from going to a different country? Because
this sounds very brain dead to me, dude. Are you for real?
Bro, I just woke up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand it over to someone else because I gotta go get some work done. But good chatting with you, Goonie. Oh, he's gone. Oh no.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
How did it end with the old boy talking about like Ghost or something? Was the guy's name or?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he just spazzed out. Like he got more and more cognizant as the conversation went on, and yeah, just ridiculous coping. Right? I was trying to show him. Basically, what happened was I tried to show him he said that we can't provide any evidence that the Earth's not a globe, and then I tried to present some, and it was a high definition video by Taboo Conspiracy, and he said that it's fake. So it just went downhill from there.
Oh, that's the same thing Utah or Robert would say all the time. All flat Earth evidence is CGI. It's fake.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the whole irony is he spent a good 30 or 40 minutes bloviating about how flat earthers hand-wave dismiss claims and evidence just to uphold our belief in a flat earth. And then he did the same thing himself. He was projecting the whole time. When DJ went to go and move forward with this presentation, present flat earth evidence, he hand-wave dismissed.
He was trying to say that that's what we do, and was trying to make it look like he's doing what we were doing. So, but the difference is that we told him he could go to the location himself and do it himself if he wants to.
He didn't seem to understand either what a claim was versus what evidence supporting a claim is. You know, I was kind of shocked when he asked me to define evidence, and I gave him a definition, and he repeated it back to me and even fucked it up.
Like in his mind, if he put anything that he considered to be an evidence, you just have to accept it without discussing it, without trying to break it down. And that's what he tried to do. When DJ asked him to show an evidence for the globe, he posted something and he said, look, you will try to say that it is to verify it and say that it is not correct. Yeah, you can discuss that evidence and break it down and see if it is legitimately an evidence or not.
he was setting the table in a manner that he gets to automatically believe the prevailing opinions of the whole world and the consensus of academics and so on. And it's up to us to disprove that. He was setting up a gigantic burden reversal. And he thought he was clever by asking us to provide positive evidence for flat Earth, which of course we're ready to do. And then he hand-wave dismissed it, doing exactly what he accused us of doing in the first instance. So, yep. I mean, I called it a while back, when we were talking about ships over the horizon, he just suddenly blurted out, what about biometric pressure? And I said, oh, you mean barometric pressure? Yeah, biometric pressure. I said, yeah, what about it? And he fumbled around and said, well, it's got G in it, gravity. And I said, oh, okay, so what? I said, didn't we just talk about that earlier? Like 10 minutes ago, I mentioned that I have no problem with the downward G acceleration that we experience, like when I drop a pencil. So I said, is somebody feeding stuff to you? And he's like, no one's feeding anything to me. What about lunar eclipses? And I said, hold on, dude. Within basically 3 minutes, we went from having a long discussion about vision, optics, perspective, and you're dropping barometric pressure formulas, and you're dropping now eclipses. What's going on here? He started to spurg a little bit, then DJ managed to calm him down and settle him in. And the conversation after that was very unproductive. It just kind of meandered all over the place. And what you ended up hearing the past 40 minutes or so, past hour, was his devolution into Cogdis. It was quite catastrophic, I guess, for him. It's clear when talking to somebody like this, when they do that they've been in this arena before. And it sounds like he's trying to try out a new approach. He's trying to be nice, build trust, as the USA Today document articles say what to do with our community. You got to build trust with them to talk to them. So he's doing all that, and he's probably checking out resources. He's got people in his DMs. A few noteworthy anti-flat earthers showed up and were strangely quiet during the conversation. Right when he started derailing his own discussion with us with barometric pressure and eclipses. So it was getting quite clear very quickly that the cavalry had arrived. And guess what? The cavalry really did him a disservice. All the help that he got from you anti-flat earthers in his DMs only served to confuse him worse. Look what you did to him. It wasn't us that did this to him. You guys did this to him. You anti-flat earthers trying to help him out, giving him shit-tastic evidence for the globe, like a barometric pressure formula and the lunar eclipse. You know damn well that these things side squarely on our side. We're the ones that uphold these things as evidence of flat Earth, right? The barometric formula being only necessary and only used if you have a contained environment in the first place. And the lunar eclipse, the Selenelian lunar eclipse, being something that you guys find impossible with your heliocentric worldview. Like, what were you doing to this guy? You thought you were setting him up for success? You freaking confused him. You got him talking outside of his own depth, and then this sent him into this spiraling cognitive dissonance phase and ruined him. And now he's been embarrassed, and now his entire life has been recorded on live stream for his family and friends to listen to someday down the road. So yeah, good job, anti-flat earthers. You really helped him out there. It's like that old fable with the blind leading the blind. That's exactly what happened.
They're inside their echo chamber and everything sounds, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Then say that. And they come back with this, then do this, and do that. A whole dialogue tree all laid out, and as soon as we don't fill into their dialogue tree, spazzed out. What about fish? You're like, holy shit, dude, irrelevant. Okay, back to the surface of the earth. So you guys all have different ideas about something. So that means, like, you're all wrong. Really? Or that's what that means?
Yeah, flat earthers can't agree if ham and pineapple belong on a pizza. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
They already don't agree about their model. Aren't the globers different types? Geocentric globers, heliocentric globers.
Yeah,
And
he made the claim that our beliefs influenced our flat Earth evaluation. And I was like, no. You've got multiple people of different faith beliefs that all agree on the globe. So, and then he reversed his opinion. Yeah, I mean, he was lost, dude. He was suffering heavy cognitive dissonance. His friends in his back chats and everything else were not doing him a good service whatsoever. They're responsible for what happened to him.
Tycho Brahe was a glober. Am I wrong? He was a legit glober, and he was geocentric guy. Believed that the Earth is motionless and everything is going around the Earth, and he modeled that his view based on that. And there is many people who follow that idea today. They still follow that idea. Not every glober is a heliocentric guy. So you have many types of globers there. And some people who still agree with the Newtonian Newtonian gravity, and disagree with the modern science. They still believe that gravity, mass attracts mass, is the one that is currently working. But we don't use that as being a proof or something for against the globe. No, people can have different beliefs. It's not the point.
Yeah, if you just look at the different globe iterations, you got geocentric globers, heliocentric globers, concave globers, you got electric universe globers, you got Big Bang globers, you got black hole universe globers. There's so many different variations of their cosmology, and you're free to believe in all of those different versions as long as it has the globe, because that's the thing they were indoctrinated with as children, and that's the thing you can't take away. They also think that we are in an echo chamber when we live in their society, their culture. We have to engage with the globers in their worldview all day, every day. And this is kind of like the space where we can talk amongst each other and not have to be in their echo chamber. And the funniest thing is, because they accuse us of being in an echo chamber, we're like, hey, you're welcome to come in here and tell us all about the globe, provide evidence for it. Because we want to have them do that, because it's not like they do that in their own echo chambers. They just chant how good they are and pat each other on the back.
Who are you talking to, Drace?
I'm talking in general to the audience. What do you mean?
Yeah, just about the guy who was here earlier called, like, was it Monk? Monk, yeah, okay. Yeah, like he was in here, he basically seemed like he was spoon-fed a bunch of basically anti-flat earth talking points with a claim on the table that flat earthers hand wave reject evidence. And just kind of went around and around and around, You'll just one sort of like appeal to motive, appeal to popularity, genetic. You're just one thing after another. Then I had to take a break for a little bit, and I came back, and he had gone. And then they started another conversation with another dude. I got the tail end of that. Then I had to ask, hey, how did it end with Monk? And they just basically said, basically accused everyone of echo chamber, whatever. Just, we're all awful people, and, and just spiraled out of control.
It's funny that they say echo chamber because they're in the same place they're considering it's an echo chamber, complaining. That's very strange, isn't it? It's like you're saying it's an echo chamber, but your dumbass is in here. So what do you think that you make that after that? It's not an echo chamber anymore if you're complaining.
Yeah, it's quite the contradiction. They'll come into the echo chamber to tell the echo chamber it's an echo chamber.
Yeah, somebody needs to point that out to them. Wait a minute. So you're saying that this isn't just flat earthers? We're inviting you to speak too? Well, that's weird.
Or even better, his claim was all you flat earthers are saying different things, therefore it's an echo chamber.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
And then he got like major leeway. It was practically moderating.
So he had all the room, the floor space to say what he's gonna say, and he just used his time to say all those things, huh? Very
Dude, that dude was just a whining little.
That's their behavior is, I guess, trying to cope with the information. It's like yesterday's Flat Smack was pretty glorious, dude. I was moving my stuff into my place, and I was just listening to you guys. You had Edgelord on. That was a wallop, dude. It was a great exposition. I don't know if you listened to a few hours ago. You guys should run the stream back. It was pretty good. It was AI, I think, was giving good exposition. And then there was a few others in here. I think Mary Mom was in here. Yeah, shout out to you guys, man. It was pretty good. AJ even stepped in towards the end. Flat Lloyd was in here, I think. But it just depends. We can never get out of the how many people that come through here somebody who's gonna not be as combative. So it's our hope, it's our hope, but that's never gonna always be the case. So good exposition comes with someone who's a bit more charitable with a conversation. There has to be the right mixture, right? We can't always get what with that guy that type of exposition. We'd like to. I mean, don't get me wrong. All of us would like to hear good exposition, but it's just not going to happen with everyone. It was funny because immediately after that great exposition, that another guy came in speaking to AI, and he was totally up too. So he wasn't willing to hear him at all. And as soon as he got muted, he dipped. So it just goes to show, man, like it's not everybody's ready to hear. It's good though. Guys have been doing a great job. Drace AI, are you back now or hanging out with us, Drace?
Yeah, I'm pretty much. I'm still pretty busy, but like, I'll be here from time to time.
Just like life stuff, or what do you work? You working more?
Well, it's work and life. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that Karma wants to be part of Ladies Night. I sent her a friend request to add her to the group chat.
Yeah, nice. We were thinking, like, Mom also wants to come and have a chat with you guys and stuff like that. So she was thinking about maybe joining on Ladies Night.
Yeah.
Just don't ask Flatter's Goddess. Flatter's Goddess.
Oh, you're talking about what's her? Is she still around, or is that a new one?
Nah, it's the same one. At least it's the same one I know from last where.
From like years ago, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the. Oh man, okay. Some people are just train wrecks, you know, like.
Yep.
Okay. You know, I mean, it's like you want to invite everyone to the table, but I was on a server with her where she just started like went into like this like child-based trauma about her Barbie dolls. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I can't do this. Like,
we don't do the trauma dumping.
Yeah, this is too.
Do that.
Yeah, I know. Like, you go call your mom. Like,
yeah.
You know, everyone's
Seek
got stuff.
help.
Yeah, I'm not a mental health professional. I cannot help you with your trauma that you're dumping right now. I'm not even getting the full story. Even if I could, even if I was a mental health expert, you would need a clinical setting.
Yep,
Discord is not. Yeah.
It's definitely not the place. But just you know, I mean, we don't like you said, we're not professionals, but because we have experience with these conversations, we listen to people the way when they start spiraling, you know, we're like, okay, we know what this symptom is right here. You know,
yeah, it's more like toddler control, like like peaceful communication. It's like, I hear that you're angry and upset.
Yeah.
So why is that?
Like you know, flurfers.
Yeah, Flurman.
Well, that's a new one, right? Flurman.
Yeah, with that's like Mick too, and he's the guy who says Flurman.
Yeah, he's a big baby throwing a tantrum. He can't get his way. He wishes that all of this could just go away. We're not going away. We're not.
Are you all talking about Monk?
Well, we were, but now kind of just in general.
Yeah, we're just rolling along.
It's like someone.
Yeah, that's what I was presuming that this was, you know, at least in light of that conversation. Yeah, I tell you what, I obviously we're not therapists, but there were some anger issues going on there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not all of us are not professionals, but we can hear somebody when they're upset. It doesn't take a psychologist to be like, oh, let me identify what this is. Like, you know what this is. Come on.
You know, you know it because it was already for some of us our own experience. So, like, you are seeing someone who catched cold, and the symptoms of that cold, because you were sick with that same cold and you have those same symptoms. So you base that knowledge on what you already know. So you know his reaction, because you experienced that when you heard that flat at the first time. So it's not something surprising. You see what you've done already. Cognitive dissonance issue symptoms.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that people can deal with that on the onset. They can get upset, rage quit. They could stay here and call you names. They could stay here and just like not speak to you. Like, so there's many ways that they can deal with it. We've seen it all, right? So it's just how we deal with that, like in the process. So we can be obtuse too. We can be, you know, assholes if we want to. And we're like, fuck you, get out of here, and like ban them and shit. But I mean, you at the onset, you do kind of have to have a little bit of grace. Not a lot, just enough to where you're like, okay, cut it out. Like we know what this is. Just if you feel angry, just put yourself on mute, and maybe you listen. And they're like, no, I want to tell you how wrong you are. You know, shit like that. That's something else. Can't help you there, bud.
Yeah, we can see like the cause is the same, or the initiating factor is the same, but how people respond to it is completely up to the person.
Yeah.
You know, I just can't imagine there being a topic that I would let control me like that. I might just think somebody's an idiot and move on with the rest of my life, but that's the thing that I don't understand is how do you get that upset over a topic just because somebody says something that's different from what you have to say? And, you know, that happens on the internet all day, every day. I mean, I just wonder how scary the internet must be for people like that.
Well, think about it like this, man. the identity they portray themselves as with the character, right? They portray themselves as a character that's possibly in the future that's going to be able to do all the things that this space fantasy is telling them they're going to be able to do. So you're essentially not even in the same mindset as they are. You're speaking like a whole new language, and it's hard for them to conceive that there's people that are not in that realm that they are, because they think everybody's in that realm. We're all, floating around in a vacuum of space. What do you mean that's not the case? Why would they tell us this lie? And so they're trying to figure out their identity, being that that's who they are in their mind, and you're breaking them away from that. So it's a crisis that happens. They're trying to. The question, why would they lie, is not so much they want to hear the answer to that question, but they're really trying to figure out, why do you disagree with me? Why are you saying that this is what's really underneath that? They're wanting to know why you're disagreeing with their cosmology. Why are you saying that if everybody knows this, right? So their identity has been cemented in this idea, kind of like imagine, like I don't know, what's the opposite to someone who's Christian, growing up all their life and saying that there is no God, like maybe just an atheist or whoever. But there's some, competing worldviews, and then somebody else thinks differently than them, so they must be wrong, right? But without hearing them out. So they're just automatically writing them off. And the thing is, if they were to intellectually discuss this, perhaps they could come up with the outcome and not be coerced into it by, say uncle, right? Or get it. Because we're here to present them and challenge them, right? That's all we're here doing. We're not like, okay, you're going to say flat earth today. Like, it's not what we're trying to do. So
it's tribalism. They pick the tribe that they think is the winning side, and anyone who disagrees with them is a flurman, a flurfer. Is there something other than what they are? They're the enemy.
Yep.
Alpha, look at that question, how universal it is. They didn't have that communication between them to agree with that question, why would they lie? But it's mentally and agreed upon without any communication. So without any consensus. Why no one asked, show me if you have ever seen them lying? Because they know that they lie all the time. They never ask that question. No Glober will ask you, show me a lie, a video where you saw that there is a possibility that it is a lie, or a testimony that shows that there is a possibility where there is a lie, because they know that there is a lot. They ask you, why would they lie? Because they think that there is no reason that will make those people lie for that topic.
Yeah, it's like Chris was saying, it's tribalism, and they're a part of something bigger than themselves. They feel like they're a part of something bigger than themselves, and you're excluding yourself from that. So who are you to say that's true? What you're saying, the earth is flat. Come on, bro.
Yeah, it definitely becomes part of the tribalism, but it's cemented in their ego as well, because they imagine themselves on this ball, imagine everybody else on this ball, and that's where they think they are. So it's a big part of their ego as well, and personal identity. So that's why I think they get so triggered over this topic.
Yeah, we try to talk to them about it, like that specific point, but they're dismissive about it. And then that's not true either. They're like, no, that's not the case. You're just saying that. Like, dude, you really think all of it? Because you know why we say that, like, with confidence? Because we were those people. We did that. We did exactly what they're saying. They're denying that, we're identifying as somebody who lives on a giant ball in the vacuum space, going to be able to leave this rock and go to other planets and populate them and shit like that. So, I mean, if you're just getting right down to it, man, you're just, that's who you think you are right now. Think you're floating around. And even though, like, the guy last night, his name was Edgelord, and he was getting exposition, on the topic. He had so many things to talk about. He's just like, I think I'm just going to stay with this idea. And they were like, why? Like, there's no reason to. Like, nobody's holding them to that idea. There's not some overlord, waiting for them to say, oh, wait a minute, he's disagreeing with the paradigm. Okay, boys, let's go figure him. Send some of your agents out and go help him out. Like, there's no one doing that, dude. It's, they're basically trying to figure out what's going on with why people disagree with them on the internet when they're in here. That's all it is. I mean, and then it just depends who the person is. Maybe they'll listen to you. Maybe they won't. It's not always going to be a smooth conversation, bro. Like, that's not shit, dude. That's the best outcome, but fucking.
Because they come with that presupposed idea that they are correct and we are wrong, no matter what. They come with that presupposed idea. The globe is correct. They don't come with the intention of trying to understand. No. They come with the intention to debunk the flat earth because the globe is correct. And also, they forget, or they don't have that idea, because some people know that we were globers. The majority of us, 99.99% of flat earthers, are just ex-globers. So that bullshit that you want to repeat, like if it is something that I will hear for the first time, like sunset. Do you believe sunset? Like I just was born today. Do you believe in seasons? Like I'm coming from somewhere else other than Earth. We talk about Earth, something that we all experience the same way. So they forget that we were globers and we know already those stories that they want to tell us, thinking that it is for the first time that we will hear that shit.
Do you know that this is an actual false dichotomy, flat Earth and globe Earth? I don't know if you guys know that or not, but yeah, it is. Because there is no other option other than what we experience in this world. There's only the idea that people can have that something else exists outside of what we understand to be true. So you could make up a lot of other things that it could be, but there's only one Earth that could be experienced. So there is no other thing. There's only this one. So there always has been, like, people were like, well, how come, it's not been argued over, like, as far as like this specific dichotomy? Well, the idea has popped up in many different ones as well. So it has only not just been this cosmology, but of course hollow Earth, and you got concave Earth. You got all these other type of systems, right? The donut Earth with a torus, what is up and what is down, as above, so below, shit like that. There's so many different ways people can look at cosmology. So it's not just this one. It's the one that's a bit more popular, but there's been many different ones. But the problem is, with all these ideas, we only experience one Earth. The only Earth that you and I are in right now, the realm that we exist in. So
correct me if I'm wrong, Alpha. That's why I use that, because I know that it is the experience that we all have. Even if you are glober or flat earther, it is the same experience. That's why I start with that. If someone asks me to prove flat earth, I just tell him that it is the same experience that you have. Horizontal horizon, flat water in your cup of water, in your tub, in your pool, in the lake, and motionless, and the stars and the sun and the moon are the ones moving. We all experience the same thing. So it's just about your story. You want to tell me another story that is not what I experienced. So I experienced this, but it is not this. It's the opposite. So the stars are moving. They are not moving here. We are moving because we are motionless. We feel that we experience motionless on the earth. So it is in motion. We experience motion in stars, but they are motionless. We experience flatness, but it is curved. So show me that. That thing that you claim being opposite to our experience, that's the thing that I want to see in reality. So
I don't. And it doesn't matter, Necros, what they say. It could be the Earth as a globe. It could be the Earth's concave. It could be the Earth in any way that they are saying, but it's none of those are experienced. The one we experience is this one. That's why every time you talk to somebody who thinks that the Earth is something other than what we experience, they're like, well, yeah, it's that way. You just don't feel it. well, no, it's that way. You just don't see it. Like, well, then it's not what you're saying, dude. Can you see? Like, it's not something else. It's the thing we experience. Everything else is just the idea of what people have of what this place is. That's as good as you're going to get. It's just another idea. But it's not true because you can't experience that in any way. The physics don't explain the way that you say if you lived on a ball, and the experience that you visually see, any observation that the earth is a ball in any way, none of it's experienced. Zero.
Yeah, that's the proof. So experiencing something to be factual. So if there is a proof for movement of the earth, so that will be an experience. It will be an experience, scientific experience that you will make to validate that or something like that. It will an experience, or you will make measurements to validate that curvature. So you will experience that curvature by measuring it, by going over it, by dropping over the horizon in reality, below the horizontal line in reality. So you will experience it in reality. So that will be a proof.
One answer I like about what science is the physical study or the systematic study of the physical and natural world. Physical, natural, you see everything outside. Nature itself is describing like what's going on. So when you're asking some questions about it, you want to know that you see something happening out, right? Some natural phenomena. You want to know why it occurs. So you're going to ask the how, why questions, right? You're going to try to determine with a hypothesis test the reason why that thing is happening. But the science has been kind of thrown around a lot to include other things that aren't science. So, and that's why people's heads are mixed up when they come into this room and they use that word science. Science isn't just staring at your shoe, right? Like it's not science. So if people are saying science, like that seems to be a very buzzword worthy term there. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you guys
You forget that there is another term called pseudoscience. I think that they forget that. That's why everything being scientific claim or a pseudoscientific claim, they put it under the same umbrella, which is science, because they forgot about pseudoscience. It's been a long time that they made those distinguish. This is a scientific claim. Let's see if it is following all steps of the scientific method correctly. It is following that, so it is a correct scientific claim. It's factual. This one doesn't follow the scientific method, like gravity.
Dip out,
this
guys.
one is still on a hypothesis.
I'm gonna dip out, so I just want to say see ya to everybody. Yeah, keep doing the
Have
good
a good
work,
one,
ladies.
And then if I could add in here, the real problem that we have is that most people's interaction with the word science actually has little to do with science. It actually has to do with the context of marketing and manufacturing.
Consumerism. Most people's interacting with science is just to consume the information that scientific communicators are putting out.
Yeah. So what ends up happening is they hear things like this skin cream has been scientifically engineered to keep away the warts. I'm just making up whatever there, of course. And so they get used to hearing every little thing of science. So they come around here and say, oh, well, science has proven the shape of the earth. Well, no, that's just a word that Neil deGrasse Bison used to just as the manufacture of a skin cream. There's really no science in either. I mean, I have a Bachelor of Science, but I don't know that I would call my degree I would actually call the field science. It's so science, like so many things in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong, Crit, but science is just another one of these things to where people have watered down the word that colloquially there's no value or no meaning in the word science. There's nothing that inherently derives for the common person using that word colloquially what it means. It's just another buzzword that gets thrown around. Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's like it's a word that you understand how fashion works, modernity. So people are attracted to modernity and new things. So science, modern science, they attributed that thing. So so knowledge. So it was science was there before the modern what they call modern science. So the science study of things happening and the causal of the effect. So it was before that word was created, which is science and modern science. So they attributed that word modernity to that globe to just be like in fashion. So when you follow the globe, like you are a guy coming from the country and you start wearing jeans and new clothes. So you are following that same fashion as those people living in the city. So you fade among the masses. So you be with those masses. So just follow that hit, which is modernity, fashion, like science. So people are following the globe because it's modern. When you are talking about flat earth, you will hear, oh, so you are believing the same thing as people in the Stone Age. Okay. So because it's not modern. So their proof, it's absurd because it's not modern. It's not something that is from the 21st century. So it's an old idea. Even if it is true, it might be true. Who knows? They don't know. No one of those people who are arguing about the globe and claiming that it is a modern idea, no one knows if it is correct or not. But it's good because it's modern. You see it in TV, you see it in YouTube. There is people who are stars, considered to be stars, like Elon Musk. It's a star. It's an idol, a star. It's not someone they will consider to be a scientist to follow his ideas or something. They know that they don't have any idea. They didn't even think about those things that they are now building in SpaceX or those drones or those cars. He's not the engineer who's thinking those things. So, but still, they are saying, "Oh, Elon Musk," because he's a star. He is following that fashion, like Yves Saint Laurent or something like that. Those big houses that are producers of clothes and those things, like Ferrari and those new cars that they make.
And here's the other interesting thing to it is, not too long ago, pregnant mothers were given thalidomide, and if you questioned that, you were a conspiratorial nutcase. Then later on, they started using these forever chemicals and things, the PFOAs. You were a nutcase if you didn't like Teflon and whatever else. And now we see what that's done. And then in the 90s, they come up with this thing where you were supposed to be able just to throw your plastic bottles anywhere you wanted because, after all, they were biodegradable. And we see the microplastics and the problems that that's caused. So it's really interesting that modernity is good. So just whatever, but you know, it's really awful in many regards. But it's interesting though that it's modern, so it must be good. Can't question it.
Sure, it is interesting. Modernity is interesting, but it is a sword with double edge.
Yep.
So it
Well,
is
hey,
it is interesting in a good way, but also there is a bad way in that modernity. There is a bad thing in that modernity. It's not all good, and not everything that is being claimed modern is factual. Some modern things are just ideas.
All right, I got to go step in here see one of my clients. I'll be back here in a few moments.
Have a good one. It was a good
Thanks,
chat.
bye.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, Alliance. Wink, wink. You guys talked to Cosmo yet?
Hello, Cosmo. You there, brother?
Cosmo. Cosmo. Keep cooking, Necros. Cooking up a storm
Looks
today.
like we got some guys back. What's going on, some guy?
Some guy.
How can there be this
some
many
guy.
people in a room with no one talking?
I just talked to you.
I'm talking.
I expected to come in here and hear an argument going in full swing. Instead, it sounds a little bit quiet.
We were waiting for
We
you.
were having a discussion. It just stopped in a few seconds ago. Then you came and they tried to talk to you.
We ruined the Globers, did we? Okay. Somehow I doubt it, but I was hoping to listen, though. I don't want to get an argument with you guys tonight.
I mean, if there was a globe Earth, there would be no panel here. Everyone would just go home. Be fine.
Yeah, that's why there is no debate. First place, it's just we are just trying to have a discussion. We don't need those globers who come here to try to debate, knowing that there is no debate. Because if the globe is just a belief, something that you accept without evidence, so belief. Definition of the word belief is something that you accept without evidence. So if the globe is something that you accept without evidence, so you can't argue that. So because you don't have any evidence yourself, so you just accept that idea. You can't go to people and tell them, oh, I don't have any fucking evidence. I know I don't have any fucking evidence, but I want to argue that. No, it's nonsense. It's some issue. If you try to do that, discussing your belief with some people, sharing what you believe with those people, hoping that those people will just accept that thing without any evidence, so they will share the same belief as you. Yeah, that will be something logical. But if those people have proof for the opposite thing, there is some evidences that are taking their side. For example, reality that we can experience. If that reality that we experience is against that thing that you believe, the debate is already done. The thing that you think is being debate, it's just a discussion. So it's already done. but we try to make it longer. Who knows? It may help some other people who never heard about that.
I think it's pretty harmless in and of itself if you believe in a flat Earth or if you believe in a globe Earth. I don't think it does any harm to anyone either way.
I don't believe in flat Earth. It's just the exact experience that I share with you. So flat horizontal horizon, flat surface of water that you can see on your cup of water, the top, the bucket when you fill it with water, the tub in your bathroom, the pool
never
outside
flat, though,
your
is it?
house. So those flat surfaces
Never really flat.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it's all a matter of scale, but it's never really flat. Like the water's
that's
curving
scale.
all over the place in a bucket. Like look at a bubble, look at a little droplet on a leaf. It's not flat, is it? It's curved.
Wow.
It doesn't really help the globe argument. But I'm just pointing out that
That's
your
air pressure
observation
causing that
is not really flat.
water.
Some guy, you're missing out something, though.
That's the problem. That's what I was talking about. So what I experience is a flat glass of water, flat pool of water, flat lake, and flat horizontal horizon in the ocean.
No, but it's not flat. It's got ripples. It's got waves.
Listen, you're saying no. Just listen.
Yeah, just
try to
reduce it down to absurdity. That's awesome.
Just try to listen.
We know it's got waves. We know it's got ripples. Guess what? An LP is also flat, but it's got little lines in it too.
No. I'm not claiming smooth or even. No. Those are different. Listen. Try to listen. I'm not claiming a smooth or even ground of earth. No, I'm claiming flat earth. So the table in your room or the desk in your room, even if it have holes to put glass in that desk and not fall down, or to introduce the cables to your computer screen, even if there is holes and trenches like for where you can put pencils, that desk stay flat. Flatness is independent to the presence of topography in that surface. That's inaccurate when you relate the topography on the surface to the flatness of the surface. A mirror is flat, but when you look at that mirror carefully with the zoom, with the microscope, you see that mirror has exact topography like that. This Earth, so mountains, hills, different types of topography on the surface of the mirror. So the mirror stays flat independently to that topography on the surface. So why we say flat? Why the word flat? Flat is just the absence of curvature. So if your table is not curved, it's flat. So something that is not curved is just a surface that is flat. That's by default.
Yeah.
So instead of saying not curved, you can say one word: flat. Even or smooth, that will be inaccurate because there is topography. So the surface is not smooth and not even, but flat. Level 2.
Okay. There's a little difference here, though, when you're talking about a table or a mirror compared to the Earth. I mean, if I look at a table or a mirror, I can see the whole mirror at once. I can see the whole table at once. I can tell that it's flat because I'm looking at the whole thing. But are you claiming to have seen the whole of the Earth and observed that it's flat?
Let me help you out, some guy. You don't actually need to see the whole thing. It's because any surface is going to be dichotomous in nature. It's either rounded or not, which is exactly what Nekos was trying to tell you. You don't need to see the whole of any surface. It can only be doing
So
one
you're
or
not
the other.
basing it on your observation then? You're not really basing it on your observation. You're not seeing the whole thing.
One moment. I just pointed out to you that you don't need to see the whole thing because a surface can only be doing one or the other. Similarly, this is going to sound a little vulgar, but just to help you understand, like, if I were to, this is going to sound a little vulgar, but if I were to see your private parts, only that, I wouldn't necessarily need to see your whole body to know whether you are male or female. That would identify you. and I don't need to see your whole body necessarily. Now, this would also
Sorry,
apply to the surface.
can you say again? If you were to see my what? I honestly
We'll
didn't
just
hear
move
what
on.
you said.
We'll just move on. We'll move on. It's fine. But the point is that
It's okay. I'm not offended by it.
it would be nice if you just. Am I not coming through clear or what?
Yeah, I think maybe you just said it really quietly. Here's another example, if you like.
Okay. Well, I said if I were to see only your private parts, I wouldn't necessarily need to see your whole body. That would identify you being either male or female because that is something that's dichotomous. And I would say that the surface of any surface is also going to have this dichotomous nature where it's either one or the other. And the two options are either rounded or curved or not. And like Necro said, that other word you could use is flat. So you don't need to see the whole thing. Any surface is either going to be rounded or isn't. You could actually take just 30 seconds and look around your current room that you're in right now. You'll notice this exact same dichotomous nature. I would challenge you to try to find a surface that's both curving and round at the exact same time. You won't find it. Newsflash. So that would apply to the Earth as well. We don't need to see the whole thing. I would say this: if the lake in Radwin's backyard is curved, then all the water is curved. I don't need to see every single ounce of the Earth. But also, if it's flat, then it's all flat. So you don't need to see the whole thing, though. Hopefully, you learned that today. By the way.
Creation beer. I don't want to.
Sounds just condescending. Yeah,
but can you correct me if I'm wrong?
You seem like you're trying to come off like you're an intelligent person. I'm surprised that you wouldn't know this. But if you didn't, well, I'm glad that you learned this today.
I'm not claiming to be an intelligent person at all.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you learned this today either way. This just something you might not have known previously, that you don't need to see the whole of something to identify, especially if it's dichotomous in nature. That's why I gave you that private part example.
Well, the argument going before was that the Earth is flat because I observe it to be so. But if you're not really observing everything. You're just making an assumption that part of it that you've seen is flat.
Completely over your head.
No, I'm addressing what you've said.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, okay.
You're saying, well, you're not seeing the whole thing, which is what I just addressed and debunked, basically, and you're just repeating yourself. So you didn't listen to anything I said, so that's unfortunate. That's why people like you get stuck in life.
Dumb. You sound
dumb. Okay, that's just an ad hom and doesn't even address what I said to you. You're saying again that, well, you're not seeing
the whole thing. You don't kind of. Yeah, you're telling me I haven't learnt anything from this great vision that you explained to me.
Some guy,
I don't explain much.
That's fine. Some guy, you're saying that we need to see the whole Earth and to understand if we can describe what it is?
Well, I'm not saying you need to see that
it's exactly
say that
hold on, brother. Let me take this for a moment.
You haven't actually described anything that other people don't experience. Like, we can all experience the same flat horizon. It doesn't tell us anything about the actual scale of the Earth. If I take a circle that's say even 100 meters across, can I just say something?
Yeah, I know you're trying to you're detailing to us that we don't see the whole entire scope of what could be something else. Other
so
than
if you take a little slice that's only a centimeter long on the circumference of that circle, right? And then I show it to you. You'll look at that line and say, "Yeah, it's very flat." I can see that it's a straight line.
Some guy, I get what you're saying.
No, you wouldn't.
You don't have to. See, here's the thing: you don't have to keep going. Like some guy, we do get it, right? We're coming from a position where we understand what you mean. Okay, we all get it.
Okay.
So here's the problem: how are you going to know it's the thing you think it is? Because
how am I going?
This, because here's the issue: we see the same thing, you and I, right? We're both seeing a flat horizon, correct?
Well, look, the difference in a lot of that, is that I believe a lot of the other evidence
I know.
on,
I know.
for
I know
example, video from space. I actually believe that those videos are taken from space, and I can see
That's
the curve
great.
of the
Some
Earth.
guy, but
I understand that you don't, but that's
some guy,
okay.
you don't. Yeah, that's great. You don't have to say that, right? The only thing we're trying to determine is how someone like you can know for a fact that the Earth is what they've been told that it is, right? So we're all seeing the same thing on the surface. We're seeing a flat horizon. It describes the Earth, what it is to us in the local area. But how would you know it's anything other than that? That's what I want to know. Is it only because of videos that you've been shown, and that's the only way that you know it's other than what we experience?
I think the explanations given to me about the shape of the Earth make sense to me, and I believe in the observations of others a little more, perhaps, than you do.
Yeah, you trust other people to tell you what the world is outside of what you can see it for yourself, right?
I think by your rules, none of us can know anything for certain. So I'm
My
prepared
rules?
to say I don't know
No.
anything for
I'm
certain.
only trying to fit some guy. No, this is not my rules. What I'm discovering right now is how you think. Your thought process on you determining that the Earth is a globe is it based on you able to find that out for yourself, or is it just because you believe others can give you information and then that would be good enough? Which is like you just said, trusting the testimony of others. Maybe perhaps seeing some videos.
They're all observations in a sense.
No, they're not. An observation is something you do for yourself. It's a first-hand experience, right? So you go outside and you see the world around you. That's an observation. Now, what's not an observation? Hold on, some guy. What's not an observation? If somebody presents to you a video of Bigfoot, you can't say that's your observation. You see it happening on the screen, but you don't know because you're not seeing it in the field. You get what I'm saying? So you didn't experience that Bigfoot.
I'm also observing how they speak about it. I'm observing what they say about the camera that they used.
Sure.
How old the footage is. These are all observations I'm making.
That's great. No, they're not observations of their information. But see, here's the thing, though. Could you come to a conclusive understanding of that? You couldn't, right? You couldn't say for sure that Bigfoot exists. You could only go off of what they showed. So essentially, you can only know so much. But it's not really knowledge at all because you don't really know if Bigfoot exists based on what they're telling you. They can be very descriptive about it, but you don't really know.
You believed in Bigfoot based on the evidence presented before you, and you either do or you don't, or you're unsure.
Yeah.
I mean,
but see,
there's nothing extraordinary going on there.
Yeah, so it is, because what's happening is you're taking on a worldview that you can't know for sure it's true or not. You're making a conscious decision to take this worldview on based on something that someone showed you or explained to you or whatever the case. But yet you didn't experience it yourself. So you're choosing to take this worldview on. Nobody has to.
What do you think is different about your worldview? What do you think is different about your view?
Well, it's simple, right? We understand that physics describe the physical and natural world. We understand that our observations match what physics describe about the physical and natural world. So for us, everything
What observation
is
what's your observation?
Observation of water being horizontal and planar on its surface and covering.
Well, we've discussed that. We can all see that. That's just that could just be a section of a larger curve. What's your other observations to suggest that
what we're talking about here has to deal with physics, some guy. It's not just a small portion of the Earth. Every Earth has water everywhere. So if water,
but you can't just say it's to do with physics. Explain specifically what you mean.
So hydrostatic
That's
equilibrium,
not explaining
right? It is. So hydrostatic equilibrium.
Explain to me like I'm a dumb person.
Okay, so basically, water on its surface will always remain planar in large quantities. So if we're going to extend water out to any degree,
how do you know that?
Right?
How do you know
that's
that?
the physics of water. That's how it behaves.
But who told you that? Like is that an observation that you've or you've always
it is
observed?
An observation. Yes.
Okay, so tell me about the observation when you observed that.
Oh, the observation is
where did it happen?
Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere water can be poured out, it can show itself to be exactly how we understand it with the mechanics behind water, right? So as we describe how it like spreads out over distance, it will always remain planar on its surface. It never changes its mechanics. It doesn't turn into something different. it always remains planar as it spreads out. So it doesn't matter how far it expands. So here's the issue, right? People would think that water expansion, like out into the distance. Let's say you have a huge tank of water. It doesn't matter how much water you have. As you keep pouring that water will continuously spread out until it reaches a contained environment, right? Keep spreading out, keep spreading out, keep spreading out. But the problem is the mechanics of water never change like the way they say that the Earth as a globe would determine it to be. So we only understand and describe water behavior being such that it only expands outward and it stays planar on its surface. So what it does is water fills volumes, right? So like in your local lake or pond or whatever it is that you have nearby, any body of water, you can see that water is planar on its surface and it extends outward until it reaches a point where it can't go any farther because it could be contained. But that's the thing.
It's
the important part about it is
that, to the size of the Earth that we're describing.
Yes.
And
so
you haven't observed. I haven't observed it. So the fact is, neither of us can say for sure based on our observation alone.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. But let's look at water for just a moment because this is what we're looking at. So if water was to do anything else within physics, right, within a description of how it's actually curved, like around the sphere, then we would be able to describe it in a way that physics would demand an explanation and a demonstration. So we can't just say water is curving on the surface of a sphere unless we have a way to describe this is the case. So this is like the most paramount way that we can describe the Earth being flat is that water itself is a demonstration of the Earth's surface. So the Earth's surface is planar. It's horizontal. It extends outward. And because water shows us that this is the case, there's nothing in physics that disprove otherwise. So let's just say, for example, you have the mind that the Earth is a globe. That's fine. You think that in a larger scale, it turns into a globe. Well, of course, water would be described in some way in physics that that's the case. We could demonstrate that because water would conform to the exterior of a sphere.
Like I said, I do trust the observations of others. I trust the formulas of others when they've worked out gravity and things like that. I definitely, I don't deny that I trust a lot of
you said that multiple
times. What would be called science. But so, but I think you're trusting things too. No. I don't see how you're immune to trusting anyone.
We're not like you.
Think about this, some guy. Trusting somebody doesn't equate to you having the experience of the thing that they're telling you it is, right? So if, let's say, you trust somebody for the Earth being a globe, like what I just described with water, you can't demonstrate that the Earth is a globe in any way that they've shown you. They didn't show you in physics, right? Something that's applied. They didn't show you how water is conforming to the exterior of a sphere due to the fact that it's a sphere. They did not show you that. There's nothing in the mechanics of water that can demonstrate that. This is where I'm trying to get you to realize. It's not.
And what do you think a blind person? If I was a blind person, what would I be capable of understanding about the world?
Okay, blind person. Why would that be introduced?
Because I wouldn't have I wouldn't be able to directly observe where anything is in my house. How could I know that it exists?
I don't know what that has to do with. Are you in some way saying that is this analogous to you being blind? Like, are you blind and saying that you can't know that the Earth is a globe based on you are like a blind person? Is this the analogy?
An analogy because you're placing a lot of importance on observation as being able to tell the truth about things. Whereas if I were blind, I would not be able to directly observe these things.
Yeah, think about this, some guy. It's a part of our experience of the Earth, right? The experience of the Earth is we see things, but it's only part of it, right? We have to test and verify that the thing we're seeing is exactly what we're claiming it is. So it's not just seeing something, it's measuring it, sir. So that's how we know that water on its surface is planar. We know that it extends outward, and it doesn't matter how far you increase the size, it will always remain planar on its surface, unless, right?
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Yeah, I know. Here's the thing. Unless you have evidence to show otherwise. So here's the thing. If you have something to come forward and say, water is not planar on its surface as it extends outward into large quantities, I have evidence of that. That's what I'm asking for. Do you have such a thing, sir?
Well, no, but you're the one making a statement also
Yes,
that
I
it's
am.
going to remain
Yes,
planar
Yes, I
to
am.
infinity.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're
So
right. You're
what do you
right.
base
That is a
that on?
positive affirmation.
Your
That
limited
is a positive
observation.
affirmation. Sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead.
It seems to me you've got a limited observation, but then you're extending it beyond your limited observation. What goes beyond that?
Well, the thing is,
And then
we
you're
only
saying the
have-
burden of proof
Yeah.
is on somebody else.
Yeah, no, the thing is that we have what we do have on a localized area because that's as far as we can observe. Now, if we're to say that water does something differently, I think that would be explained in physics. It would be, and not only that, it would
It
be
is
followed
explained
up.
in physics. I mean, this is not. I'm not a
Is it?
physicist, so I'm not going to pretend to be. But
Is it explained?
you know,
Is it explained in
I
physics?
believe it is explained. Yeah, quite
Oh,
clearly
let's
in
have it.
physics.
Let's have it. Let's see how water does something other than what we know it to do, based on physics. If you got anything, I would love to see you
It responds to
present that.
gravity, and gravity pulls all these objects towards the center of its mass.
Yes.
And
But
so
that's what
it
people
makes
are
sense
saying,
that on
right?
a sphere it would stick to the outside of a sphere, of
Yeah, but
course.
some guy, you got to think about it like this. Anybody can give you explanations, but if they don't have a way to demonstrate what they're saying, then how can you know it's true? You're taking someone's word for it, and you're not testing what they're saying to be true.
I don't know that it's true, but I believe it to be true based on the evidence of
What evidence?
of everything that I've been told and observed.
Yeah,
since
told,
the beginning
observed.
of my
No,
life.
sir, this isn't an observation. This is you believing that you've seen images.
Well, I've also
and
observed.
videos.
I've observed ships going over the horizon. I've
Sure.
observed the spherical nature of planets. I've observed that the predictions
take one at
made
a
by
time.
the
Let's just
globe
take it one
model
at a time.
result. I've observed
That's
solar
fine.
eclipses.
That's fine. Let's
I've
take it
observed-
one at a time, some
I've had
guy.
plenty of observations,
Let's take
which
it one
lead
at a
me
time.
to trust the evidence
Some
that
guy.
the Earth is
I
a
think you're
globe
getting a
as
little
opposed
energized,
to.
dude. Listen. You
No,
don't
I'm
have to
just
really go
talking
that
a bit
hard.
longer. If I
You don't have to
can't
go that hard,
speak
dude. I
more than
understand you. I understand you.
5
Let's talk
words
about
at
the
a
first
time.
one.
This isn't going to
Some guy
work.
prefers
Some
to-
guy,
I'm just going to have to leave. See you,
take a
guys.
deep breath.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you
Wow.
later. Have a good
You
one.
just want he just wants to yap, bro.
That's fine. That's fine. He doesn't know how to deal with the issue. That's okay. But it's just hard. Sometimes some people can break through, some can't. Anyway,
He's cooked. As soon as he said, like, well, you're not seeing the whole thing, I knew he was dumb. Like, low IQ.
Yo, CB, I'm so sorry, brother. I didn't try to argue anything. This is just I'm trying to discuss this point with you. Don't take it bad, consider it bad or something. I don't have any bad intention. I'm not even trying to correct you. Maybe you are correct and maybe I'm wrong. So like I said, and for a tube, like that tube, that's surface, if you put a dot on that tube. So that surface is curving one way, on one axis to create that tube, but it is not curving in the other axis to make a ball. So it is flat and straight in the other axis. So it's a tube, a straight tube. So it's curving one axis straight in the other axis, straight, level, flat. All synonymous.
okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Was that what
I know what
we
you're
were
trying to say,
talking
Nick.
about
Chris.
earlier? Is this something different?
He's trying to say that the surface can be doing two things at once. But you're even kind of proving my point, though. I just put it in the chat for you, Chris. I would also say, is the Earth two surfaces or one?
No, one surface, but it's
There you
not
go.
curving in any direction. One single. The Earth is not like a cylinder or a ball. It's not curving in one direction, but flat in the other direction, and it's not curving in two directions, two axes to form a ball. So Earth is flat in the all directions. So that's not the problem. I'm not talking about the Earth, but like I said, I'm just saying that a surface, a single surface, it can be flat and at the same time curved. So flat in one direction,
Wait a minute.
but curved in the other direction.
Whoa.
I don't know how to agree with that.
Whoa. No. Are we talking about the Earth being flat and curved at the same time, Necros? Please answer that.
No. We are not talking about.
No, we're not. So then what are you saying? Because speak clearly with me, please. Plainly, clearly.
What I am saying that if Creation Bear was talking about in general, a surface cannot be flat and curved at the same time, I'm saying that what we consider a surface that is curved on one axis, but straight and flat and level in the other axis. Like a tube.
No, you don't
Like a tube.
It's not the same surface.
Yeah,
That's
no,
not
wait,
the
wait,
same
wait.
surface,
Is
brother.
this, dude?
Like a tube.
Yeah, the surface of a
Oh.
tube. Like you're saying, it's on one axis. It's not curved. Like we're not talking about living on a paper roll. Like that's not what we're saying. The Earth here is a sphere, or it's not. So either so the paradigm has to be what the claim is, right? We cannot say that it's a tube. It could be flat and curved at the same time because that's not what's being explained here. Let's not go into other examples. We're only using the globe as what everybody thinks that it is. That's what we're using. We're confusing more people that way, Necros. Let's stick with just the Earth that they think that it is, which is a globe. It's a sphere, okay? You're doing too much, brother. That's way too much. Don't have to do that, sir.
Technically, it's more like an egg shape. That's what they said.
Okay, so
here we go.
Do you think the Earth is a globe, Basil?
Potato.
I honestly don't know, and I'm new to this shit, so I'll probably like say one shit out of line over, like, shut up, fuck you, man. What do you know, you fucking rectangular or whatever? I don't know, man.
Dude, everybody's been told that.
But it is biblical. I'll give you that, and I'm not very religious, and I have a certain distaste. Like I just came from a religious room where this one guy was like speaking truth from experience and shit, and it was great. I was like, yeah, amen, brother, God bless, right?
Yeah,
and
but
like
that's not this room.
But these
So
religious
we don't have
folks
to
were
worry
like,
about
no, shut up, that's not cool, kind of. But like, what I will say is the flat Earth model thing seems to be biblical. Like it's in the Bible for what it's worth.
that may
And
be.
I'm not saying that I believe what I believe because it's in the Bible. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. But that's from life experience. That's from real life stuff,
Well,
not
thanks
from
for that.
being raised that way or anything.
Yeah, thanks for
But
that. Let's look into.
yeah.
Let's
But
look
there's
into
more
the topic
evidence.
Of the room. I think let's look into the topic of the room real quick, Basil. So the
That
topic
Katy
of the room is
Perry shit was
flat
faked.
Earth. Sir, what'd you say? You talk right through me.
I
so
said
didn't-
that Katy Perry shit was faked, in my opinion.
That's okay, right? But let's talk about what's at hand here. So a lot of people believe that the Earth is a globe, right? I mean, you agree with that? A lot of people do.
I'm uncertain. I don't know. Like I said,
I'm
I'm
just
open-minded
talking
about it.
our
shit.
experience in this world is that many folk think that the Earth is a globe. That's something simple to agree with, dude. It's not.
Well, if that's what you're saying, yes, of course, I agree. Well, it's more like
Yeah,
they
many
agree. It's more like an egg-shaped globe, like it's because the poles elongated at the ends to be specific. But yeah,
Okay, so is there any reason why you would think that any of the information you believe the Earth to be, is it any of it true and that you can prove? It being an
No.
egg? So you can't prove any of the things that you think the Earth is. You just believe it for what? For fun?
I didn't say I believe it. I said that I don't. I don't know. I've
Okay,
said
you
that
don't
multiple
believe that.
times.
So what do you think the Earth is, Basil? In your estimation?
I said
what
that
do you
I
think?
don't know multiple times. I'm still saying that I don't know.
Oh, so you're just not really there with any of the
Alright.
information. You don't think it's a globe. You don't think it's an egg. You don't think anything of it.
To be open-minded to realize that I cannot know conclusively with the evidence at hand, is that a not acceptable perspective to have, or what?
No, you can think whatever you want, dude. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's your mind. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But we're only asking for people if they think that the Earth is something that they believe that it is. They have any evidence for it? And
I mean, like,
if you were, go ahead.
I do believe that the Earth has a spiritual plane. You know, I've got experience and perhaps evidence for that.
Yeah. Do you have evidence of it being a spiritual plane, Basil?
I mean, not verifiable scientific evidence. I mean, audio and video stuff and first-hand experience shit, but all could be faked, so not verifiable.
Okay. Well, that's good thing that you're actually identifying what verifiable is. No, that's fine. So we're
I have a
only
science
talking
mindset with
Go
most
ahead,
things in
sir.
life.
I think every time
I'm just
start
saying I have a
talking,
science
I don't know if you
mindset
can hear
with
me or not,
things.
but every time I start speaking, you go right through me, sir.
Go ahead.
Go. No, I'm not allowing you. I want you to finish.
I was just agreeing with you. I have a scientific mindset on things, most things.
I know, my
Like
love.
if I experience
Take
it
me like-
more, if the pattern occurs more, and
That
I
wasn't to
observe
you,
it more, then it's more real to me.
All right. So if that's true, right, then you would have some way to substantiate that. But of course, like for you, it means it's real to you. Now, the thing I want to pose to you, right, at the moment, the Earth, what everybody thinks that it is, could only be substantiated as what it is and not what they think it is. So that's what I want to give you right now. So the only way we can describe the Earth is how we experience it, right? We can't describe the Earth in any way outside of our experience. Would you agree with that?
I would disagree with that for sure. Yeah, there's
Really?
many a tool. There's many a tool in science that can perceive things outside of human perception. You can use to measure things. Yeah, fucking oath. Like, what? Do you live in a cave?
Okay, so give me one.
Do you see in like ultraviolet light? Can you have X-ray vision of things?
Yeah,
Can
I get
like,
what you mean. No, what I mean is like what
Our-
the Earth is.
our visible
not
light
the description
spectrum
of
is
the
so
properties.
small.
Yeah, not the description of the properties of the Earth we live in, but actually what the Earth is. So not the properties of Earth, what the Earth is. Like if I'm telling you that the Earth is a sphere, then I would have a device that would show me that it's one. Yeah, you get what I mean? Be a sphere.
Yeah. So you could theoretically build that device. The technology exists. It just needs to be scaled up. Like think like the X-ray radar that they used at Giza recently to see the shit underneath it, right? Yeah. So
they
like
see
think
anything
that,
underneath
but
it?
scaled up. You could do that on a whole planet scale. Then you would know what's underneath the Earth, which I
Yeah,
find
but
is
you
way
gotta
more
think about it like this,
interesting than what's above. Honestly,
Think about
because
it
I
like
reckon
this.
there's things
Have you
underneath
poured-
there.
Have you poured yourself over the device that was used and understand whether or not the claim was that they actually saw something underneath those pyramids? Or was it something akin to they think that it's something? Because see, there's nothing really substantiated in what they were doing over there. If you've looked into the articles.
Patents on the technology that they use is verified. I've looked into that. It does exist. It is verified, and what they saw using that technology, is verified.
Yeah, but you can't
can use it.
you can't know unless you dig underneath the pyramid and find out if that stuff is actually there or if it's just a reading that the device is giving that could be not what they're saying it is. So the verifiable
In the same
portion of it-
sense,
Dude,
in the
why are
same
you talking
sense-
about what's under pyramids?
Yeah, he's trying to say that there's
Like-
devices. Hold on, Basil. Hold on. He's trying to say that there's devices that can be used to identify what the Earth is outside of what a normal person could experience. So he's saying that this device that could see underneath the pyramids could be a device that could be used to see the Earth in a way that we can't see with our eyes and experience. That's
theoretically, if scaled up.
theoretically have scaled up, but you don't know that because it's this idea you have, Basil. We're talking about right now.
that's what a theory means.
Yeah, I know, but we're talking about right now. Is there? I meant in the real world, currently, right now, is there any device that can determine that the Earth is a globe based on what people think it is and not what it actually is?
Yes,
asking you
a
that.
rocket ship.
A rocket ship. How do you know this is true, sir?
Because if you were in a rocket ship and you went up there, then either if it's true that there's a big dome, then you'll bounce off it. If it's not, then you'll fly past
We're
that
not
shit
talking
and
about
look at
domes at the moment. We're
Earth.
only talking about verifying with some device that the Earth is a globe, and you're saying a rocket ship will do that. But you've never.
Yes,
You can't
listen to what I'm saying.
you
You
can't
use the
experience
rocket
that in
ship
any
to
way.
go up into space, and either you hit the dome, or if
Yeah.
there's no dome, you fly past it,
How
and
do
then
you
you
know-
look back.
Sir,
You
sir,
look
this is
back at the
problem.
Earth, sir.
This is the issue, Basil.
How do you
think
not
that if you
understand
go-
this logic?
It's not logical because you're thinking that if you get in a rocket and you go up, you're going to go into this place called space. This is what you believe. You believe with all your mind, your heart, and soul that this is what's going
No,
to
you're not
happen if you get in a
listening. I
rocket.
said, or hit the dome, or whatever is there. You're just totally ignoring that part of what I said.
So how do you know? How do you know if you've never experienced that?
I don't know. I don't know.
No domes. We're not talking
I never
about
said I
domes
did
either.
know.
No domes. Stop talking about domes.
Congratulations.
Nobody's flying in rockets into space either.
Yeah, that's the issue, Basil. Nobody's going up in rockets, so you can't say that this is a way to prove something because you can't verify it and then say this is true. You can't do that. You're just believing a lot of stories that you've been.
Why
told.
can't I go in? Why can't I get into a rocket and go into space?
Oh, can you?
Be my guest. Go right ahead.
Have you done that?
No, I'm just saying, like theoretically, why
have you done
can't
that?
I? If there was
I'm
one
asking
there,
you. Well,
and
then
I just
if
jumped on
it's
it.
possible, Basil, if it's possible, you could do that right now. Then why hasn't it been done?
I'll tell you why. Because space is fake. That's why you can't go in a rocket.
Yeah, let's do
Sure,
this. None
but
of it.
you haven't been there. I haven't been there. None of us.
Okay,
fucking
so then
know,
why would you say it's a
realistically.
way to verify that the Earth can be a globe, sir? This is the easiest thing
Because
for you to,
I'm
for
saying,
us to debunk.
do you
dude.
understand the concept of theories, theoretical thought?
We're not talking about
You are
theories. Remember
asking
when
me
I
for a
first started?
concept
No,
of
I'm
how
not.
I could verify this.
Not a
I'm
concept.
giving you clear, plain as day logic.
Basil,
what I could do.
I
I could
was not
get
asking
rockets
for a
are
concept.
as
I could
real as
go
Star
into
Trek Enterprise.
whatever is up there, and then I could look with my senses and then
That's
report
great.
what the
But I
fuck is
was
there.
not asking for a concept, Basil. What I was asking for is a real world method in which you can verify with some device or
How the
some
fuck is
kind
that
of way.
not a real world method? How the fuck is
Then
that
tell
not a
me
real
then
world method?
if it's real, if it's a real way that you
Rockets
can
are real.
verify.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Rockets are
provide your
real.
Or you don't believe in rockets?
provide your evidence.
Are they flying into
Provide
the
my
vacuum of-
evidence for rockets.
Hold on,
You could
dude.
go to
Hold
a fucking
on.
test site where they launch.
Just a minute, dude. Just a minute. Are they flying into the vacuum of
So
space?
fucking dumb.
Are they flying into the vacuum of space, Basil? I'm asking you a question.
You're not being intellectually honest. I've already told you multiple times.
asking
I
you a
don't
question.
fucking know. I don't know. I don't
you
know.
don't know.
And you're speaking over the answer. You argumentative cunt.
You don't know. You just said you don't know. So then why would this
Always
be
said always said that. Always said that. This isn't a
so we're
gotcha
starting
moment,
off-
man. This is a
so we're
dumbass
starting off-
conversation.
Yeah, we're starting off with you don't know, and then we're moving to where that you know in some way. Because I was asking for a real world device or something you can use to determine that the Earth is what they're claiming it is, like a globe, and you said a rocket. And then at the end of all of that, after all of that, I asked you how you determine. You're saying you don't know. So there's no way to determine that the Earth is a globe. Apparently, what you're telling me.
Man, what you were doing is such low res straw manning, man. I can't be bothered. It's
You're the
fucking
one that
dumb,
said you
man.
don't know, Basil. I mean, I'm just repeating back what you said.
You're the one that said you, bro. You
Yeah,
this is
and then you
5-year-old
said that
logic.
we were dumb for not knowing what you don't know.
No.
I never said that either. And now what's
if
going on is the
rockets
tribe will back on you because you're part of the religion.
I
You'll
wanna
be like,
see-
yeah, let's throw shade on the one that's actually speaking logic.
Yeah, if you're going to provide rockets as some
Enjoy
kind of
living in a
evidentiary or logical
cult.
proof, provide evidence for the rockets.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, what a crybaby.
Yeah, it was.
He couldn't decide whether or not rockets are real.
Or if he could determine that they determined that the Earth is a globe. So yeah, it's a lot of issues. And then at the end, he's like, "I never said. I don't know." It's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if rockets are real, but you guys are stupid for denying they exist in space.
That's so funny. Hey, what's up, Braddock? Yeah, I'm just, it's the second guy that's
Sorry
brought
for
that.
like jumping all over that. It sounded like it was already a train wreck.
Oh yeah. It's been pretty spicy this morning, anyway. This is like the third caller, by my count.
Is it a full moon?
Oh no, I hope so. It's always full moons are fun.
Let's get another hater on the line.
A hater on the line. Who else we got? Well, you guys are gonna carry it on. I'm just gonna listen. I'll be on listening mode.
Who needs a shock radio DJ when people call into our show?
Me. I need that. We have Eric. Let's join the panel. Welcome, Eric.
Hey.
Hey. Is this your first time here? You've been here before.
Been here before.
Nice.
Have you been here
So
before?
I have. Yes. So you've talked to flat earthers before.
Yes.
Nice. What did they say?
Say again?
What did they say?
That it's flat?
All right. Anything else?
No, nothing, no worry.
So what is flat Earth? Okay. Jeff, does anybody have questions for him?
You like schnitzel?
I do not like schnitzel.
You don't like schnitzel?
No. Chat, does anybody have questions for Eric?
Hurry up, chat.
Okay, do you like pork or chicken schnitzel? Which one?
I prefer chicken, but I also like pork.
Do you like veal schnitzel?
Wiener schnitzel?
Veal.
What's that?
Baby cow. Mm.
Does that taste any different from a normal cow?
Well, the meat's more tender.
Oh. I never had it, but I like tender meat.
And you'll pause.
Did you call it VL meat?
That's flat, dude. That's like Earth.
So should we cook or?
Yeah, let's cook some schnitzel.
Yeah, we cooking, boy.
Fry up that
Hey,
schnitzel, babe.
Just ask him, is he a globetard?
No.
He looks like Borat, like PFP.
So you're not a globetard.
No, I'm a flirter.
Okay. Give us some facts.
Why don't you give me some facts? Now elaborate on it.
Well, usually what you do is you say things and then you back it up. Back it up. Hey, back it up. So Eric,
I don't just
you're a
say
flat earther.
things.
Go ahead. Well, you just said you're a flat earther, so
Because you asked, so I answered. Not just saying shit. That's retarded.
all right. So have you been in an airplane before?
Yes.
So did you see the curvature? What? You saw the curvature, right?
Well, unfortunately, my friend took the seat at the window. But I still had a slight view, but I don't know. That was before I was.
In your country, aren't airplanes launched by catapult?
No. That's not how we do things in Kazakhstan. We take Brittany and she runs long way through runway.
Yeah, smash. I like.
And then I whip.
And then you nay.
Are you guys all American?
Somebody save us, please.
No,
I'm
not
from
all American.
Torrid, which is the capital of the Iron Republic.
I'm actually from Tartaria.
No way. Me too,
Hey,
man.
that's your people. Borat is a strong Tartarian name, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Somebody save us, chat.
So is our friend Borat, is he a Glober? Or is it not even worth going there?
Yeah, he's definitely a Glober. Yep. Eric's a Glober. They sent me a DM. They said they're Glober with their box.
Why? Why is he a Glober? There's no evidence for it.
Eric, why are you a Glober?
Don't put nuts into my mouth. Making schnitzel.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
Schnitzer.
Not sure how much. Was that saying squeezing blood out of stones or something like that? Not sure how much juice we're gonna get out of this one.
This one's dry. But we are live.
Chat, it's been confirmed. We're live. We have Icon.
I have to say that. I have to say that when I see you, CB.
Good. Give me something to remember when I'm gone. What about Icon?
Definitely your catchphrase, bro.
I got a few. Now. I'm stacking them up. Appreciate all you guys.
Today is, I guess, the day where you get your points for the year. So
yeah, I'm gonna collect all those royalties. We have Icon.
What ended up happening to Monk this morning? I was back in the office for a while. Did he just spiral out, or did he have to get kicked out?
Yeah, he both. Yeah.
Yeah, his anger issues were. I'll give him a 7 out of 10 out of entertainment for his anger issues. He acted that part out really well.
Like 210.
He was real chill for the first hour and a half or so.
I believe he bitched more than anything else.
You know, although we're not medical doctors and we don't know, I mean, I wonder if there was any kind of blood sugar crashes going on there.
Hey, Sporadic, I just want to shout you out, bro. New Perspective put a clip of you up on his channel where you gave us the history of masonry. Dude, you were dropping gems, man. I encourage anyone to listen to that. That was awesome.
I realized I got one of the names wrong. I think I said Jean-Jacques Villermoz and I meant Jean-Baptiste, but minor point.
Same person.
I mean, I didn't fact check you, but man, you were dropping some fire. Like, you were really getting into it. I didn't know you had that knowledge on Freemasonry. I didn't know your background either, so it was nice to know more about you.
Yeah, thanks. Yep, I expose it when I can. I know stuff about it that most people in it don't know until they are trusted and are in for a while. It's even then, like, the more you know about it, the less you actually know about all of it. Nobody really knows everything about Masonry that's in it. Like, everybody's just kind of in it for historical, for tradition. I mean, it's really crazy. Nobody really knows how far back it goes or how it was founded. Everybody has come up with different origin stories, from the Phoenicians to the Byzantine builder corps under Emperor Komnenos in Constantinople to Babylon itself, even to Egypt. I mean,
the Temple of Solomon, right?
Yeah, there's no real direct link to much of that, though. Really, what we've got is modern Masonry really came onto the scene as part of the Jacobite Rebellion when the Stuart kings were ousted from England because they were loyal to the Pope. And they got hooked in with people who were Roman, because they were devout Roman Catholics. They hooked up with people that used to have lineage to the Inquisition, who recovered all kinds of occult texts from the East and from Islam and such. And so they were together doing all this research, and they kind of reconstructed modern Masonry and founded the Scottish Rite and brought that to America. What's interesting is one of the guys who brought a lot of the documents from the Inquisition, he had a patent to set up lodges by one of the Stuart kings that he linked up with. And the Stuart king had the approval of the Pope to go found lodges throughout Europe. And this strain of Freemasonry called Martinism is the meeting place, the meeting table between Roman Catholicism and Freemasonry.
So before you go on, so Martinism was after the establishment of Masonry, right?
You could say that. It more or less, well, Martinism brings together three old branches of esotericism in the West. One of them is Rosicrucianism, the actual one. The other is what's called the Knights Beneficent of the Holy City, which is basically the Templars. And the third one is kind of like a Eastern Christian Buddhist mysticism called the Way of the Heart.
Hey, sporadic.
Yeah.
Do you also think that the Templars were just a bunch of faggots fucking in Israel during the Crusade?
Holy shit.
Jeez, dude.
That's insane.
Is that
Use your
a
words,
graphic? Can I not say that live? Sorry.
You can't use slurs, dude.
What's really interesting is these guys, as they were going around founding lodges and initiating people throughout Europe in the mid 1700s and so forth to the 1800s, they're initiating kings and princes, and their initiates, these kings and princes, would get basically like cover identities, nomen mysticums, mystical names, and a lot of them like to enjoy anonymity and mingle with the public, because most of the public didn't see their faces. There are no cameras back then, and people didn't see paintings, and the likenesses that had been depicted of them are not really accurate. So a lot of these nobility enjoyed going to places like America, basically undercover, or going to Australia undercover, and conduct secret meetings. So, I mean, legend has it that the King of Prussia actually enjoyed a vacation house here in Pennsylvania today, and we have a town named after him, King of Prussia.
So would you say modern Masonry came about after the Inquisition?
Yeah, it did. After the Inquisition and following and during the Jacobite Rebellion, what was happening is basically the Vatican was trying to unite Europe together and try to retake the UK back and make it Roman again. They were also interested in beating up on the Tsars because the Russians were Orthodox Christians, Eastern Christians. They weren't Roman Catholics. They're basically as big enemies of the Pope as the Protestant reformers were. But the Orthodox have beef with Rome going back to 1000 AD, so it's a much longer beef. So basically, the Vatican was just trying to unite as many people together as they could and make Europe Carolinian again. So one of the ends that they went through was the formation of modern Masonry, and the Scottish Rite, and it was written by Masons who had the Martinist Masons that founded all this. Martine de Pasquale and Louis Claude de Saint Martin. They had a secretary who was a Jesuit priest, and he wrote a lot of the ritual work and basically tried to Christianize Masonry. At this time, Masonry was also undergoing transformation. There were basically atheistic humanist Masons, the Bavarian Illuminati, who wanted to make Masonry more deistic, more even atheistic. And there's a big meeting. They got together. I mentioned all this in that presentation I did. They had a meeting called the Convent of Wilhelmsbad, and there it was decided that moving forward, Masonry would be fundamentally Christian, even though it's really not.
So hold on. So before that, Masonry was not Christian, but there was still like any. So before that, any religion could be part of Masonry. Is that what you're saying, or did they have a different belief?
Yeah, it still is and still was. And prior to modern Masonry from the 1700s, Masonry did exist in some rudimentary forms. And it is true that it did come out of the actual Masons, call them that, the real stonemasons. The real temple builders, contractors, people that went around free for hire and helped emperors and kings and princesses and princes and queens and so on build their chalets, build their temples, help the Roman Church build theirs, help Islamic cultures build a lot of their mosques, and even went into India and built there. So they all shared the same building techniques and trades, and they learned a lot of the religious esoteric arts from each other, and they saw a lot of commonality, and this led to something called perennialism, the notion that all world religions come from one primordial religion, which is not something that mainstream Christianity teaches is true.
Sorry, what's that called?
Perennialism.
Right. I'm going to make a note of that. Sorry, whoever I interrupted, go ahead.
It's all good. It's also, there have always been mystery schools and things like that, which were absorbed into some of these other fraternities. And then, like, if you, for instance, just look at the fall of the Ming Empire, the Jesuits came in there. The Ming Empire was a flat earth. It was the last flat earth country, really. And the Jesuits came in there. They used the knowledge of the Greeks to impress the court and the eunuchs, and then were handed the princes of the emperor as charges to be taught. And then other Jesuits outside of the country were with the invasions that invaded the Ming Empire, and the Jesuits who were with the princes pulled the princes in different directions and had them war with each other. So it's a really interesting story if you go look at the fall of the Ming Empire, for instance. These different groups work in different ways throughout history, and all of them have what I call the cloak of kindness, or people within them where they're, for instance, Freemasonry, they're just Masons, or they're just people of influence within their community. And so you want to grab those people into your little cult, so that if people say, hey, these guys are bad guys, the guys who are innocent will stand up and loudly proclaim, I'm innocent.
That's really interesting. So the Ming Empire was the last empire that followed ancient Chinese cosmology. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Trace. I ran into that recently too, and yeah, I can verify. They also had for a while two competing, call it models, cosmological conceptions. A flat one and a globe one, which they borrowed from Westerners that kept visiting, and then later the Jesuits, like you mentioned.
So the Jesuits brought the geocentric model to them. Is that right? Or the Copernican model? No, it would be before Copernicus, right?
Geocentric, yeah. They had a hard time delivering heliocentrism, and they initially taught geocentrism to the emperor. Yep. Someone in the chat mentioned Schuler tuning, said that was a great drop too. I guess did New Perspective drop an impromptu presentation I did on Schuler tuning? Because my one on Freemasonry was impromptu. I was just speaking off the cuff. I'm kind of surprised that made the cut, but cool. I'm glad it turned out well. And yeah, I also went off the cuff on Schuler tuning not too long ago too.
Oh, New Perspective posted a video on it, did he? I missed that one if he did. Yeah, I'm going to look for that now because I know you. I don't know if you want to give us a very quick update because you bought Schuler tuning to us maybe 2 months ago. Have you learned more?
I haven't done any more digging, but I can tell you what it is. So, Schuler tuning is really what Globers should claim compensates for the rotation vector that airplanes and boats and satellites must experience as they go around the Earth. So, it's like, what does he mean by rotation vector? Well, you know how we talk about drop over distance, right? That, you've got your tangent plane to the ball, and if you followed that tangent plane, the ball would drop below it over distance. Well, there's another movement at play. If you were to try and maintain respect to down as you go over the ball, you have to rotate. So if you imagine like an airplane taking off from the North Pole and landing on the equator at a runway, it basically has to reorient itself 90 degrees of an arc of rotation in order to maintain down. If it didn't do that, it couldn't land. Because if it didn't rotate, the plane's undercarriage would be pointing sideways. So what we haven't heard a lot from Globies is the Schuler tuning defense, and I've been kind of surprised at this. And I'd heard about this a long time ago and never really looked into it, but Schuler tuning is a way to maintain down with respect to Earth. And what they do is they use a mathematical formula and a mathematical concept by picturing a pendulum whose string is exactly the length of Earth's radius. And when you pick up this pendulum and you pull it way up so that it's horizontal and let it go, it's going to, under the force of gravity, this conceptual pendulum is going to complete an entire periodic swing back and forth, and it will take 84.4 minutes. So, using this kind of like a clock, they're able to apply it mathematically to inertial navigation systems to tell the boat, the airplane, or satellite that it is performing this rotation as it moves over the surface of the Earth and maintains down everywhere it goes. So Schuler tuning came into play with the Skylab space station from like the 70s. It was just a small little tin can that was orbiting Earth. It had a problem. The heat shield was on the top side so that it would face the sun during the daytime part of the orbit. And Schuler tuning was implemented, they claimed, so that the Skylab capsule would rotate as it completes an orbit, ensuring that heat shield is always facing the sun. And therefore the astronauts wouldn't get cooked inside. Well, in order to do that, they claim that they put in these gyroscopes, these big fat flywheels that were tuned according to Schuler tuning and allowed this thing to rotate as such in orbit so that it would maintain orientation with respect to the sun and with respect to down. Well, the gyroscopes broke. Okay, the story goes the gyroscopes broke, and so this thing lost its ability to rotate with the orbit, and it put the astronauts' lives into danger, and they had to rescue them and bring down Skylab, and they did in a fiery explosion overhead. Schuler tunings also claimed to be employed in the International Space Station. There's like, half a dozen or dozen some odd gyros that they claim that exist. And they're all working in concert with each other to make sure that the ISS is oriented down. We can see this when we pop up NASA TV. And on NASA TV, you see how the Earth is always scrolling underneath. And supposedly, Schuler tuning is responsible for ensuring that the ISS is maintaining, basically call it a horizontal pitch with respect to the globe the entire time. So, Schuler tuning became popular in aeronautics after the Apollo missions when NASA claimed that it was very instrumental for them to land men on the moon and bring them back safely. And after that, it was introduced into aeronautical systems via circuit boards and electronic devices that would employ the Schuler tuning. And what does that mean it's doing? It's, at the end of the day, a mathematical correction for something that we know doesn't exist. It's a way to take aircraft telemetry readings, the avionics equipment. You know, you've got the gimbal gyro called an attitude indicator, produces the artificial horizon. It's this thing in a bubble, right? And when the airplane tilts up and down, this thing remains level, and the pilot, let's say he can't see outside because it's cloudy and and it's dark, can't see the horizon. He can look down at this device and it's going to remain flat and level, right, with respect to the actual horizon. And it also tells him if he's rolling to the left and to the right and so on. He also has a compass, you know, to have his heading with respect to due north. These are flat angle measuring devices, and they're not compatible with a spherical surface like the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid, from which latitude and longitude are mapped to. The Schuler tuning is a way to mathematically convert Euclidean angle measurements to spherical angles on WGS-84 to make them compatible with maps that use latitude and longitude. Isn't that interesting? So there are devices that employ this, and in my research, I did not come up with this. In the Boeing 777 Dreamliner, I think it is, the 777, there's a unit, the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, ADIRU, and supposedly this has the Schuler tuning subcomponent inside that takes all the attitude and orientation and velocity data from the airplane, again, all those Euclidean geometric measurements over flat Earth, applies the Schuler tuning to it, and bada bing, bada boom. Now you got spherical angles and spherical trajectories. You got Haversine, great circle distances, and everything else. And that data can be fed to a globe, to a lat and long map, and then have it be accurate with respect to coordinates on that map. And there's an instance where a pilot wrote in, I think he wrote into Taboo Conspiracy. This pilot said, "Hey, I'm a 777 pilot. I'm not a flat earther, but I got a great story to tell." So this device with the Schuler tuning component, the ADIRU, I don't think he actually in this knew that it was Schuler tuning. That's something I figured out myself later. But the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit is something that is responsible for making sure that I've got accurate headings for my flight plans. And he said when he was doing his startup checks before disembarking from the terminal, he was notified that this component, the subcomponent, was broken. And so he said, this isn't a big deal. Normally what they're able to do is they hot swap it. They have techs come in, they pull out the box with this component, and they have a fresh one ready to go, and they slap that sucker back in, and off they go, no big deal. Well, it turns out they didn't have one. They didn't have a replacement ready. And he got clearance to go anyway, and basically a pat on the back and said, "Sir, pilot, even though this device is broken, you're just going to have to rely on your trusty navigation skills like you learned in flight school, and you know what to do." I was like, okay, fine. So he was wondering about all the consequences of this. Like, is his attitude indicator going to get all fucked up? If he's going to be flying a few thousand miles, is the artificial horizon not going to be corrected with respect to with respect to his location on Earth, right? Because this is a gyroscope that maintains fixed rigidity in space, and if Earth is a ball, you start tilting downward, that gyroscope, that artificial horizon will be like scrolling upwards, even though you're still level, right? If Earth is a globe. So he's wondering about that and talking about all these other consequences. is his heading, his azimuthal heading with respect to north, going to get all fucked up too? Is that not going to hold true? And so he's talking about all these worries and fears, and funny enough, he was able to chart his course and maintain accurate headings and distances and everything else without that box. And he's like, it was as if it did fuck all. And he said this led him down this path of research to figure out who constructed these. And he said that he learned one of the two companies that did, and he called them and tried to get information on what these black boxes actually do, and he couldn't find anybody to talk to. There's no test data for these. You can't find information on the internet or anywhere on what happens if Schuler tuning breaks. How far off course will your flight plan be? You can't find any of this. It's all proprietary. He didn't give away the two companies, but I found two of them. One of them was Rockwell Collins, and the other one was Boeing. They make these air data inertial reference units with the Schuler tuning in them. And you can pull up Google patents and look at them, and they claim to do all this, and they work and stuff. But, I mean, we got this great testimony from a pilot who had that whole entire unit yanked out of his airplane, and he was able to fly as per normal, like nothing was amiss. I found that to be interesting. Now, I wonder if he had been using like some kind of globe coordinate system map, if that was a bit fucked up, but he said he was able to get to where he was going just fine. Anyway. Schuler tuning, folks.
Can we speak to...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, can we speak to Big Bear, see if the Flat Earth Sniper got his pilot's license? I feel a new episode coming on.
Big Bear, huh? Who's that?
I've forgotten his name. What's his name? The guy who did Flat Earth Sniper.
Oh, you mean Owen Benjamin? Yeah.
Owen Benjamin. Yeah, this sounds like an episode of Flat Earth Pilot.
Oh, that'd be great.
I mean, it's exactly the same premise, right? Like the argument is you'll need a Schuler tuning or whatever to fly over to cater for the curve, but it works without, So you could have an argument between the pilot and the co-pilot. That same situation where the black box is removed could happen, and they could have a little back and forth before they take off.
That's funny too. Yeah, like Schuler tuning is not the same as Coriolis. That's just a geometric curvature correction. Coriolis is a whole nother correction that supposedly goes into the mix that, nobody actually accounts for. Yeah, that'd be funny. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand with each other. So, yep, Schuler tuning for curvature, Coriolis for rotating reference frames.
Could I take this opportunity to ask a much simpler question?
Yeah, feel free to go ahead. We're just geeking out. No worries.
I got a little bit lost. I jumped on just because I was a little bit curious. I ran into someone and they were talking to me about Flat Earth, and I'm not very good at geography. I'm not very I'm not the person you take along to a quiz night, but I was taught globe theory through school and whatnot, and I just found myself pondering the question, since you were talking about flights, what is the actual map of flat Earth, and how do flight times and things? So, for instance, my understanding of the Earth, as I said, I was taught in school, is that it's a globe. So.
You're in good company.
I don't know.
We all were too. I was a globe earther until 4 years ago. So, yeah. Listen, so for us, hearing that's kind of like a loaded question. And this has to do with understanding what maps are in the first place.
Well, I was curious, because I don't. I mean, this is literally my first foray into this. Is the flat surface is it a circle, or is it like if you had taken a globe and you cut it down and then just unfolded it, so it's more of almost like a rectangular surface? Or I genuinely don't know. What does that flat Earth actually look like in terms of where are continents actually situated on it? And then how, because obviously with a globe, for instance, depending on where you would cut it in half, or cut it open and fold it out. Obviously, 2 points on a globe would be very close together, but if you were to open them out, then they would be very far apart. So that's what I haven't quite got my head round.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think to faithfully answer this question, we have to go into cartography and map making and astronomy.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I'm really looking for like a simple thing. Like, so my understanding, for instance, the northernmost point of the globe, as I was taught in school, would be the Arctic Circle, the North Pole. The southernmost point would be Antarctica, and then depending on wherever you're situated, you know, around the middle of the globe, your east and west will. East is one direction, west is another direction. I'm not going to say whether one country is east or west because in that model it's round, so who cares a little bit. But so on a really simple scale, like what would be due north and what would be due south? And if it is flat, is there actually a due east and a due west?
Yeah, these are
on the
big
map?
questions, right? So
Are they?
our world is doesn't really have a center. Like there's no. Some people come
Like
in
it's
here,
a
right?
donut?
No, like people come in and think that maybe flat Earth is like the pizza world map, and that's not true.
So, like, if you were to describe it with geometry, like what shape is it? Is it in a regular shape, or is it like an elliptical shape, or?
Overall, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's lumpy, but it doesn't curve. It's just not a globe inside outer space. It's not, as far as I can tell, just me speaking here, I don't think Earth itself is an object that exists within a greater realm outside of it. At least nothing that we can comprehend or experience.
It's like asking what's the shape of a mountain or a tree.
Basically, we are not
I mean,
a
but
replacement.
I can draw a tree. I can give you a few different descriptions of how different types of trees are. Conifers are generally conical. You know, eucalyptuses are more sprawling, and they tend to have like 3 branches that come off of a larger branch.
We can draw the Earth as well as you see it, because that's how you experience it, and everybody experiences it. You don't experience the Earth as a ball as you have in your mind. We are not here to give you a replacement belief system. We just falsified the religion that we came from. So we used to believe in the globe just like you, but when we check the claims and the assumptions in the belief, they don't hold water. They don't, like, the Earth isn't measured curved, and that's a fundamental problem.
So is it a little bit similar to the you often hear? Sorry, I'm going way back now. You often hear people who of like a religious background, for instance, will challenge atheists by saying, well, how can something come from nothing? Like, what happened before the Big Bang? And then generally speaking, the person who's the atheist or the more science-driven person will often say, well, whilst we don't know what came before, we do know, like, we do believe that the idea of creationism is silly, but we don't need to know that what came before, but we know that your version of truth, which is creationism, is silly. Is it like that kind of argument? It's like the globe is silly, but we don't really know what the flat is?
No, it's, you can go out right now and you can measure the waters of the Earth and look for this curvature that they claim exists there.
I'm not even talking about
there.
the curvature.
And so,
I just want to know where the
we're talking about
countries
curvature.
are.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said I could ask a question about, like, and my question was, like, where are the countries on the map?
Yeah, we're not giving you a map. So you're asking a question of something that we're not claiming. We're not claiming a map of the world. We have empirical measurements and logical arguments that destroy the current belief system that we used to belong to.
So
Yeah, listen,
No, I
listen,
understand.
mentioned
I'm not challenging a claim. I was asking a genuine question about. And so is your answer is you don't know where the countries are, but you know that they're not on a curved globe, or is it that you're just? I don't understand.
We know we know roughly the relative positions of most of the land masses. We know the lands themselves are easily measured, and we can see the maps themselves are using Euclidean geometry, and they're flat on the base level. But when you zoom out in your mind and you imagine it's a ball, that's never been verified.
Yeah, so I mean I've grown up looking at globes, so that's very easy for me to imagine, and so
We can all imagine that, yes.
I can imagine it. I've seen it. That's where I was kind of hoping to understand what the alternative view would be if it were flat.
I told you already, we're not a replacement belief system. We're not a replacement cosmology. We just have evidence that the cosmology that we were all sold as children is not true. What's so hard to understand about that?
Here, let me help her out, because she framed it in atheism and science. That's where you'll find flat Earth. Use that definition. I lack belief in models or models presented by state sponsors of religion, namely the Catholic Church and NASA. So use that definition. How do you understand what the flat earther is saying? A flat earther does not believe in model or models.
Okay, so I wanted to say something, Zafon, which is north. Okay, so I think what she's asking, if I'm hearing her properly, is that she wants to know the where is north? Well, okay, say you're in Africa, I would say Antarctica's north, or not Antarctica, the other one, Greenland, or the center.
Arctic.
But what is north to you, because you're somewhere else? And we're not spinning, by the way, according to experiments that are done with a telescope and water. The sky is spinning. Anyway, I just wanted to just pop in and say that. Did you understand? Did that help your question of where is north?
Oh yeah, I think that was a little clearer to me. Thank you for taking the time. So it's it's relative to where you are as to what would be due north, south, east, or west of you.
So how is north defined, right? I mean, this is something we can get into and I can talk about. Like, what is north? There are multiple norths.
Oh yeah, okay. So this is that's breaking my brain a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The most conventionally used north in an absolute manner is what is called the geographic position of the North Celestial Pole. So our entire coordinate system we have longitude lines that run north and south and latitude lines that run east and west. People today think of those as being on the ground, but they really came from the stars. That's how they originated. You can find old books where sailors are talking about sailing underneath 43-degree north latitude, sailing underneath the equator.
Antarctica would be the outer rim. Anywhere you are,
ma'am, it is not an outer rim.
Anywhere you are on the planet,
excuse me, stop talking.
Rim, and it'd be south.
South is not an outer rim.
Yeah, that's what I told you. That's a model that I told you. Flat earthers do not believe in models. That's called a reification fallacy. To assign a model to reality.
Yeah, could I ask another possibly overly simplistic, because I know you guys are talking about quite complicated figures and measurements and things, but just in terms of because I'm just trying to understand the concept in relation to sort of my daily experiences, I suppose. That would be the simplest way to say. Like, so for instance, we're taught about seasons in school, and how we're taught that because the globe is on a tilt and it rotates. That's what accounts for things in southern and northern hemispheres, apparently, which why we have different weather patterns at different times. What is it? Is there a theory in the flat Earth community as to how that's accounted for in different places, as well as the day-night? Like when I phone my brother who lives in the UK, he describes to me that it's night outside and I'm in Australia and it's daytime for me. Like how do I conceptualize that with a flat Earth rather than a globe? Because I've only ever been taught
Sun's closer
the
to
globe.
you when you can see it.
That's
So if
very
you're having
easy.
if you're okay.
No, go
If you're
ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't I'm genuinely asking. I'm not looking for a dressing down. But I'm sorry if it was a simplistic question. If it's boring, that's fine. I just thought this would be a good place to get some answers.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, what you do with
Did you hear what?
seasons- Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Chris. No, sorry. I was just saying. Did you hear what Jedi said? Because that's your answer.
No, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Do you want to just say it again, Jedi?
Maybe you can say it, Roots.
I guess not. Yeah, all he said was that because the sun's closer to you, so as the sun moves away from you, it takes its light with it.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
Basically, what he said.
not a 93 million mile away sun like in the globe.
Yeah, it's about the sun's angle to you as well. Like if the sun is directly above your head, it's gonna be warmer. If the sun is not directly above your head.
so the sun moves across, or the Earth moves across in relation to the sun?
Sun moves across the sky throughout the day and throughout the year, changing its position.
Correct.
So, for example, you in Australia, you can experience winter. That's because the sun is low on the horizon. You don't get to see it for long. Me in the UK, at that same time, I'll experience summer. The sun is high in the sky, and I experience the sun for a long time. That's because of the sun.
So even when the sun's when I look at it and it's up in the sky, it's not near the horizon. Yeah,
Well, if it's not near the horizon, then yeah.
Well, I mean, in midday, it's not near the horizon. It's right in the middle of the sky, right?
Think about an airplane, right? If an airplane's going over your head, right, it's right up in the sky, and as it moves away from you, it appears to drop lower in the sky and sort of converge with the horizon. It's just due to perspective, right? Or if you're looking down a long street and you've got street lights going down the street and you can see them, it looks like they're going down, 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 and they kind of converge with the horizon due to perspective.
Yeah, but if the sun is above me, but it's still winter, is it just like above me but way further away, which makes it a lot closer to someone else? So how is it?
So during the summer,
Bro, are you trying to say that when the sun is above your head at the zenith, that it's winter somewhere?
Oh, well, I mean, it's a little bit, in the way I would describe it, is it's a little bit to the north and like directly above my head here. So
then it's not winter.
For instance,
like if it's near the zenith above your head, it's not winter. Like you don't know what you're talking about if you're trying to describe it like that you're in winter when the sun is right above you. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does at midday. I don't.
No, it's much
No, it doesn't happen in winter because the sun is not directly above you. Like in no model does this happen. So I don't know what you're arguing for.
Sorry, excuse. I did allow for the fact that I said it's not directly above my. Like I can't draw a straight line from the crown of my head upwards.
That's what we're talking
it's
about.
like it's above me,
In
as
the
in
summer,
like it's
hold on.
in front
In the summer,
and upwards.
the sun is higher in the sky. In the winter, the sun is lower in the sky. Doesn't matter where you are. If you experience, all right, I'll just go and make myself coffee.
I understand. I got it then. Yeah. Sorry. Pardon me. I was picturing sort of east-west trajectory as it rises, but I hadn't considered that it's actually the other perpendicular plane that I should have been thinking about. So I get it now. Thank you.
Now look at the graphic.
Is that in the text? Sorry, I don't use Discord very often.
Yeah. So visually, we see the sun appear to rise and set as it travels across the sky. Like, the sun is always in the sky. It appears to set. Just like when you're looking down a long set of hallways, the floor appears to rise up in your vision, the ceiling appears to fall down in your vision or sink towards a point or vanishing point. The walls come into the sides. If you take those walls away, that vanishing point stretches out into a line or a horizon line. That's basically what we're looking at. It's the horizon is purely optical.
Right. And so as the sun rises in what we know as the east and sets in the west, how does it come back around to the east again to do it again?
Sorry. How does it come back around? I don't know how, but it circles and does. We can observe it for 24 hours above the horizon in the summer in the north and the south. For example, in the Arctic Circle, you can see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours for just up to 3 months of the year circling. So we can observe the sun circle above the Earth. So this is what the sun does. It circles above the Earth. It leaves your position. It's nighttime. It circles around and then comes back again and then illuminates your position as it appears to rise from the horizon. We can observe the sun above the Earth all of the time.
I'd love to see this in one of those old school models where you just see it move, the little, almost like mechanical devices where you can see it move around, just so I could really
it's called the orrery. That's called the orrery.
Sorry, say again?
That exists. It's called an orrery. It exists already.
I'd love to see it from the low Earth orbit.
An orrery. I will look that up. Well, thank you for your time, good folks. I appreciate you being patient with me.
One last gift. I live in Iceland, so I see the sun do this. So it's rising, and falling, but as I turn, it's just going in a circle. It's coming closer to me, but it's then going further away from me.
Yeah, I would love to actually see that one. I've heard that the solar displays are actually quite spectacular that far up. Obviously, my experience of the sun in Australia is quite different in terms of day lengths, daytime hours, and things like that. But thank you, I appreciate your time.
Cool. Look, there's so many different questions you probably have. You're welcome to keep asking questions or come back another time and continue. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah, no problem. Look, the main thing is we're not claiming to replace everything that the globe side claims, right? When we're talking about flat Earth, we're not even claiming to know the entirety of the shape of the Earth. We're just talking about the surface of the Earth not having any drop over distance that would be required for the Earth to be a globe, primarily over large bodies of water. So it's like a surface description, right? So flat meaning that there's no curvature that can be found over the surface, rather than a flat planet or anything like that. We're not claiming a flat disk floating in space, in the globe Earth version of space, or anything like that. So we have lots of long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe. There's such a huge amount of them now. and they've been done over and over in all different places over huge distances, laser tests, and the list goes on.
Yeah, righto. Oh well, I'll go and absorb what I've heard tonight and see how my brain goes.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thanks for stopping past. But once again, come back
No
anytime.
worries.
There's always people around.
Oh, many thank yous. Cheers.
I was going to say that if you keep coming back, you're going to get to the point where you're going to realize, wow, there's no evidence for the globe left. But it takes quite a while to realize that.
Yeah, well, that's it. I'll do a little deep dive and see where I end up. Thanks so much.
Great to have you.
All right. Happy day, evening, wherever you are. Ta-ta.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We get those questions all the time, right? Show me your flat Earth map. If Earth is flat, they think intuitively, right, that it means the globe can't accurately represent land masses and their orientation and distances and relationships. So what is it? I think it's a natural question to ask, but most people asking it don't understand really the implications of what it is they're asking itself. And what they're referring to really is a coordinate reference system.
Yeah, they don't know the history of those maps and how much those maps have changed over the years. They don't know that there's still errors with those maps, and if you try to navigate using the globe, it's not going to help. You need to use actual maps.
Yeah, there's still issues today with defining what latitude and longitude really are.
Yeah. I mean, we still see inconsistencies in shipping lanes, like especially in the south, like how long it takes for them to bring the stuff there. It's weird. And if you look at the all the Antarctic races where they claim to have sailed around Antarctica, well, it took them over 100 days, and they were going. I've seen the videos from the race. Like they were going at full speed with like insane winds at their backs. They were like jumping, getting like air for like a couple of seconds, like whole boats in the air. They're going so fast. And if you calculate their speeds based on the distance on the globe, they're literally going just a little bit above walking speed.
Yeah, like 5 miles per hour or something.
Yeah, 6 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Do you find that people are easily red-pilled now?
No, it's getting worse. They're easily black-pilled or blue-pilled. They would there's people, they realize how fucked up the world is. They see it every day, exponentially worse. Exponentially growing, where peace talks were supposedly, like, Trump was going to end the war in Ukraine. It ended with some sort of Twitter war between Putin and Trump. They're shit-talking each other on social media. And these are supposedly the most advanced space-age cultures.
Well, there were drone attacks against Putin. If you didn't know, he was droned like 14 times. They tried to kill Putin.
Okay, let's try to stay one topic. Your first question: are people getting red-pilled or blue-pilled? Which is easier? No, it's quite the opposite. People are just checking out. They're done. At this point, no one really cares anymore. They're just waiting for the downfall. They're just waiting for the house of cards to collapse.
Yeah, they're not paying any attention. Just letting it. Dominion, giving up dominion. Like, what are they doing in our skies? Are we allowed to say no? Aren't those our skies too?
See, there it is. You just demonstrated my point, the black pill.
they're climbing into the heavens. They're going into the firmament.
What?
They tried the, thing with the nuclear warheads. I heard Trump was getting ready to sign an executive order to up the electricity to make more things. Now, they've done the fishbowl thing before. The Bible says they'll go climbing into the heavens, and they need to get past that barrier that they couldn't break with Operation or whatever fishbowl. They just signed an executive order to up the electricity to make more bombs. What are they going to do with them? Oh, we know what they did with them before. I'm just saying, are they going to do it again? That which has been is that which shall be, and says they'll climb into the heaven, or they'll attempt to. I think people are getting red-pilled enough that that's the next step, is why. And it's the question y'all, I'm sure you've been thinking about for a while now. The why. Why did they lie? That's the question everyone needs red-pilled with, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, that's an appeal to motive. That's logical fallacy. You'll never know why they did what they did. And even when they're caught, when you bust them repeatedly, the government has been exposed. I mean, just think of the Trail of Tears. Just what, or weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. All these things, over and over and over again, they do these really harmful, destructive things. They get caught, and they just shrug their shoulders.
Yeah, even if they came out tomorrow on national TV and said, yeah, well, we lied because of this, why would you believe them?
Thank you all for being here. I just wanted to say that.
It's nice to hear people speaking true things.
I really liked how genuine that girl was.
Yeah,
And that's why you do the things you do. I almost broke out and sung, but y'all would think I was just corny.
we don't get too many brand new people to this asking the real basic Flat Earth 101 questions. And we're so used to hearing that kind of behavior from known trolls that when we get a genuine person coming in who is just trying to figure out what the hell this is about, it's really easy to jump to conclusions and think they might be trolling somehow.
Yeah, because that's what we've been taught to be, is skeptical of each other.
Oh yeah, the 11th Tesla rocket crashed.
Oh, last night?
Yeah, SpaceX rather. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy, there's one of those guys who always messages me, what are you going to do this time? I go, let me find it. Oh, Snackle. Yeah, here's Snackle. He's like, Starship's going to launch today. How are you going to explain that? And I said, I predict it won't even get past the Gulf of Mexico. It's supposed to go all the way to the Mars and the moon. And it won't even get past the Gulf of Mexico. So it was a blaze of glory? Did it burn up?
There is a graveyard, they call it. I noticed when they did like the shot down the China satellite and all that, where it was, they were deciding where it was going to land. And then I heard that it always lands in there's a ocean graveyard where it always lands. I think they're up to something. If there's an actual graveyard where they all land, can we get an eyeballs on that? Can we map, Can we watch? Can we, they've got us all in cubicles and on our phones and computers, but if like people started actually like figuring out where these things land, we would know where they're hitting. If we knew how the sky did move and all that, we could track how the firmament is being broken if that is what they're trying to do. Look, in the Bible, there is a star. Now, I know the sun is not a star. It says there's a greater light and a smaller light. The sun's not a star. The sun is the sun. But the stars are in the firmament, and there is a star that hits the earth called wormwood in the Great Tribulation, makes the waters bitter and a third of the population, trees, and it says actually fountains, like springs, like waters, like rivers, like is wormwood, bitter, and kills a third of the population.
It's called Apophis. It's supposed to strike the Earth in 2029.
Yeah. I've heard about that since 1995. That's the one.
That's going to be either close to or right after the peak of solar maximum for the solar
It's
cycle.
almost mid-trib. It's almost mid-trib. If it started soon. And you know they got the peace talks. That's what I've been watching for my whole life is the covenant with many, and there's almost done. Saudi Arabia's in now. They just got $100 billion investment into the United States, whatever that's about with Trump. Is the Antichrist the Syrian? He was a terrorist, and now he's the president. They wiped the terrorist part off of the Wikipedia. I need to be quiet now. I think the Assyrian might be the Antichrist.
All right, guys. So we were talking about Schuler tuning.
Leaders. Go back to leaders of the flat Earth. Leaders of the flat Earth. Who's leading the show?
We are all leaders. We're all Spartacus. Like all of us need to be fully capable of carrying the torch of flat Earth itself equally. You know, if something happens to any one of us, we should all be ready to move forward with it.
Everybody's got their use. Everybody's got their specialty subject. I mean, it wouldn't be any good. It wouldn't be any good.
Hold on, please. Let me say something, or I'll forget. Everybody has their specialty, yes, and we're all speaking it online, and so it all funnels into CERN, which is where they put billions. I don't know about NASA, but there is Simon Says. I mean, just Simon, the artificial, Artie. I call it Artie. It's up there in the space station, whatever it's doing, the artificial intelligence. So I don't know, crystals hold information.
You said it's up there?
Crystal C up there. There is a crystal C up there with loads of information, and they were building a tower during the Tower of Babel. Maybe they're trying to get to the information or something in the crystal C.
Yeah, I don't want to.
There's no space station up there.
Breaks on this in a bad way, but we should probably carry those conversations back to our home server on the Discord. Yeah,
we got a home server. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the good old 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, you're right. I need to get on there more.
So I know you haven't been around in a while, Pam, but
everybody should go over there more.
Yeah, this place is kind of like a frontline position that we've occupied. We've got a couple frontline positions, and out here, we don't deal with a lot of the fun speculation kind of stuff that we used to and did back in the home server. Our forward-facing positions here are groundly rooted in empiricism and logic and science and data and facts. And so we kind of save that fun stuff for the home server.
That's really nice of you, because after all these years, you got to have a little fun. So everybody should go over there more, and I'll check on y'all more, see if you're over there more.
Yeah, go ahead and ping people with roles. I mean, I think you're still gold, right?
I believe so, but I had to switch my account. Maybe I'll figure it out and go back to my old account.
Yeah, we need to get more people repopulating and visiting back there anyway. And some of the fun stuff might be a good way to get traffic back there while we're up here on the front lines in the meat grinder.
Have you ever heard of Ron Shekelson? He
Yeah, I
used to
remember
go
that guy.
out and get people. He went out there and got people, and he found me and a whole group of my people and brought them in. It's the most marvelous time of my life. Y'all really gave me a lot of strength and truth, and I appreciate everyone from that old server, even like the dude that like stole the sheep guy, right? The
Yeah, human sheeple.
people, yeah, with the archangel or whatever it was, Metatron.
Yep.
There are all kinds. I think that was my point, was just that everybody has a piece of the puzzle. So, but we're giving it all to the computer, which is owned by who, right? It all funnels into that one area that they give billions to undo the veil. That's what they're up to, they say. I wasn't saying for anybody to be quiet, though. I was saying that we should just keep telling the truth and tell our piece of the puzzle. I agree with what you said. Thank you all for being who you are. And one day we'll be who we're intended to be. And then I'll love you even more, like perfectly. I'll come back for some more red pills later. I wanted to say again, that was awesome, you guys, what you did with that woman. Thank you. That made my day. Have a wonderful day, y'all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
News of today is, man, it's really getting some globalists hard. I've had some multiple back-to-back extended freakouts. Here, let me show you guys the news for today.
I saw the freak out that you posted in the mod chat earlier. You really do get under people's skin, Grit. I don't know how you do it.
Well, because you just frame it, be like, hey, since you don't want to talk about flat Earth, let's talk about globe Earth. And they realize how ridiculous their position is. And rather than face the facts, they just crack.
Yep.
So here's the news with the GIF. That's all it takes. This shows you how weak their position is. Their position's so weak that you just send them a science article with a GIF, and their whole world comes down like a house of cards.
Let's ask the shrub post. He has a little gift for a U.S. service member, something on LinkedIn about flight routes. Oh, funny. Why do they curve instead of go straight? Well, we were just talking about that. If you're using a spherical coordinate reference system, you're going to have to curve the lines. Otherwise, you won't be able to triangulate distances.
Just show me the aircraft rotates and we'll believe anything you got.
Yeah.
Just show the rotation.
That's it. The simple rotation, baby. That's all you need. And we know that their rotation actually, if they once they do claim it, they'll probably claim the Schuller tuning mechanism, which is a mathematical correction only, not a physical one. We got them by the balls.
That's funny.
Yeah, like that whole Schuller tuning thing. I'm just so stuck on this. It's supposedly everywhere in every system, in every INS device, and there is no field testing data of these devices. Nothing that you can find in terms of how their accuracy was tested against real world results. No meta studies, nothing. And this is how they would account for that rotation. This is it. This is what we're asking them to provide for us.
Shrub, can you talk? Seems like he's wanting to just text. He's like, how come this Mercator projection doesn't work? Well, you answered the question inside the question. Your Mercator projection is, in fact, drumroll, a projection. It's not the Earth. And you notice that because the flight paths don't match the path that they took in reality. It's like someone hands you, like you go to like amusement park or something, like the Magic Kingdom, Disneyland. And you're like, here is the path we will take to get the maximum effectiveness and get all the possible rides we have in which order we're going to do them. We're going to use every step we take while we're there will be plotted and planned to make the most effective use of our day at the Magical Kingdom. You plan it, you rehearse it, you got it all set up. Then you get there and you're like, fuck. Our path on this map didn't match what we actually did. And you're like, well, yeah, because those were just landmarks. That map they give you, it's like artwork. It's not a functional, like, gridded out referenced map. like what your Schuler's map, or whatever you have your city maps, where you line up A and G, and this is this intersection you're looking for. It's meant to be a souvenir for your day spent there. It's not meant for you to do this. You're like, well, how come when I walked from Magic Mountain to, it's a brave, or what's it's a small world. On this map, it should have took us 5 minutes, but it took 10. Because, yeah, it wasn't the scale.
It's for display purposes only.
Yeah, so what you're doing here is called tool abuse. You took a projection, then slapped a reality sticker on it, and then peeled off the math sticker, then asked a question, how come this projection doesn't match reality? Because you fucked it up. That's why. You started off with a very deeply illogical, irrational thinking. You reified an abstraction. And this is odd too, because I could have sworn this is Groundhog's Day. How many times have I had to tell like Shrub probably this directly to his face, like one-on-one? Hey homies, check this out. When you reify an abstraction, that's called a reification fallacy. The map is not the terrain. Oh, you asked again. Okay, dude, that's the same question you've asked multiple times. Same question, same answer. Just remember. Be able to remember. So when you ask again, I don't have to repeat the same answer to the same questions over and over and over. At some point, we're going to have to troubleshoot what your error is. There's an error in learning, some sort of learning disability you have.
You know, something I don't know if I should bring up. It is a bit speculative with regards to Schuler tuning, but it can work on a flat Earth. So we have them by the balls either way, I think. how it can be conceived, since Schuler tuning is really just a rhythmic period that gets factored into the aircraft's velocity or like the ship's heading and speed. And it's based on the dimensions of a globe as conceptualized and basically turned into a sine wave, the globe shape and gravity together. And so if hypothetically, if the surface of flat Earth is a two-dimensional sphere without an embedding space, or with a higher dimensional embedding space in 3 dimensions, then Schuler tuning is just expressing the periodicity in which that manifold loops back on in itself and repeats itself. So you could introduce Schuler tuning and have it work on a flat surface that loops with periodicity. They're cooked either way, I guess, is the point. Even if they could produce, and so I don't think maybe flat Earth is really that case, but if it turns out to be, then, we still have an impasse before us. They still don't have globe proof. It's interesting, like if you were to screw with the Schuler tuning component of these inertial navigation systems, you can throw the thing wildly off course, even though all the other instrumentation should show that it's on course. It kind of makes me think about like arms control and missile guidance systems and rockets and things like this. These really highly sensitive things, NASA rockets or weapons, even rockets as weapons. If you sell something that has fucked up Schuler tuning in it, then you sell something that's slightly degraded. Or if you sell something that has Schuler tuning at all, because the person buying it from you think Earth is a globe. Like you could have like a switch, right? That maybe like in wartime somebody flicks. Like, we got to turn Schuler tuning off, folks. It's wartime. We're going to operate on flat Earth battlefield. You could conceivably have that controlled by like a radio signal or something like that, like on a satellite, right? You could have a satellite broadcast a special code, bleep, 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 and then like all the hardware that is configured to listen for it says, oh, okay, we're turning Schuler tuning off. It's flat Earth battlefield time. We need to increase the accuracy of our weapon systems. There's so many crazy cases you can come up with, in regards to this application. I could totally see the potential, upon learning about this recently, see the potential for this to be somewhat sensitive, and maybe the reason why we can't find any public data about Schuler tuning. Wow, Drace brought up a good point. Yep. What if you wanted to crash a plane into the ground? You make it think it's navigating around a ball. Turn on that Schuler tuning. Up, crash, kabloom. I got to think too that some of the devices like drones, high altitude platforms like balloons, and even if you want to go with conventional satellites, they have what's called star trackers on them to maintain orientation. They use star trackers for navigation purposes essentially, and for maintaining orientation in their local reference frames. Well, looking into these star trackers the past couple weeks, they're all celestial field coordinates that are not based on a sphere. They're based on a fucking XYZ axis box. So there's no rotational vector with respect to down around a globe. This coordinate reference system operates independent of what Earth's shape is. There's one called the Gaia system. That seems to be the most popular one. Something called the Gaia star tracking system is Cartesian, XYZ, star box, not a celestial sphere. So I'm just thinking, like, what if they put Schuller tuning in these, and then they put the Starbox tracker on these too? And yeah, I mean, you could make the Schuller tuning mechanism not do shit, and you put it in so that people who are coping with the globe just feel better about having it. It's kind of like giving a competitive sniper a Coriolis calculator so that he can punch in all the numbers and improve his accuracy, even though it doesn't do shit either. Yeah, I like what Drace just said. So Schuller tuning, the box, it would be installed and running, but not using its calculations until triggered. That would be why the pilot who had it removed had no issues. But when they do send the signal, it would cause the autopilot to crash. Yeah, I mean, could it be? I mean, speculation here. Like, what if these devices are installed in all these boxes of everything all over the Earth? And I mean, imagine the kind of power and control you would have if you had the ability to turn on and off such a correction system and didn't tell anybody about it. Kind of like a sleeping computer virus that gets activated when a signal is received. I mean, there might be some serious shit going on with this, and I don't know if we should be talking about it. Kind of amazing what you can stumble upon. Well, I guess the thing is, though, these people claim to have this stuff installed everywhere. So they have like in flight crew manuals. I found a presentation deck a few weeks ago for the flight crew, not for the pilots, but for the crew. And it was a PowerPoint deck that had a couple slides on Schuller tuning, of all things, and the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit. It was just for situational awareness, just to inform them that, hey, look, this is the device that does that. Without it, this happens. So they're telling everybody it's in all these things. And it didn't do shit for that one 777 pilot. The plane operated the same without it as it had with it. All the flat Earth instrumentation worked just fine. All the wonderful Euclidean, Cartesian mathematics, the angles, the flat linear angles and everything of elevation and azimuth, all that worked just fine over thousands of miles. Schuler tuning is supposed to provide basically instantaneous corrections. If you remember, I don't know, some of you guys may be old enough to remember the first commercially available GPS devices like the TomToms and the Garmins. You'd set them up on your dashboard, and you know, the initial ones are kind of good. Sometimes your little car on the map would not be tracking directly on the road, and you'd have to wait a while, and eventually it would snap to it again. And then sometimes it'd get off course, and then it would snap to the road again. So you may find yourself looking down at that map, and your car looks like it's in the water when you're actually on a bridge, and then it would snap to it. So I think you can envision Schuler tuning as being something like that. It is correcting for map distance, not real world distance. And so while you're actually driving on a bridge, if you're using something like a spherical grid where your great circle route is bending, even though you're going basically in a flat linear distance, there's going to have to be a mathematical snap to the grid going on. And that's what Schuler tuning does. Schuler tuning is snapping everything to the spherical grid from a planar. That might be one of the best ways to think about this. This is new, folks. I haven't had a lot of experience talking about this, and it's a new topic for me. So I'm just kind of spitballing here, coming up with different ways to present this idea. Schuler tuning is snapping to a spherical grid. That way, where you are, when you look around locally, fits the map that they might be using globally, WGS 84. One of these things is not like the other. Yeah, Schuler tuning is entirely software driven. It is not mathematically it's described like I did with the pendulum, but it's really just a frequency harmonic. .4 minute period. It's a big sine wave that takes 84.4 minutes to come back to where it started again. So you can kind of picture a graph and a sine wave going up and down and up and down, and the up down up cycle takes 84.4 minutes. And they just install this harmonic, and it magically, like, it's really brilliant actually. No matter what heading you're going, no matter what velocity you're going, no matter even what altitude you're at, it's going to work. It's going to correct you mathematically for the rotational vector going around a ball. The German guy who came up with this in the 1920s, a brilliant man. Around the time they were doing rocket development, wasn't it? Huh. But it wasn't used in aeronautics, not in a widespread fashion, until after the Apollo missions. So that means older airplanes that did not have software components like they do today, especially the ones that had mechanical gyroscopes, mechanical navigation systems, flywheels, pendulous vanes, and all that, they were operating under pure real-world Newtonian mechanics and principles. Agent is asking, basically, if it was designed for ships initially or submarines. You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to have to go back and check. I know I've got this old Northrop Grumman inertial navigation system manual, which is interesting in and of itself. I'm going to have to check to see if they employ Schuler tuning, but I initially grabbed that manual because it talks about how to calibrate the gyro compass. You know how Globies like to say that they're these mechanical gyro compasses? In this case, it's actually a fiber optic
gyro compass, how they automatically point towards the North Pole if you let them oscillate a long time. Well, this manual says don't do that because it's not going to work. And to manually get your initial calibration, either by punching in your latitude and longitude and your orientation, or slaving it to other systems to feed it navigation data so that it can compute it itself and then get started. Basically said, don't let it run on its own. It's not going to work. It's not going to seek north on its own. So, I mean, I'd imagine too, ships, in particular submarines, would need something, if Earth is a globe, would need something to account for curvature. You know, you're trying to maintain a certain depth and you're going over the abyssal plains underneath the the Pacific or Indian Oceans. Yeah, you're going to need to track with Earth curvature, and you're going to need to maintain down, and you're all disoriented underwater because you're not doing anything visually. So yeah, maybe they tell the crew, hey, we got Schuler tuning, folks. You don't have to worry about going straight in the sub long enough and coming out of the water. The submarine is going to automatically reorient itself with respect to down electronically. It's cool, guys. We got it. Fly by wire, drive by wire. Schuler tuning will feed into the rudder and into the frickin' whatever elevators you call them on the subs. It's going to maintain down, folks. We got this. Probably started with some annoying crewmate asking this exact question. Exactly right. Some crewmate with a NASA fucking shirt's like, but if Earth is a globe and we got these gyroscopes, don't we have to orient the horizontal reference plane with respect to down? Why, yes, Billy. We have something called Schuler tuning. Schuler tuning takes care of it automatically, Billy. No problem. You see, Schuler tuning, Billy, helps the submarine system stay accurate as it floats over the Earth curvature, rotating the horizontal reference surface by using a mathematical model of a giant pendulum with a length equal to Earth's radius, and it swings every 84.4 minutes. See, Billy, this conceptual pendulum just mimics how gravity and the Earth's rotation affect the horizontal plane's motion, particularly the rotational vector, the angular velocity that we measure with our ship's gyroscopes, Billy. If we tune the Schuler tuning mechanism to match this, it'll adjust for Earth's curvature and spin, and it makes our navigation error so small, and it basically snaps to that spherical coordinate reference grid that you know and love, Mr. Billy. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this Schuler tuning, folks, has been one of the coolest rabbit holes I've gone down. It's like, we ask Globies all the time for their evidence of the rotational vector. Nobody's come up with Schuler tuning, and meanwhile, we've been sitting on this whole time because we know what we're asking for, and they don't. And we get flummoxed when they can't produce it. Maybe it's because we've looked and we thought it might be there too, but nope, we know it's not out there. Just like the Earth's radius measurement doesn't exist, just like those curvature measurements don't exist. We got nothing to validate that Schuler tuning even exists. Because it's all part of the same thing. Yeah, Schuler tuning is directly related to curvature and gravity. Directly related. All right, I heard somebody go, ba-ding. Who's showing up? No. It's funny because the whole concept of Schuler tuning is to correct for errors that they claim would show up if Earth was a globe, which means those errors don't actually exist in reality. if they could produce those actual errors that they say would happen if Earth is a globe as a result of using their Euclidean angle measuring devices to track their heading and elevation, that means that they're measuring Earth curvature. So if they could produce those errors that they claim exist in the first place that Schuler tuning corrects for, that means they would have an Earth curvature measurement to produce. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Right. And they don't. So we're still fundamentally asking the same question we've been asking as a community for 10 years. Who measured it, how and when? So if Schuler tuning is real, show us the errors that show up as a result of using Euclidean geometry. Show us the mismatch between planar and spherical. Show us that curvature measurement. You know, the more I talk this through, the more I'm like, this Schuler tuning probably is the canard. It's not actually being used anywhere.
So let me flip that script on you a moment. I'm obviously late into the conversation, but the other end of this is, on one hand, GTs tell us, oh, well, we've got this software program that can tell us where a satellite's going to be 20 years from now. However, every day, NASA and other organizations send out what's called Keplerian elements to show where the satellites actually are.
Right.
So without that day's update, you can't follow it. So
Keplerian coordinate system, though.
Say again.
Yeah, so how they send up those updates is they use angular tracking on the ground, and then they tell the satellites where they are in Kepler coordinates.
Yes, and so I think that more or less they're published once a day, but I think they actually update them internally, I think every 8 hours, or maybe it's every 6. So somebody can probably fact check that.
Yeah.
But point being that, like you're showing the opposite, well, you know, more or less the inverse, because they both add up to 1. And the fact being that if you have to have an update where a satellite is every day, that's probably because they're pretending that it's big ball-tard. And yeah,
I think Schuler tuning is a way to make everything compatible with everything global. It's compatible with WGS84. It's compatible with Keplerian orbital elements with respect to WGS84 coordinates. So, you know, the Keplerian orbital elements don't presume a dimension to Earth at all. They treat it as a point.
Correct.
Yeah, but you can map it to the surface by just expanding a reference ellipsoid inside from that point, and then do the transformations. And KOE, right, is just one coordinate system. It's a mathematical model. It's kinematic, not dynamic. So you could easily employ. And what's really interesting is they use like an Earth-based Keplerian orbital reference system. So even though Kepler envisioned the solar system with the sun in the center, they can do all kinds of conversions. They could conceivably put the satellite's Keplerian orbital elements into a sun-centered instead of Earth-centered like they normally do frame of reference. It's going to look all effed up, but it's going to work.
Yep.
Yeah. Long before George Norrie screwed up Coast to Coast AM, I used to enjoy listening to that back in the day. And back when Art Bell and some others ran the show.
Yeah.
And somewhere about 2005, 2004, they had a guest who his name was UFO Phil. And he'd come up with some entertaining content for a while. And one of his things that I still get a laugh out of, and I'm going to do with my twins sometime soon, is we're going to build a time machine. And so his time machine actually did work. It's really cool. You get in it, it takes you 5 minutes into the future. You know, and to his credit, it doesn't take you any longer than 5 minutes to get there, but they're still working on getting it a little quicker than 5 minutes. And every time I hear them talk about corrections for this and that because of the Globetard, I think back to his 5 minute time machine that takes 5 minutes to get there.
Yeah, I think there's an obvious relationship here with Schuler tuning because it's a frequency, it's a harmonic, it's a time component. So if you're correcting geometry in 3 space over time, you can alter time as well as space dimensionally using mathematics to correct 4 positions. And then you can call that like relativity corrections, right?
Right. Yeah, you know, like when you start out in your college level math classes, they start throwing you off and talking about negative time, this and that. And then, of course, it's the setup to the fact that you can't have negative time, but yet they you get on to see other places that do calculations where they've got negative time and all sorts of other stuff that can't exist. For the globe that don't rely on undisclosed error correction. And when I say undisclosed error correction, like the Keplerian elements, you have your formulas for how you use those Keplerian elements. So GT will tell you, oh, well, we got mathematics for where satellites are, but they don't disclose exactly how those values were derived. They kind of do, but they kind of don't. But as far as the person taking those elements and using them, they just get them from a black box, which is called NASA, which we learned yesterday morning must be true because it came from a .gov website. So what formulations are actually used in talking about various aspects of the Earth that don't have these black box error corrections?
National Hamburger Day. Did Shrub ever mic up? Because I know I took the dogs out for a little bit there. No, like squawk and run, just text, skank, and.
Hey, and Roots, are you hiding around here?
All right. Hey, sorry, folks. I had to take a call. Anybody else around? Just me?
No, I'm here. I just, the conversation kind of petered out.
Well, take the reins, Crit. You got something you must be able to spur conversation with.
Yeah. Let's see here. The earlier with the GPS. So a lot years ago, I was on a global server, and that guy who was like the doctorate in earthquakes, he was like anti-flat Earth for a while. Shit, I'm drawing a blank on it. He hasn't been around for years. You guys, you kind of recall who I'm talking about? Oh, Tony, PhD Tony. I know it's true. Like when you stop thinking about it, it comes to your, you know. So I was on a server with PhD Tony, and he's got a doctorate in seismic shadows or something like that, and he tried to model it, you know, mathematically model predicted shock waves on the flat Earth or something along those lines. So we're in the call, and we're just like a group chat, and it was part of another server, and so it was like a group call for this other server. And at some point, we're talking about flat Earth, and he just melted down, just out of nowhere. I can't believe everyone's gonna just sit here and let Crit call me a liar, telling me my whole education, everything I've ever done, has all been lies. Because apparently I didn't know this, but he worked for some GPS company now. So then I'm trying to figure out, like, what the fuck, right? And then, of course, there's some shit stirrers who like, yeah, why is Crit doing that, you know? And other people are like, dude, he's talking about flat Earth. He's not talking about you at all. Where are you getting this from? Where did you add you into what Crit was talking about? So finally, after like about 45 minutes of diffusing the situation, he finally agreed that as long as I don't use GPS, I'm not talking about him. Because in the story, I basically told the same thing that Amish was talking about earlier. I had like not one of the very first, but like, you know, early on, you know, when those GPS things, yeah, I'm not even sure what year this was.
Yeah, I have on top of Garmin.
Yeah, like early 2000, 2002, maybe. I don't remember.
Mine was from 2000.
Yeah, it was really early on, and the thing was hot garbage, literally hot garbage. It was just constantly saying recalculating. It was just an annoyance, really, at that point. And it would never get you on the right road. Like, it was always trying to snap you to some grid. Like, it gave you GPS coordinates, and somehow all the device would do would try to snap you to some map that were always reloading. Like, the map would only cover a certain distance and have to reload. The map would reload and it would try to snap you to the appropriate location, not remembering where you just came from. The freeway driving was the worst. Like, if you went over a bridge, it would fuck it up big time. Like, it suddenly wouldn't know what road you're on. And especially a bridge where, like, the on-ramp, they moved the on-ramp a little bit. It had been a few years. So the maps were already out of date before I even got the thing. You know, like, and then it was like, do you want to update the maps? Here's like another $80. It's like almost could you buy a brand new one at that point. So then, you know, my sister got it.
Yeah, because I remember that. Yeah, I remember mine was like $300, and then I was looking at updating the maps, and it was like 6 months or a year later, and it was like $80 or $90 or $100 to upgrade the maps, and then you could buy new ones for at that point, because that was like 2001 by that point, and they were maybe $120 instead of like $100 on upgrading the maps, and they just got cheaper from there. And the other thing to add in real quick was going down I-77 through the tunnels was really strange, because it would still show me going through the tunnel, and it would show exactly where I was. Then I would come out the other end of the tunnel, and then all of a sudden it would play that reconnecting game for 5 minutes, and then I'd be going into the second tunnel, and by then it had captured it, and then I'd come out the other end and it'd play the reconnecting game another 5 minutes.
Yeah, if you went through a tunnel, you basically had to stop, pull over, and just wait for it to connect. Like if it lost signal and you kept moving, it was done. It would not. It wouldn't be working the rest of the trip.
Yeah. And then I remember that because about 2002, 2003, they started talking about these various organizations that, like, if you had a trucking business or something, you could buy you could then buy an additional thing that you installed at your terminal, and with the slight license from the FCC, then it would connect into the GPS units in the tractors, and then it would show exactly where you were. And so then they started talking about the cell phone companies doing it instead.
A Schuler tuning override. A detuning, if you will.
And then I also remember with the XM satellite radio crit.
Oh,
the exact same thing. But now I don't want to get you too far off the topic and down too many rabbit holes. But if you would, did you leave it at least amicably with him? I know he asked you to no longer talk about GPS, but where did you all leave that off at?
So it led off with basically like someone like I don't know how. Okay, somehow it got onto role playing games just out of nowhere. I'm not really sure exactly. I was just thinking about this. So he's really upset. He's very triggered. He thinks I'm calling him a liar. I haven't talked about him at all. I didn't even really pay attention to who was in the call. It was just like, hey, here's a group of people. Let's set up a group call away from the server, and let's see where Crit's coming from, or something like that, right? Like a peacekeeping measure. Then at some point we maybe it just diffused, and we had talked about that we were doing like a role playing thing too. So he's just like, oh, hey, Crit, I gotta leave. What was the next time we're gonna play D&D? Or it was like something like that, just an off comment. And then suddenly he just turned instantly functionally normal and started talking all about his gaming groups and how he would like to get involved and start, and maybe like if we got an open spot or if somebody's gonna be missing for the session, could he add like a side character or something? And I'm like, Tony, you just spent the last 45 minutes very upset with what I've said. How am I going to be a DM and play a role-playing game with you when we don't have effective communication? And then that's when he came up with, well, as long as you don't use GPS, then I knew you weren't talking about me. I'm like, yes, Tony, I haven't used GPS since like early 2000 when I realized it was hot garbage. I never even bothered to even give it a second look. And then he was normal. Then after that, it was kind of normal. And then he just kind of faded out. And I don't think he started leaving servers and kind of just bowed out of the community. So I mean, I think it ended okay. It just seems like it's something I had said, which I don't know, and he didn't take questions on or explain. Somehow invoked him into the conversation, which he added himself to begin with. It was like a group call. Who wants to join it? So it wasn't like I jumped in it. See, it's quite odd. It wasn't like he was there talking about GPS. Then I added in my story about GPS. It was like, hey, it's kind of weird in server. Let's make a smaller group chat and let's talk to Crit about Flat Earth and just, instead of making it, instead of people trying to jockey for position and stuff, who wants to join? And he raised his hand. So I've always tried to figure out what tips people off. Or not tip them off, that sounds like what is the point where suddenly and deliberately, out of nowhere, he added in himself to what I was talking about. I mean, it can make sense. Like, say if someone's talking about police accountability or something like that. I don't know, someone's talking about like, hey, I don't like going to the mechanics because a lot of mechanics are shisty. They or whatever. I'm trying to think. That's not even fair. Or plumbers or whatever, right? Like you're talking about somebody, and they're in the call, and they might feel like their identities are being threatened because they're like, hey, I'm a mechanic or I'm a plumber or an atheist or whatever. What you just said was very unfair. But I wasn't even talking about a profession. I wasn't saying people who work in the GPS. I wasn't like the technicians or whatever. I just was like, my personal device is garbage. I was talking about the device, not the guy who made it, not the guy who sold it to me. Like, what a shiesty salesman. This guy told me it would be the next best thing. It's basically like having someone in your passenger seat reading off a map for you, And then I get it plugged in, and it's like having someone sit next to me who just keeps saying recalculating over and over again.
Well, I mean, GPSs now are good.
So that sounds like to me that he's got some issue as far as he, that's kind of that admission of guilt kind of thing to me. That's what it sounds like to me.
I mean, GPSs are good now.
Hold on, dude. Yeah, like he was realizing that he did have kind of a shitty product to market, and didn't really want to account for that. Be like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. It was sort of like a space is marketing. Hold space age technology in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, it's interesting, because of my profession, I hear it all the time. You all are scumbags, et cetera, and it's interesting because on the other hand, I usually laugh and say, well, that depends, and end up with a discussion of what it is exactly that we do. And then people leave like, wow, I didn't know you all did all that. I didn't know there was all this stuff going on in the background. And so, when somebody takes that personal slight out of talking about a product that they may or may not have had anything to do with, that usually shows to me that they are one of the shysters, likely, that they're likely one of the shysters that they're pretending to gripe about, because nobody except a shyster would have thought that.
What's a shyster?
It's like a con man. So yeah, I totally get that too, because they thought, like in their worldview, they were doing something good. Like this is the high mark of their career or their life's work. And then when they finally get it out there, and they're like, fuck. Like, it did more damage than good. It basically, you've got people now who don't even know how to drive to the corner market without firing up their GPS. They can't remember shit. They're constantly distracted. They're looking at their devices. They're looking at their phones. They think the car is piloting itself, and they get in like traffic accidents. Like, think of all the collateral damage that's been done simply by people not trying to pay attention to the next maneuver they have to make, what lane they have to be in. I mean, have you seen these? Like, one of the things I had saw, like these TikTok videos of somebody on the freeway, and they missed the exit ramp. They stop, then go reverse, and cause like a 10-car pileup, and then go up their exit ramp. Think of the damage.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Yeah, just think of the damage that these devices have done to just basic logic and reason. That they thought Just because their GPS told them, turn right now, they did that. They just turned right now. They didn't think about, oh, go to the next exit, or you missed it, or whatever. Turn right now.
There used to be, and I'm guessing there still is, but there used to be a really fun fascist book group that of semi trucks who the drivers did exactly that. That they ended up like in these areas out in the country. They ended up driving and destroying these 150-year-old wooden bridges and other things like that. And they passed 20 or 30 signs that said no trucks, weight limit, height limit, and they passed every one of them. But Crit, why do you think it is that so few GTs can actually talk about this topic without getting enraged like our friend from this morning?
Yeah, because they have this ego attachment to the Baltard. Like somehow all of humanity's problems will be solved. Everything will be just fine. You just got to get human consciousness out into space. And suddenly everything will get fixed. Then when you tell them nothing's going to get fixed, there's nothing new under the sun, it's exponentially growing, the problems are getting worse, not better, this giant leap forward for humanity didn't change anything, you'll never go to space, there's no space to go to. Then they start thinking if they just eliminate you, they can make it happen.
Yeah, it's interesting because in my profession, one of the things that's encouraged is if you see something that somebody else is in a bad spot, you mention what maybe you see and suggest that they go bring that up to their professional. And what's interesting to me is how sometimes some very innocuous suggestions can lead to big, long, involved arguments of people who are absolutely uninformed and absolutely just out in left field. And then something happens, and then they pay the price for it. And then then when they come back, it's like, well, not for anything. It wasn't my responsibility, but I advised you X, and you didn't even discuss it. You didn't even consider it. In fact, you just got angry. And so I'm not sure really how to help you now. Because those people will then come back, well, you told me this and I didn't do this, so what should I do now? I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you, my friend. But it's interesting because I see this happening not just on this topic. It seems like there's a bunch of topics that unleash some sort of mind control thing that gets them so they can't even think rationally. What was that? There was a book that had the word Fnord in it, and so when the subjects of that place saw that word Fnord, they couldn't even think. It messed up their logical reasoning and abilities, and I think this is today's version of that word. But anyway, I got to get into the house here. I just pulled up. Mom and the boys are sick, so I'm going to try to watch the boys this afternoon and try to do some work from home. However, how minorly productive that'll be. But I appreciate the chat and have a good afternoon.
Yeah, you too,
Yeah.
man. It's nice hearing somebody in here.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah.
You know, I always try to make content. Notice I didn't say I always try to make interesting content. But hey, anyway, have a good day, and I'll see you all soon.
Yeah. Anybody else in here vocal like that? Who's going to take over?
I'm around. I'm sure Crit's around. Grace pops in and out. BJ too. So yeah, you got a panel. What's on your mind?
Oh, sorry, I'm on a phone, so it took me a while to navigate back here. What's on my mind? I just got back from a camping trip, so I'm all sore, laying in bed. And I was looking at the sky out there, and I was like, ooh. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I still do that, man. I've been into flat Earth for a few years now. I still look at the sun and the moon and the sky, and I'm like, you know, everything just feels a little bit closer than I used to think.
It got me thinking of how, even though I was sitting in a chair out in the woods, it's kind of uncomfortable to look straight up in the air. And I realized that nobody's doing that shit. Nobody's looking up. They're looking down at their phones. They're looking at their computer screen, their gaming console screen, and then their phone again. And then their phone some more. And then the back of their eyelids. And then the phone again when they wake up.
Yeah, that's how it is. People are so transfixed on their devices. It's kind of good for them.
It's ironic though, because we are right now, but we're using it for a different purpose. We're not like I don't know, looking for chicks on Snapchat or something, or OnlyFans or whatever. We're here having discussions about important stuff.
Yeah, and the people that come in here to argue with us are doing that with these devices. It kind of feels like an episode, or not an episode, but like being a character in that movie Idiocracy. You ever see Idiocracy?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I love how the Crocs, the shoes, you know, they have like the people said we didn't mean it. You know, like we weren't sure what shoe wear would be like in the future, and there was like this really obscure sort of thing. And we thought, sure, just buy a bunch of those and we'll throw them in the movie. And then, you know, it's like how they just exploded ever since then. Now they got these little buttons, like these little like pieces of flair you can poke into the holes. It's like, holy crap, they're customizing their Crocs. You're like, it's like that meme from like or God, like God. Hey, I wonder what's going on down there, right? And one of the angels like is holding up a Croc. They're poking holes in their Crocs. And...
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I know.
I was just doubling down.
I forgot my mic was unmuted. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, in this world, it's kind of similar. Everybody thinks you're stupid for noticing things that they don't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That with that lady who came back, was it Mystery or Miss a Tree or something like that? I go, people like, are they red pilled or blue pilled? No, they're fucking black pilled. The whole world is so fucked up so often and at such an extreme level that people just stopped noticing. And then you tell them, notice what's going on in the world. You got two world superpowers engaged in the Twitter war. Pay attention, and they get mad at you. Like, why are you fucking up my vibe? I just want to eat my high caloric, low nutrient diet and watch the Kardashians. And then when you finally get them to pay attention, then they flip out and they want to exterminate.
Are y'all familiar with the acronym SAI? Googling it is cheating.
No, I had never heard of it.
It's related to the chemtrails. It's a stratosphere.
That's a different topic. It's a different topic. It's a different room. Go to the conspiracy room or something.
Oh, okay. Just not to stay on the subject. Does that mean that's like people think that's like a conspiracy theory here?
No, it's just not related to the room topic, flat Earth. Generally, anything related to the sky is looking the wrong direction. That's up. We talk about down. So uppity, not downtity, not uppity.
All right.
The main reason is just parsing out which way up and which way down. But also, if you want to talk about chemtrails or whatever, you don't need this topic to do so. There's people who think the Earth is a globe who also think that chemtrails. So by framing it inside a flat Earth discussion, it kind of poisons the well. Because now you're factoring out some of the people who would want to be part of the conversation who also don't want to talk about flat Earth. Like your Alex Jones types. See, Alex Jones would talk to you all day long about how they've put chemicals in the water that have turned the frogs gay. But he won't talk to you about flat Earth.
That's the common misconception. Is talking about proof that the atrazine does cause that type of behavior.
Yeah, and I'm saying that if you want to talk about that, you got other channels to talk about that.
Yeah.
Here in the Flat Earth channel, we talk about, believe it or not, flat Earth, which is the ground, which is down.
Yeah, I'm with you on everything except for the not looking up thing, because a lot of looking up in the air, chemtrails excluded, is where, the whole flat Earth thing, a lot of it's focused on, with stars, Polaris, things like that, seeming to rotate around a stationary ground. So I think I get what you're saying about poisoning the well, so I'll keep that in mind, but looking up is a big part of it to me.
It is a big part. In the right context, it's suitable. Like the globe was created from looking at the stars.
Yep. I always love the argument when it's like you're in a room, a big flat room, it's like, oh, look up, look at the light source on it's a chandelier shape, so that means what we're living on must be a chandelier shape or something along those lines.
Yeah, the issue is that a lot of people come in here and say, okay, if Earth is flat, then how does the moon work? You know, if Earth is flat, how come I can see a shadow on Venus?
And then any answer you give them, you just get personal incredulity.
Yeah.
You break down the physics of water, all of it, explain flat Earth completely, and they come back with, so is Mars also a flat?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's so annoying. Yeah, spend 30 minutes on a technical topic, right? Yeah, regarding the natural world. But then how's the Mars rover sending back 8K footage if Earth is flat?
That's so funny.
Oh, okay, you explained hydrostatics of water and air pressure and how they reach equilibrium. Great. And you explained the molecular bonding of the thermodynamic boundary layer. Great. How come Mars looks round?
I mean, this is on subject, right? The whole Katy Perry Blue Origin thing with the questionable shape of that rocket and all the other stuff that's around that. How she's trying to sue Jeff Bezos, and he banned her apparently from even using Blue Origin because all the controversy around it. How everybody just says it's fake. It looks fake. That's an interesting topic because it's pretty recent.
Yeah, and even if it was real, which it may very well be, it doesn't prove Earth is a globe.
Yeah, just like the Red Bull jump, that thing.
Yeah, even if there's an ISS of some kind that's floating around up there super fast, doing something, and people are in it, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe either.
Yeah, that was always my biggest thing. When I would watch so much footage from them on the ISS, how they use the bathrooms, how they sleep, how they, eat and drink, do their hair, wash their hair, all this stuff. And even though there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on there, that was always one of those things that kept me held up. Like, well, oh man, I guess we're really up there in lower Earth orbit.
Yeah, those are the kinds of things that, like the forensics, right, that bust cold cases apart for criminals, right? The things that people don't normally think about, the details, sometimes unsavory details that we try to avoid talking about, like going to the bathroom. Those are the things that will get them. Yep. Like, how are you going to the bathroom up there, guys? Like, what happens if you have an upset stomach?
I always see a contradiction with that stuff too, because they're talking about how they gotta be super careful. There's a lot of electronical components and stuff around here. We gotta be real careful not to get water anywhere. And then it's like, okay, we're gonna squeeze this water into this rag, and we're gonna see what happens. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, they're leaving like cups of water around that supposedly anybody could knock over and upset. And why is the water still in the cup anyway? Yeah, there's so much with it alone that, I mean, you can bring it into a flat Earth context, right? If these things are indeed orbiting, if there is a tangential velocity to the globe that these things are orbiting by, then how come over time you don't have the occupants inside and everything in it eventually going up towards the ceiling? Right, so you go to bed and your spacecraft is in orbit and it's rotating. You're floating in free space. You are without anybody touching you, without anybody moving you, without you attached to anything. The aircraft is doing a curving arc and a rotation about you to complete an orbit every 90 minutes. You should be at some point during your sleep migrating towards the top, along with everything else in there. But they don't talk about that or show that.
Any way you slice it, the whole this whole thing is very, very, very fascinating. And sometimes I fall out of it for a while. I'll stop being in servers like this or whatever, and then something always pulls me right back in, man. You know, one point I always make is if all the heliocentric stuff that they tell everybody, if all that's all real and it was all true, that's something that we should be talking about like every second of the day, because that's like spectacular. You know what I mean? Like moving in all these different directions and speeds through ever infinite space and all this crazy stuff. Like if that's all true, we should be talking about it every day. There should be a live stream of the Earth from a camera on the moon if it was all real. Like it's just so weird.
Yeah, wherever there's an opportunity for exploitation, humans take it. And there is that opportunity there, and they haven't taken it.
Do you think that these astronauts might know that the Earth is flat and they're keeping it from us? Because I don't necessarily think that's the case. Not at all.
I think it was for a few, especially like Buzz Aldrin and what's his name, Armstrong. Just they looked really miserable when they came back. Like they're loved and praised for something that they didn't even do, and they probably ate at them forever.
Yeah, but does that mean that they went somewhere to see that the Earth was flat? Probably not.
You know,
I mean, probably not. I mean, I would argue that not even they would have been in a position to know Earth is flat. They could have been vacationing on like Guam or Taipan or something.
I don't think any human's been high enough to be able to, even if the Earth was a globe, I don't think any human's been high enough to view it as such.
This is part of the reason why I say that, like, I don't really buy into the idea that there's some grand conspiracy to hide flat Earth, and these people at the top know it. I very much lean towards this being a delusion.
or at least a very, 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 very small amount of people know.
Yeah, there probably are. There are probably some people that know. You know, there might be some engineers, some people working here and there, just handfuls of people, and Lord knows how they cope with it. But
I think they know, though, if they're in that position and they know, or they think they know, that if they were to say something about it, it would ruin stuff for them because of everybody's cognitive dissonance. So they keep it to themselves. Maybe come online under a weird alias and discuss it in servers like this. You know what I mean?
yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Could be a way for them to blow off some steam and. Yep.
100%. And know when they go back to work and they go on social media, they got to hush it all up.
And people wonder, gee, how come all these flat earthers are seemingly so technical?
Because they tried to make sure. I feel like a lot of people that are really into it deep, they literally studied and tried and tested and made hypotheses and did all this stuff. And then they were like, holy shit. And it's like that's why life is crazier than any movie. You can watch a movie or a TV series or play a video game that has this compelling story and this, that, and the other. But there's so much to appreciate and be captivated by with real life stuff, like real life conspiracies or mysteries and stuff like that. It's just so exciting. take off the VR headsets and fucking look up.
Have you guys read the Barron report?
I don't read much.
I don't know what that is.
So, following the Apollo 1 disaster, tragedy, so claimed to be anyway.
Oh, the Gus Grissom report?
Yeah, Barron, he was a quality control inspector for NAA, which was contracted to build all the parts.
North American Aviation?
Yeah, so Thomas Ronald Barron.
I'm so flat Earth you wouldn't even know.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
All right, continue. Not you, Alex. T-Dub, thanks.
He was really up in arms about prior to the deaths of those men. He was up in arms about the incompetency and a lot of the stuff that he was told. He said at first, I was told this is serious stuff. I want everything reported. The tiniest little bit of incompetency or inconsistency, anything, no matter how minor you think it is, I want it reported. You and your team report everything. Right? And so he started doing that. And then he got kickback for it, he got criticized for it. And then after that incident, with the Apollo 1 astronauts, he wanted to extend his reports, right? And so there's some of it's available online. NASA even published some of it, right? But sort of downplay it, right? And they even mention, right? So after he testified in front of Congress, right, about his findings, a week later, him and his wife and his stepdaughter or whatever, or his kids, not mysterious, they died in a car accident involving a train.
No, really?
Yeah.
Involving a train.
A train.
Boy, if you want to make sure something happens, that's how you make sure something happens. Wow.
Right.
Dude, I never looked into this aspect. I've always kind of heard bits and pieces of it. I need to look into this some more.
I'll post NASA's take on it in the side chat.
Man, you become too big of a target for the most important things to them, and this is what happens. And to think this has nothing to do, really, I would say this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No.
This is all about projecting power and fulfilling national policy.
He says in there that he was going to all different sections of the facilities that he was assigned to evaluate, and he was talking to employees, and half of them, most of them, didn't even know what they were supposed to be doing, and they would get moved around and changed positions, and it was a mess. He said it was an absolute mess.
That's so sad. Like, this stuff needs to be audited for sure. I mean, not that they'll ever do that or go back, but you got to think. I mean, gosh, man. What is America? What is my country? I don't even know. Not the thing I thought I grew up in.
Yeah, see there, he's saying too in one section, I'm just reading it, like going through it again, he's like saying, all launch people, troubleshooting people, systems engineers should work much more closely with NASA. I believe if we had more NASA people to see if the contract is meeting their contractual obligations, many problems could be eliminated. I would think that a project of this magnitude would warrant this surveillance. So NASA and NAA weren't even working together. They weren't even consulting each other.
That makes me wonder who that's crazy.
Like, if this is true, like, if all this is real, like, what this guy and what he was tasked to do, he took it super seriously. Like, he did not take it lightly. He knew that, he understood as a quality control officer and head of it that people's lives were at stake. That, you know, that they were they were tasked with being responsible for the safety of the instrumentation, and that was going to be to house these men, which were going into an unknown environment, you know, and a dangerous one that they suspected was a dangerous one at that. You know, so he took it seriously. And what NASA writes about it, it's almost like they're like palming off the responsibility to NAA. Like, it's weird, man. You can make a movie about this shit. Holy shit, where's everyone gone?
Yeah, I don't know.
Arr.
How do you get stuck in a car on the tracks when a train is coming?
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, does it?
Right. You know, makes you think that they probably perished by some other means. They were stuck in that car and let the train make a mess of the situation such that nobody could figure out what really happened. But that also seems quite dramatic. Like something like a train collision is high profile. You know, you've got accident investigators, insurers out there, you've got government agents, probably the National Transportation Safety Board investigating. You got all that stuff happening. So, you know, why? It's kind of macabre to think about. Why not just barbecue the thing in the junkyard and be done with it? I guess they needed, if this was some kind of foul play, they needed a pretext. I got to think there might have been other ways. But who knows? This could have just been like the heat of the moment. Like, hey, we need something quick and dirty. Let's do it this way and be done. Good enough. But if it's not foul play, yeah.
And would seem out of character for an individual like himself, like familiar with, safety standards.
Yeah. Hey, honey, it looks like we drove too slowly over the train tracks. The gate is down in front and the gate's down in back. Let's just wait here and, hope it'll pass. Oh no, the car engine wouldn't start. Jeez, darn it. I hate it when this happens. Honey, I'm going to go out and open the hood and mess around for a few minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, right? It doesn't make any sense. So this kind of tells me, if I'm thinking this through, something happened. Potentially plan A didn't work out and this was plan B. Like, oh crap. We couldn't do what we originally intended to do. Look what just happened. Oh, all right. Well, we know that this train comes by at around this time every day. Yeah, so it sounds very much to me like it's a plan B, because plan A, whatever that might have been, may have not have worked out. So they had to go with plan B. Could have been maybe spur of the moment, somewhat. Seems far more likely that is the scenario to me. What, some aeronautical safety expert? Just car happens to putter out right when they're limping the car over the train tracks and they get blocked and get out of here. Right when that investigation is going on for one of the most high profile endeavors for the achievement of mankind. Right, you start multiplying out all the coincidences. The Gus Grissom and the grisly thing that occurred to him inside that capsule. Just all of it. And knowing full well that this very organization was founded, institutionalized out of a psychological warfare operation run by the president. The Operations Coordinating Board. Very much sounds like a suit jacket kind of thing, doesn't it? The board.
Yeah. I only have to go and have a look at some of Bart Sabrell's stuff, the interviews that he had with Grissom's family and that. Like, 'cause did they get like I would have sued the fucking ass off those ass. And what about the the other family members of the other
sure.
Coven? Yeah. What happened to them? Where are they? Who are they? Yeah. Was there interviews conducted with them? Like what? They told to stay quiet. Like where's their statues? Do they have statues?
Yeah, good question. They should have statues. These people played such pivotal roles, right? Like these are central figures to America's most crowning achievement. You'd think that if this story was 100% legitimate on the up and up, and some of the tragedy that took place in the pursuit of this crowning achievement would be a very powerful part of the storytelling element, the narrative, to make this part of history. But the mainstream seems to have no clue that this ever happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep, it's just sort of swept under the carpet.
The whole space race is goofy from start to finish, top to bottom. I find it fascinating too, looking at the development of satellites, how it's like balloons, 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 space magic. Suddenly, within the time frame of like a month. And you know what's interesting? They repurposed the same platform that they had attached on the balloons. The same exact platform that they had all their cameras and canister shooting apparatuses hooked up to was supposedly detached from a balloon, shoved onto the front of a second stage Agena rocket. And instead of using it at like 120,000 feet, they used it at 200 miles. The people that were doing canister retrievals from the film that were once being popped off by balloon. Actually, the balloons they were doing, in most cases, entire recoveries of the whole gondola. But those people who were doing recovery operations for the balloons were doing the same things to do recovery operations for satellites, and they believed that they were still doing them for balloons. This is borne out in some of these public interviews in these documents that are hosted officially. So in one case, they're doing recovery operations from objects descending from 120,000 feet. And the other, they're doing recovery operations for things descending from 200 miles and going 100 miles per hour, 17,500 miles per hour. Now slowing down. The pilots recovering these things midair, these snatch and grab operations, Operation Dragnet. They thought that they were still running the same mission from balloons one day to satellites the next.
So when was when did they transition from balloon technology to orbital? Your convention.
I think it was like 1960. So 1958. Yeah. 1958 was when the first satellite was put into orbit, and it took a little while. They were still doing balloon operations. And I think the first successful retrieval from the satellite was in 1960. And the crew all thought that it was still balloons.
Okay, so I just looked up the oldest satellite still in orbit is the Vanguard 1, launched March 17th.
They say that's still orbiting?
Yeah, launched on March 17th, 1958. Now, was that balloon or not? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I kind of think that was really a balloon op. Yeah, there's Vanguard 1 and I think Explorer 2. One was the Navy, the other one was the Army. And they went back to back after Sputnik.
Right. They say this thing stopped transmitting signals in 1964, but it's up there as a historic relic.
I have to make a few phone calls. We'll be back in maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Hello?
What up?
What up? How's your day going?
Yeah, hanging in there.
I'm curious if anyone is familiar with sextants.
Yeah, it's the angle measurement tool.
Yeah, from
Used
my
for
understanding,
navigation.
yeah, you get a geographical position using an almanac, and it kind of just for triangulation, triangulate where you are based on your zenith and the horizon. I was wondering though, like if you're landlocked and using a sextant and the local topography is not flat, does that still work?
Yeah, what you have to do is do a dip correction. You have to adjust your elevation down to sea level.
So you need to know the height of that hill that you are standing on, or that plane that you are standing on, how high it is above sea level, and at that moment you can, yeah.
The main thing is that sorry, Necros, I thought you were done.
No, I just was about to say that. So if you know the height of that hill, so you know which hill you are standing on, so you know where you are, so you don't need to use the sextant to determine where you are. That's why they use the sextant in ocean navigation and in planes and hot air balloons and those things.
Do you get what that means? By if you're on the hill, does that help you navigate if you know you're on the hill?
Yeah, but like, where does that tell you where you are?
Is that a landmark? It's a landmark that you could reference. When you're in the middle of the ocean, are there any geological features for you to use?
Yeah, okay.
If you are on dry land, so you have to use the height of that hill to calculate to make the dip correction. So you need to know your height above sea level. So that height is you standing on a hill. So if you know the height of the hill, it means that you know where you are, because you know what hill you are standing on. You're not calculating the height of the hill or measuring it. No, you will just try to know which hill you are standing on or which mountain. So you will just know what is your position without using the sextant.
So it's not so much like knowing where you are under the stars or anything? Or is that something else? Is that like trying to figure out where you are on the earth?
So typically on land, you can use a bubble sextant, which gives you horizontal horizon in an area where there's a lot of topography. You won't be able to use the horizon. And of course,
You're cutting out.
Yeah, you're breaking.
Sorry. If you have, yeah, I'm in an area, so horizontal on the bubble sextant in the same way. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't know there was a bubble in the sextant.
Yeah, they have a section.
It's a tool.
A level tool in it, right? Bubble.
Yeah, I think what you want to do here is probably work on less skill level based navigation. And once you know how to navigate that way, then increase to the higher skill level navigation. So, like, do you know how to read a compass? Do you know how to declinate to a map? You like start off very small and then work your way up to very complex navigation methods.
Okay. And how, because I was talking with people in another server, and I wasn't exactly sure how to demonstrate that a sextant verifies the flat Earth. Because you establish that baseline, and then...
Oh, yeah, the sextant can only work on the flat Earth. How the globe explains this is they make a section of Earth that is locally flat. Like 69 square nautical miles. 69 miles by 69 miles by 69 miles by 69 miles. 1 degree. And what they do, they say this area is a 69 square miles of locally flat. Then once they have that locally flat area, they plot a course to another locally flat area. And then wave a magic wand, and they say in between those two spaces is curved.
But if you know those two spaces were full, like, couldn't you map out a large enough area and know it's all flat, such that the radius of the curve wouldn't mathematically correlate?
Oh yeah, they have an escape parachute for that too. They call it refraction. That you could see up, over, and around the curve of the Earth. The curve of the Earth is loomed, they call it super looming, the physical curve of the Earth that should be blocked by the physical curve of the Earth. Like that part of the Earth that you're seeing should be blocked by the Earth itself. They say that part of the Earth is loomed up, over, and then around the curve of the Earth. So you're like, well, what is the optical limit? How far can you see on the globetard? And apparently, with enough refraction in a powerful enough telescope on the globe, you could see the back of your head. So in effect, they made their model unfalsifiable. There is no limit to how far you could see on the globetard.
We know it's a globe by how flat it looks, and the flatter it looks, the more of a globe it actually is.
And if you wanted to talk about that baseline, making that baseline a giant one, yeah. If you go near to the equator and having those northern stars, visible to you at, let's say, minimum 20 degrees above the horizon. So they won't claim that refraction, those stars are submitted to refraction. So you leave it like minimum 20 degrees. You know the distance between you and those stars? How much, how many thousands kilometers? That baseline between you, the observer, and that star, and the GP of that star, that's a flat horizontal baseline. Based on that baseline, you can use it as being the radius of your circle of equal altitude, where the star is just 90 degrees to that same baseline, which is the radius. So that circle of equal altitude is a flat circle of thousands of miles. No, it's not a hill. it's a 90-degree GP of the star on a flat baseline, and your zenith is also a 90-degree on that edge of that circle, that giant circle. So it's a flat one, perfect flat circle. The radius, thousands of miles.
Yeah, okay. I think I understand. I've heard somebody say the equilateral thing before. Thinking I should buy one.
So if my connection holds up here,
You're coming in good.
Yeah, you're good now.
if my okay, so take the latitude on the maps that you use, right? Those are elevation angles to Polaris. And typically, they don't take measurements between 20 degrees, well, basically a minimum of 20 degrees. So let's say you're at 75 degrees south latitude. Well, take 75 and multiply that times 60 nautical miles. Then you have yourself a radius of a great circle. Now, you can pi r square that number, and then that would give you the area of that great circle, and that would be tens of thousands of square miles of flatness, if not hundreds, but I haven't done it recently. So pi r square that number, and you'll get yourself an area of a great circle of flatness. That's the measurement.
Because
that debunks the globe on its own.
Great circle is essentially a straight line on a sphere on a curved surface.
No, it's just a flat plane all the way to Polaris from 75 degrees south latitude. You're measuring an angle. So the baseline is from where you're standing all the way to the GP of Polaris, right?
Yeah.
So the baseline is going to be from your feet all the way to the GP. That's a straight flat line. And then the angle up to Polaris at 75 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, tell me if I'm incorrect. So that same baseline is the radius of that great circle. And that baseline is 90 degrees to the GP of the star in the middle of the circle, and the GP of the observer in the edge of the circle.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah. So yeah,
Isn't a great circle, or the arc of a great circle, isn't that a geodesic thing with no curvature? Like, I thought that's what that was.
Well, we're talking about angles here. And a circle's 2D. It's flat.
He says too, just so you know, it's picking up ambient noise.
Okay, my bad. I don't know if that's...
I think that's me. I'm outside.
Oh, never mind. Okay, my bad.
Okay, I'm probably gonna... Does anyone have a resource that I can download? I guess I'll just YouTube it. I'll use one.
I mean, with regards to what?
Yeah, I'm confused. The resource in terms of...
But like sextants and shit. But it's fine.
Well, no, I would say... Yeah, don't you remember my first feedback to you? Was like, think about how you would land nav at a basic level, like a Boy Scout level, before you start thinking about a six-figure salaried position, a ship's officer. Like, if you got skills in celestial navigation, you could sign a contract for any shipping company that you'll work there for like 7 years or something, and they'll pay your way through school. If you can demonstrate you could do celestial navigation. It is a very hard thing to do. It's a skill set that is critically low. It's so low that they got recruiters trying to find people to be ship's officers, a navigator, like the third in command of a ship. So you think that you're going to watch a YouTube video and have it make sense? Like, here is a YouTube video about how to run a nuclear power plant or something like that. Like, holy shit, dude. I just want to see, can you hold a compass and declinate that heading to a map? Let's start there. Start very, very simple. Do you know how to do left add, right subtract? Is that something you can do? Can you add and subtract a declination? Then navigate that path and see where you end up. Can you do a pace count? Can you do a back azimuth and a forward azimuth? Are these some things you can do before you even worry about, are you holding the sextant correctly? Is it level? Did you get appropriate reading?
Yeah, did you absolutely right.
Okay, I was about to double down, but
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is something that I've been digging into myself recently over the last few months, celestial navigation, and I've been able to do position fixes and calculate distances, and I built this huge freaking spreadsheet to do it, and had to bone up on trigonometry. It's not easy, like Crit is saying. It really isn't. There's a whole lexicon of new terms you have to learn. And these terms from the Nautical Almanac are similar to things that you find in astronomy, similar concepts, but they're called different things in many cases. And if you don't already know anything about astronomy, you're going to have a big learning curve. And then once you learn it, you then have to evaluate it, right? So after you learn it, then you have to evaluate what it is you're doing. That's really high up on Bloom's taxonomy of learning. It's like the very tippy top. And this means fully understanding like the geometry, the mathematics, the model, and what the numbers represent, and evaluating the process itself through a philosophical lens. This is not something you can just pick up by quickly watching a 10-minute YouTube video on the basics and fundamentals of CellNav. So, yeah, practice with a compass, as Crit is saying. I just wanted to echo that. Get your azimuthal heading. You're still using a flat angle from one place to another. If Earth is a globe, you're going to have problems just by following a heading, because you're using a Euclidean measuring device on what you think, if Earth is a globe, is a non-Euclidean surface. That's a mismatch of geometries. You got two different topologies, and they do not perfectly align at all.
Yeah, you're correct. I had to revisit geometry and the basics of geometry to just being able to introduced to the sextant and the elevation angle measurements and those things. So I had to study those basics of geometry from like I never knew about it before. Understand the triangles, the difference between the angles.
Yeah, and having to think spatially through time. So, like looking at a star and getting its hour angle, whether it's like a sidereal hour angle or whatever, Greenwich hour angle versus local hour angle, looking at its declination. I mean, there's just so much involved to it that it's going to twist your brain apart.
Type shit. Yeah, I do hope. Also, I would say, I'll send you a link to our home server. There's a section in there called Celestial Navigation. It's just it's just some of the basic ideas. There's lots of information that other members have posted about celestial navigation. So it's going to be a long process of learning the basics first.
Yeah, you get to the point, right, where you think you understand it enough to explain it, and then you go to explain it and you start fucking it up.
Yeah. I got a little confused already, but I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to fucking actually like go out there and do it. I'm just curious how that like verifies the flat Earth mostly. That's what I was curious about.
Well, I think what Sesu was trying to explain, like, we've got a great argument for this. The elevation angle itself is a Euclidean tool. And by that, I mean it's using two straight lines that meet at a common vertex. That's you. You're the point of origin. You extend one line out across the baseline, which is straight and flat, and another line up to the star. And without regards to a measured height, flat or globe, you can measure the distance using that straight line from where you are to the point directly underneath Polaris. And we know geometrically it is a truth that that has to be a straight line.
And in the manuals that you read or whatever information that you get, just pay attention to one thing, because there's a little bit of screwery going on. They're always measuring from a flat baseline, and they put that baseline or that plane inside of a celestial sphere. And what they're essentially trying to tell you is that, well, you have to treat it like you're taking measurements from the inside or the center of a sphere. They're going to kind of hint that that might be the globe. But the problem is that you're taking the measurements from the surface on that flat plane. The celestial sphere is just a reification, a model. It's not the true nature or measurements or makeup of the celestial, I don't know what to call it, but the celestials, we don't know their heights, we don't know their distances, but all the math does work. So then they're going to tell you that it's an arc distance, which is incorrect because the arc distance would be greater than the horizontal that you measure underneath that. And the horizontal line or distance that you measure is the one that you navigate by. So those are the two things you got to watch out for. Number one, they're always measuring from a plane on the surface. Number two, the arc is not the distance.
And don't forget.
But yeah, go check it out if you want to.
And don't forget the assumption of having parallel light rays hitting all the surface.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that exactly what Eratosthenes did?
Yeah. So here's another way to evaluate that, right? He assumed light from the sun was parallel. All the rays were parallel to each other. But then he used visually diverging rays from the sun to measure a difference in angles from 2 points on the surface of Earth. Right? So from the surface of Earth, he's actually measuring diverging angles to a common reference point in the sky. And then he says, you know what? I think those diverging angles are actually parallel.
Right. He has to renege.
Yeah. He actually uses diverging angles and he measures them, gives them values. 7.5 degrees in one, and then 14 or whatever in the other, 15. So he actually uses diverging rays that he sees. We all observe this. And then he says, aha, they're not actually diverging from a common source. They are parallel. And the source itself, to be parallel light, must be freaking huge, and the surface effectively flat and far away. And for that to work, it must mean Earth is a curve, as a globe, has a rounded surface. It's like the exact opposite of of the process you go through in reality. You're going through a process, taking differential of two different elevation angles to diverge from diverging rays from a common point source in the sky. And then somehow you're like, damn, those diverging rays must be parallel. Where's the logic in that?
So that's 7.4 degrees of arc that he got from in between the two straight lines, which he used a flat Earth to measure.
Yeah.
That he then applied to the surface of the Earth, right?
That's right. That's right. He said that Earth must be curving. Because it has to for the parallel light rays. You can't have parallel light rays to a flat Earth. So the surface we know and measure in reality to be flat is treated as curved, and the surface of the light in the sky, which is probably curved in, because it's shooting radial rays out, diverging, they treat as flat. The surface that you know is flat, they say is curved. The surface you don't know is curved, they say is flat. It's fucking crazy, guys. And we crazy flat earthers are nuts for pointing this out? Really? I mean, the whole Eratosthenes story is ridiculous anyway. Like it reads like an urban myth or a legend. They didn't think of angles and degrees back then the way we do now, but that's how the story's been written. There's no first-hand or even second-hand sources, direct sources of information that Eratosthenes even existed.
Yeah, that's what I say. I start with I don't believe that that story there was some measurement made by Eratosthenes, and I don't believe that Eratosthenes is a factual character that existed.
Yeah. Or, there are some references to him being a librarian of Alexandria, but as far as him doing all this stuff, it's at best a medieval fiction, one of many.
Yes?
Yeah,
Correct.
one thing you can find out in the readings when you try to read up about the history of this character, it says that when he was a librarian, he was considered by his peers second class. They laughed at him for being a dunce.
And then you look at drawn depictions of him today, and they draw his head big and freaking round, like he's got the biggest brains in the world, because he figured out Earth is, it's really funny. Like, go Google him and pull up like these old bas-reliefs of him and how his profile is depicted. He's got the biggest cranium on Earth. It's really funny. And he must be so smart because he measured the globe, guys.
Yeah, so I don't know if Do Hope is still here. I posted something in the chat at 58 minutes. It's just like a primer. It's just it's out of a book of celestial navigation. Gives you a basic idea. But, basically, if the Earth truly was a globe, like they said, the sextant would be a useless piece of junk. You wouldn't be able to use it. If the surface was curved, you could not successfully get elevation angles from a curved surface. Not possible. You would need if I don't even know, you would people that are better at math than I am, they could probably tell you that it would be highly complex mathematics involved, multiple different calculations. Every time your ship moved, they would all be wrong again. So you couldn't use them if you're moving. Because as soon as you move, you're going down in elevation. You're going along a curved surface if it was a ball. Your previous elevation angles that you measured with your sextant would be useless at that point. You would have to start all over again, and then good luck with trying to get 3 different fixes as you're traveling to different celestial bodies and making that work for you to find circles of equal altitude, like it shows in my image that I posted. Shout out to Big Daddy Flurf. But one of the first things you learn in navigation is actually before you even get to the point where you're using celestial navigation is coastal navigation. And what you do with coastal navigation is you're using your compass fix, your cardinal direction of travel. Then you're using like a handheld compass and you're taking angle measurements from your ship to known positions of, like, let's say landmarks, like lighthouses, buoys, and you're taking, let's say, 2 or 3 angles you're basically using a right triangle laid down on its side. All of those surfaces have to be straight.
It's also called taking a running fix. So yeah, 100% correct. As the boat is in motion, you take angle measurements to things along the coastline as you are running. Yep.
Exactly. And that's mostly that's what all navigators are doing, for the most part. Until you get out at sea and you have no sight of land anymore, then you need to start relying on your fixes with the sextant. And most of the time, they're sun sightings. You take sun shots. And when I was navigating as a 21-year-old, sailing down to Martinique from Los Angeles, when we did the sun fixes during the day, you tried to get as close as you could to noon by using your watch or your clock. It has to be very accurate. So we did like 6 or 8 fixes just to make sure we got those angles correct. So, I mean, it is a complex thing. Once you start doing it, though, it's not that difficult. I mean, I haven't done it in many years, and I would really like to. I'm older now, so I don't know how much I want to be out at sea. That's kind of a young man's game. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You can do the running fix on the sun, right? That's what you're describing.
Well, running fix. He was more or less talking about, and
terrestrial
if I'm
objects.
wrong, yeah, Jedi could correct me if I'm wrong. You're doing coastal navigation, running fixes of landmarks.
Yep. Heights of lighthouses, tops of mountains, distances between the two. Not celestial objects when we're doing running fixes.
Here's the if you do 2 fixes, the sun runs sun method is like a running fix with the sun, where you take 2 points of the sun. Actually, do multiple points as much as you can. You just basically run with the sun.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, that's all I meant.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But the thing is they're plotting their coordinates already on a spherical coordinate reference system.
Yep.
So they pretend that they're curving, but they're using a projection of a flat coordinate system, a spherical projection that's been projected flat on a map. So in reality, they know they're going in straight lines, but for sake of coordinates, they think they're going on these curves, whether great circles or not.
So really, all of those curved references, if I'm wrong, I'm sure Jedi could correct me on this as well. Those are all in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spradic was talking about this the other day. He's 100% correct. We've been saying this for a while, but he's spot on. The curvature's in the sky. Even the curvature of the Earth is in the sky.
Yeah,
that's where it all comes from.
Yeah.
So the GPs, the elevation angles, for instance, the ones that GPS uses, all they're doing is using a curved reference system in the sky and having locations or ground positions based on elevation angles on the ground, on the flat plane. So people see this computer imagery of GPS and they see a globe and they think, oh, that means we're on a globe. No, it actually isn't, because they had to use latitude, longitude to get those fixes on or ground positions on Earth. That's a flat plane, just like my image shows at 58 minutes after.
You have to pretend the surface is curving to make the math work. So they do the extra step of curving the Earth mathematically. And then they have no way to validate that they're actually going over a curve. Then we test the surface and find out it's not curving. And now they're up a creek.
Yeah.
And to think this really does go back to the ancient Greeks when they're like looking at the stars and contemplating, Platonic solids and the beauty and simplicity of the sphere. They're infusing it with their mythology of the gods in heaven, the Titans looking down on them, and all this other crap. Envisioning their realm being a perfect proportionality to Earth, so Earth must also be a sphere.
Yeah, and it hurts the Globers' feelings when we have learned about the history of all this and make note of it and let them know all of their priests of the heliocentric religion, they had a religious preference. That's why. That's where the globe came from. And then it got pushed along further with the Jesuits, or whatever you want to call it, parts of the Catholic religion, or it was pushed out.
Yeah, it's amazing, those Jesuits. I mean, they seem to be cool with any religion as long as they can control it.
Yeah. They have their own ideas. I mean, and if you go into those secret societies, which is more like speculation, but I mean, some of these things are known that, the Freemasons, oh no, you're not supposed to talk about the Freemasons. But in their literature, they know the earth is flat. They talk about it. And that's why they don't let those books out into the public. But I suppose you can find some of them. If someone's interested, you could search. You could find it probably. That's probably. Go ahead, Craig.
Okay, I'll say the main thing with the celestial navigation and sextants were globalists didn't even know what this was. Before the 10th man did a whole presentation on celestial navigation, on sextants. If you asked your basic anti-flat earth globalist what celestial navigation is, they would have told you something you watch on Star Trek. They use that to navigate from galaxy to galaxy using star maps or whatever. Some kind of weird shit like that. Some sort of sci-fi. You track your pulsar and versus your parsec, and then you compare your star map. Like, beam me up, Scotty. Then the 10th man did a full... Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you. Go ahead. You're on.
Yeah, the 10th man did a full presentation on this, demonstrating how it's a flat earth, like, home run. He did the legwork, he did the research, put a presentation together, and the only thing globalists could do was say, nah-uh. It can't work on the flat earth, but we'll make it locally flat and call it curved. And still to this day, you got these guys who think they're an expert in celestial navigation, and they don't even know the first step. Step one, what do you do? How do you set it up? Then it turned into like these challenges and all these other things that they want you to do. And it's like, wow, this instant expert syndrome. It's quite bizarre. There's these knee-jerk reactions. A flat earther says something, an anti-flat earther says nah-uh. Which is actually hilarious, because they could have dove in and said, sure, this is how I can use your proof to explain my globe. But they sink their own battleship. They throw it all away to say it can't work on the flat. Here's my locally flat.
There's something to the instant expert syndrome that dovetails with the Dunning-Kruger effect, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, especially in a topic especially a topic like celestial navigation. Like, holy shit. You know, like rockets. Like they're all, a flat earther will tell them, hey, for propulsion, you need to push off something. Suddenly they're an expert in rockets. The rocket pushes off itself.
Yeah, gravity. Gravity's another one too. Refraction. I also get the sense too that if they feel they can't become an expert, a quick expert in these subjects, then that means anybody else claiming to actually have knowledge in these subjects doesn't have knowledge in these subjects. They can't possibly be smarter than them.
Yeah, and that's the part where the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is an illusionary superiority. A person rating themselves above average. So what they do is they say, here's a bunch of flat earthers, I'm better than them.
Yeah, and then you have people like Muskane coming on here say, well, you can use a plumb bob out at sea. I'm still looking for the nautical plumb bob kit.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and several Globers have said that. They're just not, they don't think, they lose their minds when you talk about the sextant and navigation.
God, like even ships like cruise ships, people get seasick, and that's massive. You know, like
yeah,
imagine a smaller vessel getting bobbed and going with the waves, and I'm gonna put up a plumb bob over here in the corner.
Exactly.
Really? You're gonna do that? That's what you think that's gonna work out for you?
Yeah. How do you check the plumb bob for horizontal? Like, how do you what would you use as a comparison of a hanging plumb bob? It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like using the rocker on a sextant, right? You just gotta wing it a little bit. You tip up and down, and you bind it from your high to your low, your high to the low. You're like, yeah, somewhere in the middle here is good enough. You read about how they're using like bowls on a ship filled with mercury to get reflections of the starlight overhead into it. And how these are sloshing around and stuff. They really need to use them on the very calm sea, folks. Because this is how they determine astrogeodetic plumb lines. They hang a plumb line above a bowl of mercury and make sure that it aligns directly overhead with the star. Or with a position point that's relative to a star. There's just so much that goes into this. You can't wing celestial navigation, figure I'll become an expert in it in a few days, just let me watch a few YouTube videos be done. It's a whole lifetime of learning in and of itself. That being said, I think an hour of your time committed to this to learn the basics from an overview would put you above 99% of the population who knows nothing at all about it. So it's like that initial time invested gets you way farther than everybody else. But at that point, you realize you have even much farther to go than you realized. You know, it's kind of like if you consider an analogy to like running a race, and you are an elite runner with other elite runners, and you're racing against like 100 of them. The amount of effort and training you have to put into yourself to get incrementally faster than the next fastest runner is much greater than anything that you've done up to that point yourself. And I think this analogy holds true for pretty much every discipline out there. So, So with that said, it really doesn't take a lot of effort to be a jack of all trades. You just put minimal effort into learning a wide swath of things, and you'll know vastly more about each of those things than everybody else who hasn't bothered. You know, let's be honest, most people are not bothered with consuming themselves with learning as much about as many possible things as they can. For this topic of discussion, though, it really helps being kind of a jack of all trades and having a very broad set of knowledge at the very fundamental level of a bunch of things. It might get you further than being a consummate expert in just one thing. You know, we notice this too when we talk to people like self-proclaimed experts within their fields. You know, whether it's some kind of scientific or engineering or academic field. We get people come in who seem to be experts on subjects, but they've dedicated their whole lives to digging a hole in one place and digging it as deep as they can. And that's it. That's it. And to fully appreciate this topic, you need to dig more holes. You need to go find more sources of knowledge to add to your mosaic. And so we find that when we talk to one expert, he may not know whoever actually measured Earth's radius. He assumes the other guy did, some other expert. And then you talk to him, he's like, well, no, I actually never handled that. I trust that this department or that kind of field would have it. And you go there and they say, no, it wasn't us. It was somebody else. And eventually you come back full circle. And you do this enough times and you realize, oh my gosh, all these experts think some other expert is the one who did it, who measured the Earth as a globe, and they haven't done it. You know, and what we kind of need is to get all these experts together in one room and show them this and say, guys, we can't match your level of expertise in any of your respective subjects, but we know enough to bring you guys together to know that if we do, we can figure this out as a team because each of you possesses a piece of knowledge that'd be useful in this endeavor. So let's go figure this out. And you know, it's almost like the Tower of Babel in a way. Like we're still dealing with the after effects of that culturally, academically. So I know in this discussion there are a couple people out there who really do know celestial navigation. I think we all know of at least one person who does it professionally and teaches a subject at a school. I would never claim or proclaim to be as good as him or almost as good or nearly as good, because I've sat down with spreadsheets and an old version of a nautical almanac and have worked out a few things in there. That's a vastly different thing than actually being on a boat and having limited resources and going at it yourself. You know, but this guy may not know anything about like the philosophy of mathematics behind it. So he may know how to work out these numbers and know how to get position fixes, but does he know how to think about this in a philosophical way? So what am I doing procedurally? How should I think about these numbers in relationships? How should I think about this as a model of reality? You know, he may not have that kind of brain, so we need to bring in somebody who's a philosopher, like from the philosophy of mathematics, to sit down with him and say, okay, let's take a look at it. And then we might need somebody who knows astronomy, right? The astronomer would probably be able to sit down and say, yeah, you know, the celestial sphere model is just one model, but look at all these star trackers. We're using Cartesian XYZ coordinates. You know, and this CellNav guy might be like, oh, wow, never heard of that. And the mathematics guy would say, oh, cool. Okay, let's take a look at this. I've never seen that either. And so you just almost have to be a good project manager. You don't have to be the engineer who's got the deep expertise in the respective fields, I think, to be successful in this topic. You've got to kind of be the project manager. You've got to know how to bring different areas of knowledge together to get it to work. And it seems as though our society is not built around this way. Our society rewards specialization and not good generalists. So, like, I really haven't met very many good generalists in my own career. And I know the most highly compensated people are specialists. You've got more people doing the dumbass thing of confusing maps for the terrain. Look at that in text chat. Still no flat Earth model that can predict movements. That's funny because we've got plenty of models that are irrespective of Earth, like Stellarium. Stellarium works on any shape of Earth. Stellarium is observer dependent and treats you as a point source. That's it. There's no flat surface. There's also no globe.
It's kind of simple. Since Earth is not in motion, you only have the sky to look at for motion. So there you go.
Yeah, and all the movements aren't really predictions either, right? They're cyclical. So comments like these that we see in text chat from these people, we see all the time. They're confusing the map for the terrain. They're putting the cart before the horse. And they're trying to benchmark claims of reality against an idealized conception called a model. You know, and we're interested in taking our claims of reality and checking out those claims against actual reality itself. We don't see if what we believe to be true about something matches a belief about a model to be true about something.
Yeah, Facts has got this all wrong. So for number one, if you think it's Earth that's in motion, then you should be able to show us a reference, an actual model that they can use as a standard for motion of Earth. So fundamentally, the foundational claim is that Earth is in motion. So we need evidence that that is true in the first instance, which you don't have. You could look. And another thing, you're talking about Mayans. Yeah, Mayans were flat earthers.
Yeah, that's right.
So they were looking at the sky and they could post-diction after they observed these things like the Chaldeans. They had a very complex model for predicting when the eclipses happen and all kinds of things in the sky. I wonder how they were doing that. Elevation angles? No doubt.
Yeah, they knew the tools that they were using. They knew what an angle was, right? They knew that if I used a flat tool to conform to a flat surface. But yeah, I mean, forget it with these folks.
Okay, facts. Show us your cosmogony for the Mayans. Show it.
Well, he says that their upper class was predicting eclipses because they knew Earth is a sphere. Dude, they can't predict eclipses today with the heliocentric model. And that's a fact. And we can show you where NASA uses flat Earth cosmologies from the Chaldeans to do it. Fred Espenak from NASA wrote books on this. They come in with all this lore, this globe lore that they've heard on the internet, that they've heard from their globe friends. They think they're so smart. This is another case of Heretic's Razor. Shout out to Heretic, who said that society has taught that flat earthers are the dumbest amongst us for the longest time. You know, we get ridiculed for being absolute Mongos. I get it. So what happens when the real Mongos of society feel like they've been intellectually bullied their entire lives? And what do they want to do when they want to blow off steam and feel smart? Well, they remember hearing that flat earthers are pretty dumb. So let me go into the flat earth room and let me bully around somebody that's dumber than me, and that'll make me feel smarter for the first time in my life. And so we get throngs and throngs of some of the dumbest people on earth in here, because they've been tired of being intellectually bullied their whole lives, and they think flat earthers are the one group that they could beat in a debate, that they could outsmart and outwit. And they come in here and they get destroyed. So it's possible we're seeing a subset of society that doesn't represent normal society either, and that's another point.
Yeah, so facts was debunked on the Mayan cosmology that I posted 37 minutes after the hour. We can find the Aztec one too. Yeah, they believed the earth was flat. You see the image at 37 minutes? Facts. Yeah, you see that pyramid? What surface is the pyramid on? Rest my case.
Well, so many other cosmologies had the same thing. They held that the world was a sphere, but that we existed on a flat part inside of that sphere. The cosmic egg. You don't live on the surface of it.
We're the mitochondria in this bish.
I wonder if Fax is another Rich Evans alt, or Fact Check Pat. You know, it's another one of these groupies that follows us around the internet everywhere we go and just barks the same nonsense over and over again. It kind of makes you wonder if any discussion to be had at all is a fruitless endeavor. You know, they're not here to listen, they're here to tell. I think the guy is listening on our YouTube stream. You know, it's like we enjoy inviting them in to talk to us. And many of them don't, probably because they know that we'll recognize their voice, and that would reveal that they've got some sickness, some illness, or they have to create all these sock accounts and harass us with.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why does it? But I've asked that in DMs, like the ones that DM me. So why does this bother you so much?
What's funny is when we have all those screenshots that we got from somebody who was able to park an alt quietly in one of their back chats and take them. These guys get together and coordinate raiding parties on our server. They have somebody nominating who's going to play which part and how they're going to approach a certain topic and how somebody else is going to respond to that. And then you can come in, and then he can come in after you, and then the two of you can do this together, and then the next guy will come in. You know, we're just sitting here ourselves, just having a good time. We're trying to.
Yeah, that's why Alpha's like stance with people particularly like that. That okay, so no questions. No, not answer any questions. You answer ours. Where's your evidence that we live on a globe? Just hold them to task. Because they come in here with an agenda. Well, just scrap that. No, we're not playing your game.
Yeah, and it's like these anti-flat earthers with this sickness. It's like they don't think we know what an honest conversation looks like. So easy to spot.
Besides celestial navigation, I do have another question about gases and mass.
Yeah, what came up? Like what were you thinking about?
Because when you start talking about gravity, and you start to talk about like gases, one thing they'll say is, oh, but gases have mass, therefore gravity acts on gases. I kind of got stumped there. I didn't know how to like go like refute that. Because they have to prove gravity first. Like, I understand that, but like,
Right. So the claim is that gravity is holding gas to the Earth, creating our atmosphere. So I say, okay, can you demonstrate that? Can you provide us evidence that that's happening? And they'll say, the evidence for gravity holding gas down is the atmosphere. I said, yeah, can you provide evidence? Can you demonstrate that independent of it? Well, the evidence is that we have an atmosphere. And that's all they have.
what about
circular
gas? Does that not matter?
What about gas what?
Having mass?
Sporadic, actually. Yes, so Sporadic's really good at explaining Avogadro's law.
Yeah, so the idea that we have gas pressure as a consequence of mass and gravity is contradictory to known gas laws. It's contradictory to the entire kinetic molecular theory of gas that we use today. Gas pressure is a consequence of the number of times gas molecules are bouncing off a surface to measure it. So, like, if you want to measure what gas pressure is, you want to know what it is, like pounds per square inch. The funny thing about gases is it doesn't matter how massive the gas molecule is. So you could have, in the demonstration I often give, 3 different boxes of equal volume, let's say 1 cubic foot. And each of these we're going to put in the same number of molecules. Like let's say you're a pharmacist and you're counting pills out with a knife. Let's say we could do that with molecules, and we put the same number of molecules of 3 different gases into each of the 3 boxes. So to make it easy, let's say there are 10. Okay, there are 10 beans in the box, 10 molecules in the box, each of hydrogen, oxygen, and argon. Just throwing these out. Okay, one of them is considered very light of a gas, right? With a small atomic number, and the others are much bigger. So more massive, less massive. So let's say then you heat these boxes up. You heat it up to the same temperature. And let's say it's, 100 degrees Celsius. Did you know that the pressure will be the same equally on all sides of the box?
No, I did not know that.
That's mind-blowing, isn't it? That's Avogadro's law. And the concept, yeah. This concept is describing what's called the mass-independent nature of gas pressure. Now, the thing is these molecules have different properties. You might require more energy to heat up one of these molecules than the other to get it moving. So the amount of fuel that you might expend at your burners to heat these boxes up will be different. Some of these do a better job at absorbing energy and resisting movement than others. But that's also not always directly correlated with mass. But the point is you bring the temperature of each system up to the same. And let's say, for the sake of the argument, it's the same consistently throughout the box. You don't have any cold spots. It's all equal temperature inside. They're all 100 degrees Celsius. The pressure will indeed be the same, even though some molecules are lighter mass than others. The other thing to know about this too is that the gas molecules, they propagate in straight line paths. They only change direction when they bump into something, another molecule or a surface of some kind, and pew, they ricochet. They don't follow curving arcs. It's not like shooting cannonballs out of a cannon, and they do these parabolic arcs and land. So, think about the consequence of gas behavior now over a curving surface of the Earth. So if gravity is yanking down on gas molecules, then this is saying to people who study this for a living that, number one, the mass-independent nature of gas pressure is false. The Avogadro's law of an actual physical law, is false. And number two, the gas molecules follow curving paths called geodesics instead of propagating in straight lines. That's also false. And this contradiction is only needed to support the idea that Earth is a globe in outer space. Isn't that something? Isn't that weird to you? I find that weird. Anyway, I'm done.
You're sporadic. If you are able to have a look in the side chat, I just posted something. So I found that that image in a website that talks about gas pressure, and it's a website where people believing that it's a globe. And look there, they say that collision between gas molecules doesn't count in gas pressure. So what counts really is the collision between the gas molecules against the walls of the container itself. So it throws from the window that claim that the atmosphere is containing itself.
Oh, yeah. And a big part of this is because the space in between the molecules is so vast, the chances of them actually colliding and hitting each other is, and for all intents and purposes, minuscule, statistically minuscule, so as not to matter. And that's a big reason why. People forget and don't think about how much empty space there is. Go ahead, T-Dub. I kind of have to step back for a few minutes.
That's all right. No, I was just going to ask you, so your three different boxes. Okay, so technically, within their paradigm, each box should have a different weight, right?
Exactly. That's another thing. That's really weird, isn't it? But this can be explained because the consummate density of each respective box itself is different. You have different gases of different molecular weights, which means they have different densities. So the bigger molecules or the bigger gases are occupying more space inside of the box than the other ones that are really small and tiny. So when you bind it inside the box and weigh the box, you're weighing a denser box than the other box. But the pressure is the same on all sides of the container. This means if you remove the scale from under the box and put it inside the box, at best you're going to measure, if you can, just the pressure. You could put the scale on the ceiling and it's the same, and put it on the sides and it's the same, and so on and so forth.
Okay, I think I had a little light bulb moment when you explained that. Yeah, it makes a little more sense now.
Because essentially, right, what they're going to tell you is that the air you're breathing, like the gases that you're breathing, like outside, so aka the atmosphere, right, is achieving pressure via a different method, right? Rather than it being a necessity for there to be walls for the gas particles to apply a force upon. They'll say that it's the weight of the air, right? So basically columns of gas. So each one pushing down on the other, essentially causing and to an extent where it no longer needs to be, you no longer need a lid, right? Because it'll just stay there, right? Because of the gravity and the weight, right? And that's how atmospheric pressure is being achieved. But you got another thing called Pascal's principles, right? Which states that within any given body of fluid at rest, at any point within that fluid of rest, the pressure will be equal in all directions, right? So if it's working, if the atmosphere, right, is working the way they say it is, the gas you're breathing outside is working that way, then if you measured it in all directions, right, in any given body of fluid at rest, even though the atmosphere is not at rest, their principles should still apply within a body of fluid at rest, right? The pressure would not be equal in all directions. It would be greater in a downwards direction towards the surface.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, you got more pressure being applied from above than what is going up. But they contradict themselves at every turn. I mean, like, you can go to websites where they're explaining that if you hold your hand out in the air, the pressure applied to the bottom of your hand is equal to that which is applied on the top. Totally, contradicting their idea of atmospheric pressure being columns of weighted air.
You know what's bothersome to me, T-Dub, is how many smart kids have been turned off from the sciences because they saw these contradictions and thought they were too dumb to understand it when they were just contradictions all along and there's nothing to fully understand.
Right.
How do we know gas molecules are moving randomly? Like, how do we know that within any container? Like, how do we know there's no downward vector on them?
By measuring the pressure in all sides of the container, for example.
Oh, okay.
If you measure equal pressure in all sides of that container, like let's assume it is like a cube container, and you measure the same exact pressure in all gauges that you are putting in those 6 sides of that container, it means that the gas inside the container is pressing against those walls equally. So there is no downward bias. So those gas molecules are not falling to the floor of that vacuum chamber like grain of sand.
Yeah, the velocity of a gas molecule, all things being equal, is determined by the temperature, the amount of heat that it's applied to it. If you take gas and freeze it, it doesn't do anything. Here, let me show you something inside chat. Give me a second to pull it up. All right, see what I just posted there? Exactly 0 minutes of the hour.
That's gas, and you put liquid nitrogen on it, so that liquid nitrogen will cool the gas very fast, so that balloon will just shrink because those gas molecules will just occupy less volume, so they will have less kinetic energy, so less pressure against the walls of that balloon.
Right. So what's happening is the balloon is taking out of its liquid nitrogen state, and the temperature is equalizing with its environment. So the gas molecules go from a state of rest, relative rest. Like, I don't know how cold this is brought to, but it calmed the gas molecules down. They rested together, and the elasticity of the balloon pulled them close to each other, and it became more of like a solid clump. But all it took was a little bit of heat, just a tiny bit of heat. It doesn't really take much to excite gas molecules. And they start shooting off, and they start bouncing off the container, and you watch as the balloon expands, increasing its volume.
Yeah, like we played when we were kids. You put a balloon on the lid of a bottle, and you put that bottle in hot water, and you will see the balloon being starting to inflate.
Yeah, we're not adding more molecules to this. Yep. It's the same number of molecules. Like we still have our box, right, with the 10 beans that we counted in. It's still the same number. They're just now moving because of the energy that was transferred into it as a consequence of the environment that it was placed into. So it's trying to equalize. The pressures are trying to equalize with their surroundings. This is relative density in action. We're watching it intermediate. We're watching the two different densities intermediate. We're seeing what happens. We're watching entropy. So those gas molecules can go from a state of rest to moving thousands of miles per hour pretty quickly. Gas molecules are freaking weird. This phase of matter doesn't behave like liquids or solids. It seems to me more solids and liquids have more in common with each other than gases. Gases are freaking weird, man. You know, it's almost like getting really close to an energy state itself. Just like radio and light, gas molecules propagate in straight lines. You know, they refract and they bounce off of things. I mean, the analogies are there.
If you consider plasma to be the fourth state, yeah, gas is the closest state to plasma. Just the difference is just that gas, it can't be manipulated by anything. It must be contained by physical container. So it can't be manipulated. It can't be manipulated, like you can't confine it with electromagnetism, electrostatics, magnetism, those things. But you can turn it to plasma, to create a fusion
a fourth state of matter. Yeah. Don't want to confuse this guy though. So do hope you still with us, man. How are you doing? You hanging with us?
Yeah. So like, wouldn't that also refute gas giants in space because
precisely
the molecular collisions slow down, and so they like in space they wouldn't fucking exist or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have gravity compressing gas and causing heat and friction, reversing the course of entropy in a vacuum.
The only way you're going to have a sphere of gas is if your container is a sphere.
Bingo. Yeah. I'm on borrowed time, folks. I don't have much time. I have a meeting and stuff to get to. Trying to work myself out of a job, and the more I do, the more work I create for myself. Funny how that works. Yeah. I mean, the whole gas pressure without a container thing is not really a flat Earth proof, but what it does is it kind of destroys the heliocentric globe Earth space vacuum cosmology. So people could still believe in a geocentric globe Earth where the universe revolves around it and it remains stationary and fixed, and say, yeah, we're breathing gas because we're in a container. It's an exotic and different cosmology. It still works, like it's compatible kinematically with the Copernican and Keplerian systems. You just got to do a conversion from heliocentric to Earth-centric, and everything, all the ratios stay intact. You just have different geometric formations out of them because you change your the reference frame. So what this argument's useful for in our sphere of influence is to get people to think about other possibilities besides the Big Bang cosmology that they're comfortable with. This makes people very uncomfortable who support Big Bang cosmology. We've had astrophysicists come in here on a couple occasions. When presented with this argument, they say, yeah, you know, I understand what you're saying, but I never really put the pieces together this way. That is a contradiction. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. In the geocentric model, if they want to talk about gas pressure, it will just make a little bit more sense than the heliocentric model. But still, it doesn't work 100%. If they will just claim something that is forcing the gas against the surface and the rest of that volume, so that outer space. Still, because even if it is a geocentric model, they have that volume of 0 point something pressure, where the gas that is around the Earth is not dispersing into. So they have 1% of the volume with the higher pressure, 14 times higher pressure than the rest of the volume. What's creating that? Nothing will be logic.
Yeah, I mean, we've got gas in contact with the surface that we live on, made of solid and liquid, all right? And we've got gas at 10 meters above the surface. We've got gas at 100 meters above the surface. We've got gas at 1,000 meters above the surface. We've got gas at 100,000 meters above the surface. Right. So at each step, right, nothing stopped it from getting there. Right? You could go into all the gradient stuff you want. There's not as much gas at those altitudes, whatever. There's still gas there. Nothing prevented it from getting there. Now, as you go away from the surface of the Earth, they claim that the gravity effects gets weaker, right? So if the gas molecule gets further away from the Earth's surface, and it didn't stop it in that region, and it's going to get to a place where the gravitational force is even weaker, why would it suddenly want to stop it then? It would just continue on. Achieving greater and greater altitudes.
Isn't it if you go high enough though, there's no gas pressure? So at some elevation.
There's lower pressure the higher you go.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect bag.
It's a very, very low pressure and very little amount of molecules and very high distance, very great distance between those molecules. Like some people are claiming 8 miles between each molecule. So it just distance between gas molecule is just 8 miles. So you have 8 miles of just void.
Meanwhile, they say that the geocorona reaches beyond the moon. At least that's the official narrative.
Okay, because I watched a video where they were showing the altitudes, and at some point there was no pressure measured anymore.
What altitudes? And what do you mean by no pressure? The deep vacuum of space outside the CO port 10 to 17 at all. That means that there is something there. So it's never zero. What do you mean by zero?
That's what the chart they had on the video. They were like 0.
Okay.
Could be 0
What
PSI.
pressure value? Is that torr? Is that PSI?
Millibars, yeah. There's all different pressure measurement units of measure that they use.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Kind of depends on how they tear the instrument. One would have to define true zero.
Yep. It's like using Celsius and Fahrenheit. Kelvin.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, because you know that when your car tire is reading 0, there is actually air still inside there, right?
Yeah, I guess there must be. Isn't there a 0 for Kelvin though? It's not 0, but
Absolute 0.
It's that where like there's nothing going on anymore. There's no matter doesn't move or not sure.
It's a standard set based off of specific things. Has to do with the freezing and thawing of water, right? If they orient it around water, then how can they define something colder than what they've oriented as 0 around? We really define most of the temperature-related things based off of how water functions and the pressure that we have here on ground level. It's kind of funny because if you didn't know about the 15 pounds of pressure thing, one would assume that, oh yeah, just here where I'm walking around, that's 0, that's normal. But it's not. Hal's asking a question that's still framing the Earth in his outer space imagination.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the rundown on the gases. That was pretty good. While I'm out here doing my job.
But don't take anybody's word for it. You study on your own and learn on your own. You don't have to believe anybody here. You can fact check us and you'll find that what everybody has told you is true.
I don't know. Personally, I think it's something that we all know. Flat earthers or globe earthers, those laws of gases and how gases behave and different temperatures and those things and how gas pressure work. I think we know the same thing. I don't understand how the globers are struggling with that and why. But it's the same thing we all agreed upon when we were all globers. It's not something that we changed when we turned to flat earthers. We still go with the same physics that we agreed upon when we were globers and that the globers use today. What's the problem with the globe Earth? That's the thing that I don't understand. But physics of gases and how gas behave, I don't think those people who made those laws, they were flat earthers. So second law of thermodynamics, how high pressure go to low pressure. So is that guy was talking about how it's happening in space outside the influence of gravity? Or was he talking and he never went to space, he don't know how it works in space, and he was talking about the behavior of gas here on the Earth under the influence of that so-called gravity? And they say there is no influence. Due to their explanation, there is no influence of gravity upon gas. No, I forgot. No, they made up that new term, which is atmosphere. It's not air pressure. It's not gas pressure. It's something else. They call it atmosphere. They give it new definition. It's not the definition of gas. Maybe it's because of that.
Gas bubble in a vacuum.
Hey, Hal. So the question isn't what causes gas pressure gradient. It's because the reason there's a gas pressure gradient is because there's gas pressure. Right, so the real question is, how do you achieve gas pressure?
They just have to break down the term. It's so easy. What is gas pressure? They just have to break down the term. If they break down the term, they will understand what is gas pressure. So it's gas being pressurized, compressed inside a volume. So it's like imagining a shock absorber that you can find in bikes and cars. And yeah, you can press it with just putting your hand under it and nothing above it. They think like that. So gravity will press it from above. If you have any shock absorber that doesn't work with hydraulics, or that doesn't use any fluids, oil, or some fluids inside, but it does use air pressure, yeah, don't forget to shake your bike or motorcycle or car in the morning, because gravity will attract those gas molecules that are inside that shock absorber toward the floor of that shock absorber. So you will need to shake it a little bit so those gas molecules will just go a little bit up. That's what the Globers think. Leave some gas and yeah, gravity, it will attract it down. You will see it fall into the floor of that container like grain of sand. Yeah, Mr. Hall 9000. The gradient. So higher pressure in the bottom and gradient to lower pressure in the top. That's not caused by the container, no. So the cause of gas pressure, so gas pressure itself is caused by the container. But having different pressure inside that container is due to the dynamic system where inside the container or outside the container that influence the temperature of gases. So like, for example, I can show you a demonstration of a container where if you cool the bottom of the container and heat the top of the container, and you put two gauges, pressure gauges in the top and the bottom of the container, you will measure higher pressure in the bottom than the top. Normally, because the gases in the top have higher kinetic energy, so they press with more force upon the walls of the container in three sides, so up and all the other sides, vertical sides, and it presses against the gases that are cooled down, that lost their kinetic energy, that are in the bottom of the container. That's why you measure lower pressure in the top than the bottom. The force, you are talking the force that is exerted by the gases upon the wall of the container. Yeah, that's due to the kinetic energy held by the gases themselves. The more kinetic energy due to more electricity or heat or temperature, so those gases gain more energy, so they move faster, they have more force. Like when you heat a balloon, so that balloon will expand more because the gases inside the balloon have more kinetic energy and they push more on that balloon, more forces, they produce more forces. So when you measure hot gases compared to cool gases, same type, same density, same gas, but one is hot inside the tank and the other is not. And you can measure the difference of the pressure. Same amount also. You make sure that you put the same amount of gas inside two containers. So that gas that have more kinetic energy, you can measure more pressure, so more force exists upon the walls of the container. The gauge that you are using to measure the pressure is considered a part of that wall of the container if you put it up, sideways, or something like that. So it will push against that pressure gauge and it will give you the measurement. So it will be higher pressure than the other container that contain cool gases.
A quick question for the panel.
Yeah.
I just want to know, are we live?
Yeah, we are cooking.
We are live.
Okay. Well, it's been confirmed by Roots and Necros. We're live.
And also, I want to confirm something to Hall 9000. Yeah, I agree with you. Mathematics is just language. It's a part of language. That's why you find it in your keyboard next to the letters. So writers, authors, they use letters and they use mathematics to express their story. They want to use addition, they want to use subtraction. So 4 people went to the forest and 1 died and 3 returned. That's what the heck? That's math. Does that mean that really 4 people went to the forest, 1 died and 3 came back? Those 3 people that guy is talking about? No. So yeah, I agree with you. Is the Earth conceptual? Nah, sorry. Earth is the Earth. Yeah, it's a name of something, not conceptual. So the Earth is the name of the thing that we are standing on. It's not the name of a concept that we created. You have just to make difference between name of concepts, name of objects. And I give you an example to simplify it. A cubic meter, it's from royal cubit. It's from the elbow of the king to the tip of his finger. So from the elbow of the king to the tip of his finger, it's his arm. It's a part of his arm. It's an object. But the cubic meter, it's a new unit. You can use it with that arm and you can attribute it to like a piece of wood that measures the same thing, and you can use that instead of that arm, the piece of wood, because the cubic meter is not the arm. The arm is the name of the object. The cubic meter is the name of the concept, which is a unit of measure. So the Earth is not a concept.
Like horses' height is measured in hands. Whose hand? I don't know, but
All right, I got time today, and just where's Hal at? Get Hal in here. The grills are hot. Just fired them back. Let's go.
We have Bargant trying to argue about gravity in the side chat. He just claimed that, yeah, definitely gravity exists. But that's a claim. If you have evidence for the claim, we can discuss the evidence. But if you have just a claim without evidence, we can dismiss the claim without any evidence.
Yo, Bar Grunt should just leave entirely. Because we know you have like 3 microphones around you right now. So don't be all confident in the chat. Get your dumb ass in here and back the shit up you're saying. Hal, let's go. You're laying carpet. That's some bullshit if I've ever heard it, bro. He said he's laying carpet. You're laying on the carpet. Let's be honest.
Laying carpet and typing at the same time? That's pretty clever.
Bro, you know he's on his belly kicking his feet behind him on the carpet. That's what you're doing right now. That is bullshit if I've ever heard it. Bro doing 10 messages a minute. Come on now. Yeah, we want to hear you hammering it up. Get in here. There we go. Yeah, I can do that too. Anyway. All right, Hal. What's the issue here? He said, bro. That's what we're doing? Oh, Lord. We also have Izzy as well. Welcome, Izzy. Keep me in your fear. Welcome to the panel. Dre says, takes him 30 minutes to put down a tile. He's on his phone. This is bro right now.
Yeah, but not on the bed, on carpet.
You know, might as well be the same shit, right, Crit?
What? Like, I come right off deafen, you instantly say right, Crit?
Oh, I saw you hot mic or open your mic, dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was watching the video, and then all of a sudden it just ended, and I turned Discord back on. It's like, right, Crit?
Hey, man, you know, Flat Earther, you got to keep a keen eye out for the panel. You never know who's going to open their mic. And you know, we can hear you breathing.
Yeah.
Quick announcement. We're going back to 24/7 chat. So if you see these panels empty, you know where to find us. If you need a link, you better get it now.
It's real easy. It's a Vandy link, Flat Earth.
Damn, it's looking been a while. What's the Vanity link again?
Just Flat Earth.
/Flat Earth. Yeah.
You can also find it in both servers, like VIP partners.
No, we're not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. We're not leaving politics or politics and religion. We're going to stay number one over here. But we got some spring cleaning to do over in 24/7. There's a lot of cobwebs and dust collected over there. We need to get everyone to get their brooms out, get your feather dusters out, get your vacuum cleaners out, because we're going to go over there and clean up the place.
It's kind of like we've lost the plot in the far as like hierarchy and whatnot. Like, people are starting to think that this is 24/7 when this is just politics and religion.
What do you call it? Like a mission trip or like a field trip? We're in enemy territory over here. But what we've done is we've set up a fort deep into enemy territory, strong fort that cannot be destroyed. So
It's
we're
like
not going to let this fort just crumble.
Yeah, like community outreach. It's like we found like a really like dirty highway, and we did some volunteer work and cleaned it up.
Why? Really, guys? Do we really
Picking up
need
cans on the side of the road?
Do we really need competition? If we have different channels that talks about the same thing in different servers, do we have to explain why and what's the motivation or something like that?
Nope.
Yeah, it's something we chose to do. There is not necessarily a real motive. It's just something that we like to do. Sometime we like to come here. Sometime we like to go to our home server. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Exactly. But yeah, just put it on alert, guys. Maybe tomorrow I'm gonna get with my boy Flat Lloyd Wright. We're just gonna put the YouTube bot over there, and it's gonna be it. It is what it is. It's what's gonna be.
I've noticed that's generally where people drive the conversation to, wherever they see the bots. Because people don't want to have a conversation without the bot recording it. Because it's like when you talk to a globalist, they have a goldfish memory. You could go through a full long-form conversation and they hard reset over and over and over. And if you don't have the recording of them hearing their own words played back to them, they just like brick it, completely bricked. You're like wasting your time if you don't got them like live streamed and recorded, because they'll just constantly reset. They'll constantly forget. They won't be able to follow anything.
Bro, 100%. Well, dude, we had that guy Lego. Indio was roasting him. Dandelion was roasting him. And bro said specifically that there's a geometric limitation, geometric horizon, a point that limits your vision. We told him that. He said that. He denies saying it. We play it through the speaker from the YouTube for him to hear, and he calls that a straw man. Like, bro.
What? He straw man himself or something?
How are you going to say the own words that you said out of your own mouth that were recorded? That's a straw man.
He's straw man himself. It was an auto. It was an auto straw man.
That was crazy. That's why we have the YouTube. It's such a that is one of the biggest benefits. Like Crit just said, you just play it back for them because they have goldfish memory. They don't even remember what they said. That's another thing I find crazy is like we'll be tracking what they say more than they track what they say. How am I going to be paying more attention to your own words than you are? That's crazy.
I know people who are not from our servers. I can tell you who. I think you know that person. So they take clips from our live streams, and they use those clips as videos in their channel, like about something that was said by someone, a good argument that was proposed by a flat earther, and that person is a flat earther. So it's New Perspective. I think you know New Perspective. He was a guy who hung out in Earth Awakening for a long time, and he's using those clips. It's not something bad. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, we need actually. And speaking of clips, we need more clippers. Okay, we got speakers in here. We got mods. We got a lot of listeners. We need some clippers, chat. So, and I'm talking making short clips for TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, all that stuff.
I'll share the channel
content
in the side chat. It's a nice one that take clips from our server, and it's not only from our server. Also, he uses clips from the other servers like Earth Awakening and some other servers.
Yeah, in case you or check now, I was gonna well, anyway, so like look in mod chat. I posted like a whole bunch of shit that Lego guy did. He basically freaked the fuck out in my DMs. Like I'm talking about thermal nuclear meltdown. It's been a long time since I've had someone melt down that spectacularly. And this is over Science and Space News. I sent them the Science and Space News, and he just flipped out. Like, I mean, you got to see it to believe it. So just if you look in the mod chat, and mostly because you'll let you guys know, like if you go to a server or if you talk to this guy, this is what he's like. And so after he blocked me, then unblocked me, blocked me, and then unblocked, blocked and unblocked. And like for like a week, I go, which one are you going to do today? Is it block or unblock? And he doesn't know. Like this guy's basically almost like a random, basically like you just roll a random number generator, like complete, unhinged, full mood swings from one to the other, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, Drace, if you are there, here's a clip from that channel, YouTube channel. Yeah, I think it's you. Yeah, it's you against Daza. This one is not a short clip, it's 2 hours from the live stream.
Yeah.
Hey,
What do you think,
here's a
C-Dub?
good clip from Sabine Hoffenfelder, right? Now, right, they're talking about the Big Bang, right? But you can basically apply it to anything. Have a listen.
Should we play it to the stream?
If you can, sure, yeah. That's a good clip.
Yeah. How long is it? No, it's not that long. Yeah, I got you, bro. We got time today, chat. We got time today. All right, let me get the clip loaded. Okay, here we go.
Is that what you're trying to say? No, what I'm trying to say is that they're telling a story about what could have happened.
Yeah.
And normally, if you write it down in words, everyone would say, but yeah, it's just a story. But because they write it in mathematics, you can get it published in a scientific journal. Then it looks like science. But it isn't really, because there's no evidence backing those things up.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, first of all,
What I'm trying to say is
where is she from? Who is that 304? I feel like we've seen her before.
Dutch theoretical physicist, I think.
She needs to get some new shoes, bro. Shoes.
YouTuber, yeah.
Yeah, well, I feel like we've seen her before.
But isn't that a good statement? Like, I mean, that applies just, you know, we can all relate to that as far as what Glober's come in here presenting to us, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll probably throw them under the bus, though, let's be honest.
It's a good interview if you want to watch the whole thing. I mean, like he keeps on saying, so what you're saying is, right? And she's like, every time he says that, she's like, no. What I'm saying is,
What's up?
right?
Very Jordan Peterson Buzz. What's up, John Doe?
What's up, bro?
What's happening, dude? We see you breathing. This your first time here?
No, it's not the first time.
You've been here before. Okay, okay. So you've talked to flat earthers before.
Yeah.
All right. What did they say?
Bro, you can see my tag, bro. Look in my look my profile.
All right, let me take a look. Nutritionist.
Nah, that's like something else. Look at the roles though.
Unitarian, male, PNR Pro, and 24/7 flat earth Discord. Okay. All right. That one was hidden.
Wait, is it?
Well, no, I had to click on like reveal type thing.
It's funny because whenever people see me with those tags, they get instantly mad. Some of them.
Tell them don't hate the player game.
Dang it. So wait, you're a flat earther?
I mean, I'm not anything to be honest. I'm just like, bro, I don't know the shape. So, I don't know.
Well, flat's not a shape, so you're not making a shape claim with flat Earth.
Yeah, I know. Because people are claiming a shape that it's like a sphere. But I don't believe that, so.
Well, we'd argue that belief has nothing to do with it. We know it's not a sphere. It can't be a sphere. There is no evidence of sphericity. We know it's not moving. It can't be moving because there is no evidence of motion.
I know.
So therefore, it cannot be a spinning ball.
Yeah, I know about their pseudoscience.
Yeah, but you should clean up how you talk about it. It's not a belief. It's just something that we can confirm.
Yeah.
We can confirm it's not a ball.
It's just like it's just my intuition,
So come on, dude, you're a flat earther. Don't be scared.
I'm flat Earth. I mean, I just don't like the title. I don't like the name.
You don't like the
That's
name?
what I mean.
Yeah. I think it's like very
Don't be scared.
vague.
It's like a red pill, bro. That's one way I like to think about it.
Yeah.
And we don't do preferred pronouns over here. Well, I'm gonna call it True Earth. No, you don't need to do all that. Flat Earth causes people to have a reaction, just like when in the movie Matrix, he takes the red pill and he has this crazy reaction. Kind of similar. You want people to have this reaction first. And
Yeah,
like I said, we don't do pronouns, preferred pronouns. Well, I'm a true earther. We got people like that. Not in this community necessarily. But you should just embrace it, flat earther. Embrace it, bro.
I mean, at least we just know about the surface.
Well, that flat describes the surface, not a shape.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Well, remember, they're the ones with the claim, right? They're claiming it's curving. They're claiming it's spinning. So they're the ones with the belief. We're just real. We're just honest. We're empirical.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with that if you wanna prove that the Earth is not a sphere, to be honest, like you gotta be a good debater and have like good documentation. You have to have like a good research. And to be honest, I can say that I'm not qualified enough to debate.
The good news is the debate is over. We've already won the debate, so just learn a few points. You'll be all right. These Globers don't really have anything for you anyway. To be honest, you could
did
just
you
sit
guys
and ask
change
them
it?
questions the whole time.
Did you change the title of the channel to Debate a Flat Earther? Because there's not anything to debate.
Yeah.
I mean, depends what you want to debate. I don't know.
Well, the Globus make claims, right? And you could debate them, but you don't really need to. It's their claim, remember? So they just have to provide evidence, and if they can't provide direct evidence, it's over.
Yeah.
It's just a belief.
I mean, I think I don't really debate this topic because I don't think it's like the most important thing. I mean, it is important on some level, but it's like from the day like from like how do you call it from like the daily life you have, it doesn't have that much of an impact whether you think like the shape is round or like
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. As a flat earther, you don't worry about asteroids hitting your house. You don't worry about ozone layers letting all the air out of the big space balloon. Nothing like that.
I mean, yeah, that's
Solar
actually
flares.
true. Nah, that's actually true. Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, there's like no worries. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I never had any of those worries or that we're going to go extinct or anything like that.
Well, the best thing I got from Flat Earth was understanding that it's the route you get there teaches you how to think logically, and that's something I can pass on to my kids. That's something I can apply to my life. Not to trust too much, and know what to look for when it comes to deception.
Yeah, that's important. I think another important topic would be nutrition, in my opinion. But again, I'm not a
You say nutrition?
Yeah. The flag.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
The one with the flag of India, it's a joke, by the way.
The one what? Sorry?
In my bio, like the Indian flag. The Indian flag I put there because I got GTC restricted. And my bio was kind of, a little bit off.
Yeah, Flat Earth can lead to the nutrition enlightenment. Like Flat Earth is an eye opener that will help you to just expand your horizon in general. And then before you know it, you're looking into history, you're looking into nutrition, you're looking into everything. And that's why I'd say it's profound and important, because it's a foundational understanding that can change a lot. Not just that we're being, that we live on a surface that we're being lied to. We're being lied to about something, and this is profound. And to come to that conclusion is, it takes some time and maturity. But this idea of society branding you a flat earther is this doesn't matter when you ask the bigger questions.
Yeah, totally. Like if you learn about this subject, like you'll automatically go into other things. But I have a question. You guys eat raw meat?
I mean, I don't, but I know a few people that talk about it.
What do you guys think?
I think you're gonna piss off the panel, so I think we should say focus on like the Earth. To be honest.
All right.
What did he want to talk about?
Raw meat. Hey man, it's a family show.
Oh no,
bro.
yeah, we're not talking about dumb shit. No.
Because that's a never-ending.
Be
That's
nice,
a
man.
never-ending thing. It never goes anywhere positive. Because the vegans are gonna be mad about this. Everyone's gonna be upset, bro. It just really doesn't go anywhere positive. There's no solution. What works for one person might not work for another person. Type shit. So
I mean, is there any vegan in here?
Correct. Which reminds me, now I'm going to go home and eat some meatballs. Thanks.
I just had a steak, bro. By the way, but let's move on. Izzy, what's up, dude?
Yeah, man. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, lad.
Yeah, man. Single food ingredients, man.
You said what now? Sigma ingredients? Like
single food ingredients, man.
I can't tell what he's saying, chat. What is
He's on
he
that.
saying?
He's on that natural
Single-
eating vibe.
Single food.
Single
he's
food
saying-
ingredients.
Yeah.
He said, "Go outside and chew on your lawn. Chew on your lawn."
Yeah, I'm gonna have. I typically just like have ground beef, eggs, oatmeal, and like fruit. That's like my two go tos. Like people say.
On a flat Earth.
W.
Yes, definitely on a flat earth for sure. Stationary, non-rotating, all that. You know.
Yeah, contained air pressure proves the existence of a creator. All that.
Yeah. Cool. What was that? I'm sorry.
Air pressure proves the existence of a creator. The end.
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. Like, there's definite desire for sure. Buildings don't build themselves, eh?
We need a hater to call in. Let's get a hater in here. Bar Grunt, you're up, dude.
He's afraid of us.
He's man. I don't want to be too vulgar. Bar Grunt.
He's one of those. If a flat earther said it, then I have to disagree with it.
Oh, that's the worst syndrome. That might be one of the worst ones.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You could honestly, we've said 2 + 2 is 4, and they've told us we're wrong. If you think I'm making that up, I can recall.
Oh, I'm sure it's
multiple
recorded. I'm
examples.
sure that's recorded somewhere more than one time.
100%. We asked a guy, 2 + 2 is 4, right? And he's like, well, I told a guy, if you have 2 forks and then you have 2 more forks, you have 4 forks. He's like, well, depending on the amount of sprongs the fork has, that may not be true. Like, are you serious, bro? Just because a flat earther says it, they get all bent out of shape. Insane.
That's the complex. They have to be right. Even proven wrong, they still think they're right. At that point, it's delusion. Don't even entertain it.
Someone took a battery and stuck it in their back and told them, you're better than a flat earther. And so it doesn't matter what we say, they won't concede to a flat earther. A flat earther says anything, they're just automatically wrong. It's painful to listen to.
Yeah,
honestly.
They're not seeking truth at that point. They're seeking their own.
No, they're not concerned with truth. That's actually probably one of the most concerning traits that a globe earther has, is they're not concerned with the truth at all. At all. And this comes out when they ask, well, why would they lie? Or like, who's doing the lying? Bro, we can point out there's a lie right here. And they don't care about that. They're just like, well, I'm gonna ignore that and try to wonder why a liar would lie. Like, you're not concerned with the truth at all. I tell people to put yourself in the shoes of like a new detective at a precinct. Also, welcome Live Radio to the panel. Like, put yourself in the shoes of a detective. You just got hired on in a precinct. They got a crime that just happened. Also, welcome Lats. You go to the crime scene. There's blood there, bullet shells. I see a camera over there. And they go, but why did this happen? Well, dude, that's not your job to worry about. All you need to do, find out whose blood that is.
It sounds like what Globers do is they say, yeah, Glober will say, well, we don't know why they did it, so it didn't happen.
Yeah, I can't fathom. Hey, I've known John for 50 years, and I can't even fathom him committing such a crime. That's the type of logic. Well, that's John's fingerprints on the bullet. And that's John on the CCTV footage. Well, he's been such a great guy. Why would he lie?
And they could fake that with CGI now.
Well, when they start saying CGI and stuff, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Aren't we the conspiracy guys? This happened, like, we'll present the Black Swan and they'll be like, those numbers are fake. Wait a minute, hold on. I thought we were the conspiracy guys. Why are you saying that the numbers are fake on Google, bro?
They'll concede to conspiracy just to like support their argument.
Yeah, well, that's another syndrome called instant conspiratard mode. Not to be confused with instant expert syndrome as well, where we have I am a god. I am God. I am a 304.
You broke the
Welcome to
rules
panel.
for hateful conduct. You have limited access to direct messages until May 29th, 2025. Of course.
I don't know what you're talking about. So, I am 304. Welcome to the panel. Is this your first time here?
So who's
304.
disappointed they can't post stuff in chat? Who's disappointed?
I am 304.
Oh, what did you want to post? I'll post it for you. Was it something great?
There's a 304 in here? One of you guys are returned?
Big 23 PT 304. I think, yeah.
Who's Big 2304?
Looks like you're lighting up right now.
Pretty strange. Didn't know my name was Big 2304. Is that another one of your flat Earth discoveries?
Facts. So are you a flat earther or a globetard?
Oh, thanks for the options. I love that.
Well, what are you, like a concaver or something?
Well,
I'm smarter than everyone in this chat, period.
Demonstrate
oh man, that's a terrible way to start, bro. Let's try again.
You could demonstrate that, but
The universe is inside of you. There is no universe. That's why no one can determine the shape. That's why you guys will be arguing forever.
What shape is flat Earth?
Ever and ever.
Bro,
What shape is flat Earth?
What shape is the Earth in your dreams?
In my dreams, that's a good question.
It is, because you can't defer a
never
dream
comes
from
as a law
reality.
unless it's
So
like ingrained in you. But what I've seen, I've never seen that before. I've seen something else.
anyone gonna answer the question? What's the shape of the Earth when you're dreaming?
I'm not aware of the shape. I guess I'm
Okay, so you're not aware of it then. You're
But
dreaming
even if
right
I'm
now.
gonna get high enough to see a globe,
is that the answer to the question?
not the truth.
Yeah, none of us really know the shape of the Earth, but for some reason this channel was created as if they know for sure it's flat. What if the Earth doesn't even exist? What if it's just a projection of your consciousness?
Water never curves.
Here's what you don't know. Here's what you don't know. Flat, that's not a shape.
Yeah,
flat isn't a shape. It's a plane.
Well, can you draw flat? Can you draw the shape flat? How many sides does it have? How many sides to a flat? Got him.
Does it have any
Like
angles?
brain farts and then just start blabbering stuff? I'm just curious.
Wow, he's bricked over that.
I made one argument,
not sarcasm, please.
I made a point. I asked, what is the shape of the Earth in a dream?
You asked it.
No one answered the question.
So you made a point, but you asked a question?
Okay. In a dream, no one knows the shape of the Earth because dreams are projections of your consciousness, a reality that you create. No one can understand your dream.
Hey, I am 304. Are you a brain in the jar?
Okay, cool.
Nothing is measurable in the dream.
Exactly. And if we can't discern dreams from reality,
But reality is not a dream. So reality compared to the dream.
Okay. Can you prove that reality isn't a dream?
So reality is measurable. So in a dream, you just observe that thing with your two senses, which is your eyes and your ears, maximum that you use. So you won't use feeling.
So you don't feel emotions in a dream? You don't feel emotions?
Oh my God.
You don't feel physical pain?
Sorry?
Do you not feel emotion and physical pain inside of a dream?
Do you not feel motion in physical reality?
Emotion.
Emotion? Yeah, you can feel, you can have emotion.
Hi, how are you?
Emotion is
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that everything inside the dream realm is the same as the earthly realm.
No,
bro. That's irrelevant to the debate.
Bro, like everything in the
It
dream
is
world
because
is
you got
not
to
the
argue about
same
the
as.
shape of something that you can't even describe. You can't observe it.
No, it's
You're
not. No, it's
dreaming.
not.
You're
No,
trying to
it's not.
explain the dream.
I would advise you to disengage with this
You don't
person.
have to
I would advise you
advise
to
me of
continue your
anything.
argument.
Nikon,
Because I came here to listen to a bunch of people argue, not with this retard.
Stop. Okay.
Icon.
I can fly in my dreams. I cannot fly in reality. The two things are not the same.
You can't measure the shape of the earth inside of a dream. You likely.
What are you talking about? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I just debunked your premise. So now let's get back to the point.
It's clearly a dream.
Where's Earth curve?
You can't measure the shape of the Earth inside the dream because nothing is measurable inside the dream. So
we're not worried about dreams.
So we talk about reality.
Wait, you're saying I can't measure something while I'm sleeping in a dream? Yes, I can. I can take a ruler and I can measure it and say, hey, it's 12 inches.
That's what you believe. No, you can't.
Yes, you can. What do you mean?
No, you can't.
We're not worried about dreams. We don't care.
Yeah.
It's also, you don't know much about dreams apparently, because it's one of the ways to lucid dream is to like attempt to measure things rather than to read things twice, because things are constantly shifting in your dream. Like this is completely irrelevant to the real world, where we can measure.
There is one thing that pans out in my lucid dreams. I test shadows and physics, and they all pan out.
Yep.
No, they don't.
Incoherent
Yeah, they do, bro. I
nonsense.
swear they do, bro. I swear they do. It's freaking crazy.
That's a nice, cool story.
No, okay. It's my experience.
No, it's not.
I have no reason to lie about that. I'm the one dreaming it and enjoying it.
Facts.
You're schizophrenic.
I'm schizophrenic now. Come on, bro. Bring an argument, bro.
Against what?
You didn't bring an argument to ask him to bring an argument. You just talking about your
Bring a
personal.
coherent argument, dude. Like, come on, man.
You're just talking
Let's
about
talk
your personal story. It's something that you just told us. It's not an argument. It's your personal story.
Argument.
I don't consider it an experience, but it's not because it's not my experience. It's you telling me a story about something that you consider to be an experience.
Nikos, can you confirm that without consciousness, the universe doesn't exist?
What?
Bro, what?
What are you talking
about? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh my god, bro.
Hey, yo,
Bro, I came here to join and hear you guys debate, bro. Pick on a debate,
This guy
bro.
is
Get
looking
off
for the
this.
therapy room. He's having an existential crisis or something.
Exactly, bro. Let us hear you
it's not
guys'
our job to
arguments that
deal
the
with
world is flat. Like, bro.
Wait, Icon. Hold on, 304. 1 second, 304. Let's just.
My name is.
I'm gonna silence this for a second. Icon, are you a globetard or what's going on?
No, I'm just waiting for you guys to argue over if the Earth is flat. I'm not here to make an argument, but I'm just here to come and listen. There's so many people inside this room, but you guys getting dominated by some schizophrenic.
But we have some moron who's having a hard time discerning dream from reality. We don't really need to worry about him.
All right, we have Abraham. Allah Akbar.
Wow.
We got SpongeBob.
How are you?
Sorry. Are you a globetard?
Are you a flat sword?
The Earth
Never
is
way to
flat,
start,
yeah.
man. Come on, man.
Can you explain how the Earth is flat?
Do you want me to explain how it's flat?
Yeah, and present some evidence.
Yeah, it's measured that way. That's the explanation.
Oh my God, really?
Probably not going to get a lot out of this one. Well, you observe a flat Earth, that's for start.
Yeah, I want to do. I want to.
Hi, how are you?
Unmute myself just to tell him that. Yeah, it's the thing that I experience, and you experience. I bet you experience the same thing as me. Flat horizontal horizon, motionless Earth. You don't detect any motion. Flat surfaces of water in your cup of water, in the bucket, in the tub in your bathroom, the pool outside your house, the lake next to where you live, the beach. So it's just showing itself to everyone. So now I experience it like that, flat and horizontal. So are you saying that I experience flat, but it's not flat, it's curved. And I experience motionless, but it's not motionless, it's moving. Can you validate that with the proof?
That's for you, SpongeBob.
Well, wait.
He tapped up.
Well, give me a second. Wait, first off, I'm not even here for you guys. I'm here for that one retard. That one I am God retard. I'm not even here to debate.
Okay, bro. Go run, man.
Oh, did he run
I'm
from
I'm trying
you?
to find him.
You just grouping for some retard?
retarded.
They came in holding hands, I think.
Go run.
Nice one. Oh, I found him. All right.
Yeah, I think he was following him because the other
What
guy
the
is
hell?
nonsense. Ah,
All right, let's get another hater on the line.
he's your global brother? Do you believe in the globe?
Oh, me?
Yeah, easy.
Dude, I'm an artist, man. Nice. It's flat as hell.
You're an artist?
Yeah, I'm an artist, man.
Oh, nice.
Perspective, everything. Yeah, I do. It's.
Oh, nice. So you're a flat earther?
Oh yeah, by default.
Yeah. So yeah. I understand that. Yeah. So you are an artist. So you know how to draw the horizon. So you know how to split the page. How to. Yeah. So it's completely
It's
understand.
gonna it's gonna curve on the x-axis, but it's also gonna curve on the y-axis. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Completely.
So we don't see it. You know, we look left and right, and it's pretty straight. So you mean to tell me the curve is only ever in front of me? It's not to the sides of me?
Yeah, like I said, you will imagine it like to be a cylinder.
Exactly. But that's not your experience. Your physical experience.
All right, next caller. Icon Collective. Are you a globe earther, or do you think the Earth is flat?
As I said, I'm just here to watch.
This is a no watching panel. So, what do
It's
you think,
no
buddy?
watching panel. You serious
Correct.
right
Are you
now?
a flat earther? Yes.
We need group
You a flat earther?
participation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm not experienced enough, so it's
Nice.
No, you don't. We got. Listen, you can hop in the JanSport, bro. I got a backpack. We'll carry you. It's all right. So just, do you think it's flat or no? It's all right.
No one is asking you to debate. It's just you can share your opinion with us. If it is a belief, yeah, we can understand that because we already know that.
Keep the 5-minute monologue down, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, look, bro, don't be ashamed if you think it's a spinning space pair. It's okay.
All right, Clay.
You also don't have to argue for it at all. You can just ask questions, or we can go through different aspects of the evidence for you. And damn it!
I'm sorry. That might have been my fault.
Necros, it's all your fault, dude.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's blame Necros.
I already said I'm sorry. My bad.
All right, next caller. Bar Grunt, you are up. Bar Grunt, you are up.
Or Brandy, name it. The newcomer.
Who?
Brandy, name it.
Brand
Dynamite.
Brand Dynamite. Brand Dynamite. Sorry.
Brand Dynamite, you're up. Brand Dynamite, you are up. This is a no listening panel, so be sure to chime in.
Care Bear is trying to keep our stats low.
And listen, we don't want to be too hot. We're already number one. We don't want to just embarrass the rest of the server with all these flat earthers in here. So I'm trying to keep the numbers down, all right? We're going to start banning people for just listening. So Brand Dynamite, you're up. Brand Dynamite, you are up. This is a no shy panel as well.
Come on.
All right, next caller. Let's get a hater on the line. Haters call in. You know what? Actually, I was thinking for Miggy's show that he wants to do, we should actually get like an actual number that people can call in, because Discord might be, what's the word? You know, this might be just a bit of a hoop for some people to jump through. We want to make it easily accessible. Everyone got a phone, man. They see that number, call 333 flat 4432, and they just call that number. It rings through. Someone answers it. Like we could probably set that up, to be honest. And that's just the same number every time.
Go see if 1-800 Flat Earth or 188 Flat Earth. It'll be FLATAAR, but that doesn't matter. By the time you dial the last two digits, it's already ringing.
Yeah, we could figure a good number out. 304 flat. That should work. Yo, that might actually work. We're gonna see if that's a thing. But that way the people on YouTube, these boomers and stuff like that, they can just be like, you know what, I'm sick of this shit. Let me call 304 flat. And then it rings through to the show.
Problem is with that is all those young people are afraid to talk on a phone now.
I know, dude. But that's fine. They can join the Discord. They know how to do Discord. But if you've noticed, Jedi, the average or the medium age of these people are way older than the YNs. You know what I mean? The young ninjas. Right, Jedi?
I just wanted to say 0800 zero curve.
Ooh! Damn. All right, that's better. Let's go with that. What is it? 1-800 zero curve? Damn.
Yeah, whatever code you have to put at the front, 555 zero curve.
Damn. Wait, CURVE. How do you do? Well, we'll figure it out.
We just have regular phone numbers in the United States, Jedi. We don't have to do magic tricks to make calls.
188, it's flat. Damn. Okay, dude, chat is cooking right now.
We just press other numbers. It's not a magic trick.
Isn't it like 5 or some shit?
Did you ever see the IT crowd, anybody, where their new 911 is some long ass number? You guys got to see that episode.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
That's my favorite show. It used to be anyway.
Didn't translate so well over to the American version. Original.
Nope, it didn't. I've never even seen the American version. Just the originals. The funniest one, Jen her head floating down the hallway. That almost made me pee my pants when I saw that the first time.
188, no curve. Oh my god. Okay. Dude, the chat is cooking right now. We got 1888. It's flat. Yo, that's pretty good. No curve. Yeah, dude, we should definitely do that for sure. I don't think that's very difficult. We also have Federal Leaf Thanks for calling into the show. Welcome. Is this your first time calling in? Federal Leaf. Is that code
So you
for
got
like some ganja or something?
you got 1-800, you got 1-877, and 1-888 are all toll free. There might be even more now.
Bet. All right, so if we can choose the call number, then we'll just go with one of these. But what's the app called? I think it's oh fuck, what is it called? What's the one that Fresh and Fit uses? I forget what it's called. I can look it up. Talk radio or something like that. I forget what it's called. Let me look it up. Talk radio. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Whatever. We'll figure it out when we get there. But I think that would be a good idea. That way we don't limit people from wanting to talk, but they can't join because they don't have Discord or they don't want to set up a Discord or, we probably block out a lot of flat earthers too because we got guys who are like, oh, I'm not going to connect my email with this shit or whatever. My phone number. I'm sure you guys know people like that. Freaking Amish. But, we got some guys with wrinkly tinfoiled hats out there. Pretty sure it's like talk radio or some shit. What is it called?
Google it.
I'm doing that. You should know, Radwin. You're the tech nerd in here.
You guys will be calling me when the shit doesn't flow. I'll be
I know.
doing your
Radwin,
tech
what do we
shit
do?
for you. Yep, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I think I've got like 5 mixing boards here, ways to move calls into my boards and everything.
Anyway, I'm searching in the background for this shit, but we'll figure it out later. But I think that would be a good idea. Blog Talk Radio. That's what it is. Blog Talk Radio. Yep. We'll see if we can get that ball rolling. Shout out to ChatGPT.
Shout out.
Blog Talk Radio. Yeah.
All right, super unrelated. Spices. What should I put on my beef?
Oh, salt and pepper for sure. Hella. Like hella salt pepper. Bro, and then go to Trader Joe's and get that everything but the bagel seasoning and put that shit on everything else. So fire. That shit is bomb.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have onion powder?
Just douse the steak in the everything but the bagel seasoning. Now let's move on because we're gonna piss off the panel. I don't like talking about food. Trust me, I've seen it go down before. It is not pretty. It's not pretty. Damn, I was talking shit about Amish and they just popped in. What's up, Amish?
Hey, what's happening? Hey, everybody talks shit about everybody around here. It's okay. We're all in this together.
Amen.
Doesn't bother me.
We got the chat suggesting call like numbers that people can call in when we do our. Because look, we're gonna blow up. Mickey's already got the vision. We're gonna blow up. We're gonna do a huge show, and we're not gonna limit people to just Discord. I think we should have a call-in number, a forever number that people just can call, and it. I don't know how exactly this will work because someone's gonna have to manage this shit, but it should call and we pick up the number. We pick up the call. But the chat's giving us suggestions. 1-800-NO-GLOBE. 1-800-NOT-BALL. 1-800-IT'S-FLAT. 1-800-NO-CURVE. 1-800-FLAT-MAN. There's so many. 1-800-FLAT-EARTH.
Yeah, that could add something really cool to this. You know, I kind of think about how to moderate it, but you know, we can figure it out.
Well, what Blog Talk Radio has is like a landing spot where you can say, hey, I'm so and so, I'm calling in for this. You can listen to it and then bring them on or whatever. I'm not sure what you call that, like a waiting room. Basically, they can announce what they're here for and then they go on. Now, obviously, dude, we got mods, we got operators standing by at all times with their finger literally over the mute button. So honestly, it doesn't really matter. Anyone can come in, just like they can right now, and do the whole N-bomb thing. We got people standing by for that anyway, so it's not a huge deal. And then, you know, if we're on Rumble, if we ever do like exclusive Rumble shows, it literally don't even matter. They can come and do whatever. But you know, I think YouTube is where we get a big, decent audience. We got a huge audience on Rumble too. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but we got a lot of viewers on Rumble, like almost, like way more than we got on YouTube. I don't even know how, but probably because they're shadow banning us on YouTube. But we definitely have a crowd out there that listens to us. I'll go to the YouTube right now. Let's go take a look and see how many people are watching.
Whatever that number says, multiply it by 10.
Yeah, it's probably more. Let's see. It says there are 24 people watching right now on the Teebs. Let's go over to Rumble and see how many people are watching. Pretty sure we're like dual streaming. We are. We got 5 people watching over there. I'm gonna give that video a like. But still, 5 people ain't bad though. And we haven't been announcing Rumble. We haven't talked about Rumble a lot. But that's 30 people right there just listening. And I bet it's not you guys. Why would you be in the call and listening at the same time? I mean, maybe it is some of you guys, but there's a good chance that's an extra 30 people. In addition to the 30 people in here right now, that's like 60 people. So maybe there's a reason why these guys don't want to join the Discord. Their account's banned or blocked, or they don't want to set up the 2-step verification, put your phone number in, all this stupid stuff. A phone number anyone can call from any phone. Yo, I've been meaning to call in. What up? That's more haters we can get on the line. Step right up. Step right up. So it's going to be a little bit of work, but we can do it. Just like we did the Rumble thing, chat. Rumble was not a thing. Then we spoke it into existence, and bam, it became a thing for a while. And it was a lot of fun, too. And we got a lot of views. We go back over to the Rumble. We still got a 1,000 followers over there. And let's take a look at our most popular video. 40,000 views. Okay, that's our number one video. It's 40,000 views. The next one after that is 33,000 views. Illuminati confirmed. Then 28,000, 24,000, 23,000, 20,000, 21,000, 21,000, 18,000. So like that's a lot. Let's go back to the YouTube and see what our most viewed video is over there.
That's just us going back to see if people have lied.
I don't know if that counts. But you make a funny point there. Let's see. Flat Lloyd Wright's channel has 301 subscribers. Guys, you make sure you go follow Flat Lloyd Wright's YouTube channel. There's 6 likes on the video. Make sure you like the video. I'm going to drop a comment below. Well, there's no comments, but make sure you say what up in the chat. And let's go back to Helio's channel. Okay. Let's go to live videos, sort by most popular. What? Wait. Yeah, they're definitely shadow banning us over there, chat. 100%. The most popular video is 700 views, and the most popular live stream is 900 views. What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
Dude, Rumble has 40,000.
Whoa, on Rumble.
On
Yeah,
Rumble.
YouTube got to be like 3 times that.
Even it what? Oh, you just talking about 3 times 40,000? Golly, I didn't know we were that hot.
You know, those folks doing this to us on YouTube are shooting themselves in the foot. They don't know how big we're actually getting if they're doing all the shadow banning. So we can keep doing what we do. Yeah, we should use Rumble for growth metrics.
I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, you guys are right. I just recently today watched some YouTubers want to go deep diving on conspiracies, go to the end of the rabbit holes, and the first thing they picked was Flat Earth. And they could not get past the YouTube algorithms into any actual Flat Earth content. The closest they got was some guy talking about Flat Earthers incorrectly.
Maybe we have to come up with a way, like our own app. David Weiss did something, but can we do something too? Can we get an app developer in here? I mean, you know, for all the faults, right, that we've had to endure, correcting a lot of his fans and even himself on what this is about. He was successful in launching an app to get through the censorship walls.
Yeah, what are we talking, bro?
Blowing up on
The app
Rumble?
you're talking about is the Spirit Level app in your phone. That's it.
What?
I see.
Wait.
Not hard to do.
What,
They're not hard to do these days, man. Really depends on what you need.
What about inbuilt sexnet?
I was thinking something community oriented, some way to link people to our Discords and some of our servers where we host content. You know, some of our social media.
Do you mean like an actual Android app or iOS app or a web app on a website? Because they both can serve the same purpose. One's easier than the other.
I know, I really don't care, but whatever's best.
Right.
Android.
No,
I mean,
hell
we should
no.
be on as many platforms as we can, though. We need this stuff installed on all those Obama phones.
I'll look into fiddling with something and let you guys know.
Wait,
Be multifaceted. You could add the flat GPT into it and everything.
Oh hell yeah!
wait, you guys are talking about making an app now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Google Maps.
What do we look like?
Google
Dave?
Maps in there as well.
No, listen, it could be, the app could allow people to call in to Creation Bear.
Ah, well, shit.
Yeah, but then people have to download an app. Dude, I'm telling you, people are like you, Amish. They don't want to download apps and put in their emails and shit like that, bro. Anyone can call a phone number.
See, that's one of the reasons why I pointed out that simply having a website that functions like an app, like you guys ever you go to a website and, click, and the page doesn't change or anything. It looks like you're working on an app, but there's a little browser thing at the top. Newer websites tend to be like that. That would be a lot easier, and people could just open a browser and go to it, as opposed to App Store, Google Play, download this, and then all the overhead that comes with that, because whoever's posting the app to these stores has to create an account, do all this horse shit just for that. Whereas a website that's well done and easy to access and unsecure and shit like that, like night and day.
I see what you mean.
Chat. I want y'all to put what you think is the average age in the chat right now of this community.
Average age.
Average age. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat right now. I'm gonna say.
I'm driving, man. You don't want me to crash.
Don't do that. So
35.
now let's take a look at the age. Yeah, okay, 35. What else you guys think? Average age of what? Like the community, our community, or the people that get involved in this discussion.
No, I think it's more about 40.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
We got
36.
38, 40, 36, 35. What else do you think in chat?
Between the ages of what? 18, 20, and 30.
Yeah, maybe 35 to 45, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, it's surprisingly older, right? So now we're talking about making apps and shit. Come on now. These guys don't want to do no apps.
Maybe we should correspond with letters then. What do you want?
Yeah, I know. This is in response to being shadow banned.
A letter? We should write letters. All right.
Yep. Translate all the videos into Morse code. You'll be right.
Yeah, get a kitchen with a message. Yeah.
Betamax.
What even is that? I don't even know what that is.
Freaking geezers.
Oh man.
Creation Bear doesn't know what a fucking Betamax is.
I only know Alphamax. No, honestly,
it was the competitor VHS.
I never heard of that.
Got the quality too.
They were like one-eyed VHS tapes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Were they in Blockbuster?
Email was a web.
I ain't never saw no Betamax in a Blockbuster.
The 80s.
I think Betamax was around
the early
before
90s.
Blockbuster.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Betamax would have been gone before CB was born.
Yeah.
Oh shit! That makes sense. See, I remember floppy disks, but I don't remember no Betamax, whatever the hell. Oh damn, bro, that's actually facts though. Oh, that's facts, bro. I'm gonna start crying, dude.
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good. It's actually true.
How about Laserdisc? Remember those? They're like records.
Laserdisc. Yeah.
That lasted for 6 months.
Is that not the same Laserdisc? I had to look that one up.
No, they're like 15 inches apart, and they look like a CD-ROM, dude. Like they're pretty comical.
Just double-sided, the size of LP.
You had to flip it over during your movie to watch the rest.
That's right.
Wow. Okay, Flat Lloyd Wright just posted in the chat his stats from his YouTube. it says 60% of his audience is 35 to 44. And then 30% of the audience is 45 to 54. And 0% is 18 to 24. 7% 25 to 34. Wow. So we're talking like we got an older crowd in here, to be honest, man. Get that phone number going because they'll call in.
That's Gen X.
Well, hold on. Wouldn't those metrics show that reach out because we're not getting them in?
You cut out there for me, at least. What'd you say?
Wouldn't that mean because of the metrics that we need to draw the younger crowd in?
That's what I'm here for.
Exactly.
That's what I do.
Jedi, Jedi can create like a TikTok dance about flat Earth.
I second that nomination.
That'd be hot.
Oh my god, dude. That would be hot. That would be hot. Listen, we can't start an OnlyFans. I mean, actually, maybe we should. Jedi's OnlyFans just sits and talks to people all day.
Well, the problem with like the 18 to 24, these are the raw clips from the YouTube, so it's not very snappy. Like it's not cut in quick succession like they're used to with their TikTok brains. This is long form content, so I can understand that we don't have a lot of viewers there.
Yeah, if you click on the YouTube and you watch it for half an hour, does that still count as a view, even though the video's 12 hours long?
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, a certain percentage of the overall length, I think.
I was thinking we might need to get out with some fresh new content. Like, when was the last time you've seen a new like infrared long distance observation? You know, we have good content, right? But people are going to look at the dates, and be like, "What 2019? What the fuck?"
Made a Tetrix got something new. Hit it, made a Tetrix.
Yeah, what?
You got some new shit. You just got it like days ago, right? Off Facebook?
You got a black swan from the land of black swans.
Correct.
Yeah, we got new shit, bro.
Yeah, we need that. We need more people going up in airplanes like Jay Tolan doing this stuff, I think, too.
I hate those things.
All right, I got an idea. I need you guys to start a GoFundMe and put it into my name so I get the money, and I'll go take plane rides for you guys.
I'll do it, man.
Honestly, I trust Radwin.
He's got the equipment and the know-how.
So
That's my boy.
Website sounds good, right?
Americans have passports. That's a new one.
No, they don't. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
We need to go in the airplanes with laser beams.
Laser beams attached to their heads.
Now, I could probably get away with that, but I'm not sure what that would look like being shot out of a plane window.
Mic check. Am I coming in?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you, dude.
Yeah. So like I was thinking, like a website sounds great and everything, and an app sounds good too, right? But like instead of us relying on like other platforms and shit, why don't we just make one?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, that's what the app would. That's what the app would be, a platform.
Yeah, and have voice chat, text chat, everything that we already have, video uploads, all that shit.
Yep. Go ahead and start that GoFundMe, and I'll start coding.
Are you trying to say you're going to try to compete with Discord?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
a mini one though.
Doesn't have to be.
No, we don't want to be.
No, we're going to compete with
smaller,
Facebook, not Discord. We like Discord. We're going to compete with Facebook, not Discord. Don't try to stir up shit.
That's what I do, Radwin. What do you mean, dude?
We will compete with Dave Weiss's app, but without any assumed model. So
Yeah, fuck the map. What we need is a library.
Yeah, it will be videos like the library in the Voices app. So it will be library of videos and library of memes and images and those things, and also vocal channel and text channel.
Okay, somebody start, whiteboarding this out. Let's get at the swim lanes. Who's doing what?
Yeah, I think it's maybe doable to do the app where they can like look at the different links and the different things we could put in there, but to make a voice and text one, it could be more difficult, and we already have Discord for that, so you could just have links into Discord through the app.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was going to say the same thing. And one thing worth noting is that of all of the things involved in something like that, there are costs, right? But they can be minimized, right? Number one is the domain. So I brought it up last week, I think. I think it came up in chat with Miggy. The domain, for example, if you guys want to do 247flatearth.com.org. whatever, that's like $5 a year or something. Very, very minimal. But when it comes to video and text and stuff, that all takes up storage, and those that's where things can get tricky, especially if you have terabytes of data. So having links to external resources would be probably the best, and maybe it's probably going to be something like $5 a month or $2 a month or something like that for the server. So it's minimal, but it just needs to be sorted out logistically.
Yeah. Save costs if we get some 814s. CB, you know what an 814 is?
I'm just thinking
H1B visa guy.
We don't have to abandon all these platforms that we're on. Right? We just use it for like things like what Miggy wants to do. Right? So there we own it. We make the rules. We don't have to worry about TOS and all that bullshit. Right?
Please. Wait, but we have
kind of. It depends on what platform you're putting the app out on.
Rumble. Dude, Rumble has no we could almost you just can't be doing nude stuff on Rumble. We can't do like porn, but we don't do that. So you pretty much
Puts
do anything
you out of
else on
business
there.
then.
Yo, man.
But Bradman is right. They can take us off the Play Store and whatnot. So, you need to comply with all those rules if you want to be on a platform where people can actually download your app.
Yeah, they can just turn it off like they did. They can just turn it off like they did TikTok. So don't forget about that.
Yeah, man. We do something like I genuinely think Rumble's base is fuck. Like Chris Pavlovsky's the CEO. They're not going to shut anybody down. That's where everyone's going right now. The biggest streamers right now are over there.
Isn't the whole point
Steven Crowder.
If they do shut it down, then all that information's still there? You know what I mean?
Who's they?
Come on,
I see what you're saying. Them boys? Talking about them boys? We can't JQ over here. No, but
you guys are pissing off. All the Globers that are listening right now are just seething, pissed off that we're even talking about this.
Facts.
Yeah, remember when FlatGPT came out?
Oh my God! I thought they were going to lose their minds when I went head to head with ChatGPT versus FlatGPT. And we had ChatGPT down to one sentence, and mine was still giving. I had to limit it to 2,000 characters. It would only just want to spit out everything. I was like, you have to calm down. Only make it 2,000 characters for Discord, and it would limit itself to just breaking it down to that.
All right, man. That was good. It was like an argument between FlatGPT and ChatGPT, wasn't it?
Yeah, but mine cites sources. Theirs doesn't.
Yeah.
So much fun back when we first started that too. Like they were losing their minds. They would argue with our FlatGPT, and they would lose every time. And their chat bots would just get owned. And Yeah. If there's a way to do it, like, I mean, DeepSeek is open source, you know, but it'd probably be expensive to get server space and, you know, all that computational power.
I don't know, but I'm excited about this show that Miggy keeps talking about, but not sure how far out that is, but we might as well get prepared for it. Get the call.
If you guys
Number
don't start
41.
having meetings on it, it'll never happen.
I know, that's why we should keep talking about it and whatever.
Not in here. Structured meetings about it, or it will never happen. I do projects every day. I know what it's like.
Yeah. Yeah. You have meetings about meetings?
Continuously.
Yeah.
Before I got here, I was in an 1.5-hour meeting about what meetings are we going to have in the future. That was the meeting I had before I got home.
Exactly. Yeah, we should get the
annual
show
meetings where we do that.
I've been saying earlier, look, if I'm starting to realize this curation process that's been taking place over in politics and over here is such a W. Because if when the show blows up, not everyone's going to be able to participate, bro. It just is what it is. I might not even be able to participate. Being humble over here. You better be on your shit.
You're going to violate TOS right away, so we'll just ban you before we start.
Probably. But like, you guys need to be on your P's and Q's. You need to be on your A game if you want to be part of the mainstream thing.
Don't worry, CB. You can stand at the door and be a bouncer with me.
We also need to recognize when someone starts speaking, like a heretic starts speaking, that you need to let him finish his argument.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Facts.
Yeah, I mean, it takes practice. Like, we're like a team of players, and we have to learn how to play off each other.
Pause.
Well, we have some outliers that are in here all the time that will just all of a sudden start taking over what point you're trying to drive home. And they'll be
But
just
listen this,
going
Redwood,
on
listen
and
this.
on. It's just making it. That's not. Yeah, we don't need to go off in the weeds. Let me say my final Band-Aid pull. The space is fake. That kind of shit. But people don't like to let me get there, and I like to let people walk themselves right into those holes. But a lot of flat earthers like to let the cat out of the bag right away. Then I have to leave chat for a while.
Radwin, listen this.
Yeah. There's some people too, though. I don't mind when they jump in to interrupt or to get a point off with me because I know them and I know what they're going to say and I trust what they're going to say and I let it happen. And
Yeah, that's different. And I know what happens when I hear certain voices. I'm just like, oh, you guys take over.
Yeah, it's comforting, right? When that happens, you're like, oh yeah, this person's on it. I can sit back and relax now.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes I'm running out of steam and I'm thankful for the interruption.
Facts. Well, you got to have that sort of cohesion. It's like a starting five on a basketball team. You got to trust your teammates to be able to pass it over and then shoot the three or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how it's become over here. It's like a soccer team. There's like a starting 11 or whatever. I don't know.
I've tried to stress this probably, I don't know, maybe 100 times since I've been on Discord. 5-minute monologues make people turn off Discord.
Hell no. Please do not do that. Please. Anything but that.
That's directed at me, then I get it.
No,
not you.
That's not you.
No, I bet it
You
was.
talk when there's nobody in here anyway. I'll be driving, listening to you talk to yourself. I'll be driving to work. You're talking to yourself. I don't have it unmuted, so I can't talk back unless I go find my phone, etc.
Yeah, man. Sometimes I got the Breakfast Club shift. You know, it's sometimes me and Alpha, and we get a few numpties in here. Sometimes it's just dead quiet, right? Crit's in here, I'm in here. It's like, what are we going to talk about?
You're Redwin. Maybe you are talking about me, and I can admit that I have that problem that I need to use a lot of words to express my idea.
And I'm always interrupting people.
Yes, you are.
Yes, Necros, I understand you need to use a lot of words, but we're trying to teach you how to say things like space is fake, air pressure requires a container without giving them 20 examples of it.
You can't yap, bro, because then we're talking to a TikTok brain generation. They ain't gonna listen for 30 seconds. You got 7 seconds to make a point.
Yeah, you got 7 seconds to shock them. Once you shock them, they'll start listening.
Yeah,
Pay attention when people come in,
they're
right?
not gonna listen.
When people come in and you can tell they're highly educated, particularly on a certain subject, you got to pay attention to that and not try to out-talk them or outsmart them in their own domain area of knowledge. We all have unique things to offer, and if we speak more from our domain of knowledge, we're going to be more authentic, and that includes knowing when to pass it off to someone else.
Facts. Yeah, you should know, and that's part of being cohesive with your team is knowing the strengths of your teammates. Maybe so and so is better at shooting the three, and you're trash at it. So you better not be shooting threes. You know what I mean?
Guess what's gonna help sell this app that people are gonna pay for it? They'll pay for this add-on anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and make Glober Bingo and put it in the app.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, why not? If it's legal for your state to gamble or wherever you're at, we could actually add real money to it. Here's the pool. If you're paying $5 for a bingo card, pay attention. I have so much dumb ass code written for dumb shit. It's not even funny.
That's hilarious. That's like me with spreadsheet code snippets. I've got like thousands of old spreadsheets where I've got like godlike code with like multiple embedded conditionals with array functions. Like,
I've got a spreadsheet from
that shit. Copy and
I have a
paste.
spreadsheet I made like 7 years ago, and I looked at it the other day. I'm like, I could never make that again. I couldn't make it now. I cannot do that again. Not that way. How I did it, and that didn't have any scripting helping anything. There was no bots to help you do anything. It was figure it out. I looked at it, was 196 or I think it was 230, but a section is commented out. But it's like 230 lines long of VB scripting in an Excel sheet, and because of this, we turned it into an SAP module because it was so good.
I don't know what anything you just said.
Amish knows. That's why he laughed.
Sounds kind of gross, man. VB script. You're old.
SAP.
Yeah.
VB. That's a beer, right?
Excel. VBA.
That's a VB long neck.
Kill me.
The reason why I had to write it like that was because I can't really give you too much of the background. Anyway, the computer I was on had no access to anything, but they left Excel with the option for me to enable developer mode, and I did. And then I wrote it, and then I presented it after it was all done and all the bugs were worked out. People didn't even know I was working on it. And then they said, "What the fuck?" when I presented it. That was the end of that. It was like, what are we doing with him?
Not to get too far off topic, when we hire people and I see on their resumes that they know Excel and they put like pivot tables and Power BI, I know they don't know Excel.
Oh my god, man. While you're at it, why don't you just learn COBOL and Fortran,
So that's funny because after that they asked me, "Do you know any Fortran?" And I was like, "Fortran? Oh my god, I don't even know what that looks like." And I said to them, "Sure, what do you got to work on?" Because I knew I could just figure it out. I would just go to one of my buddies who does Pascal and Fortran and all that shit and say, "Give me some pointers real quick." But I called their bluff and got the job.
Oh, that's
I've done
hilarious.
some Fortran, touched on programming in Fortran just a little bit.
Oh, what are these ninjas
God
talking
damn.
about?
It's IT shit. Sit down, CB. It's okay.
Yeah, stuff I
Let the
talk
big
about
boys talk.
all day long.
Yeah, let the big boys.
Let the big boys talk.
Don't worry, CB. You can just press the on button; it'll still work.
Yeah, facts.
We're the guys that
Hey,
make the on. Yeah, we're the guys that make your on button work.
Where's the on
Yeah,
button?
but CB,
Where's
just
the
pro
on
tip.
button?
Label
just
it
a
with
pro tip,
words,
though.
please.
Yeah, a little pro tip though, CB, you got to make sure you plug it in first. Okay.
All right.
That's the first
I thought it was
question I'm going to
wireless.
ask you. That's the first question. Is it plugged in? Did you
Have you tried
restart
turning it
it?
off and on
The
again?
second question is, did you restart it? And I'm not even an IT guy. Those are the questions I ask the people I work with when they're like, I can't print. I'm like, oh my, I know they're looking at me when they say I can't print. I'm like, call the help desk. But no, of course, I have no patience to hear them complain, so I'll go and fix it.
Isn't it amazing when it comes to computers, Radwan, that you might be into coding, but yet because you're into coding, you know how to build computers, you know how to fault find. It's like me. I owned a computer shop for years, really good at building them, suck at coding. I know what coding is. I do my best to stay away from it and let those boys do their thing. But just because I know how to put PCs together and overclock the shit out of them, all of a sudden I know how to code. I'm awesome at fault finding, and my printer doesn't work. So can you come and fix it? It's like holy shit! And
you identified as the computer guy. That's your fault.
Yeah,
that's true. All right, so who's our computer guy that's going to build us an app?
It's going to take more than one. That will take more than one.
Can you fix my on button?
Yeah, I'll fiddle with something.
Oh my!
What are you going to do it in?
Yeah, I realized after I said that. Yeah, but you get you know what I mean. All right, come on.
What are you going to fiddle in? Are you using a Mac?
Yes.
I do use a Mac.
No.
Okay, so good. So we can make iPhone app first and get get the dev back end unless you already have it.
I have plenty of server availability. I have my own infrastructure. There's IPFS. I also have access to VPSs. So having a backend is not a problem. I think the big question becomes, what do we want to do on the front end? Like we were saying before, an actual app that you download from the App Store is a real pain in the ass. I don't write in Swift. I write in .NET and convert to Swift and Kotlin automatically. So you can
I write in .NET also. So I was going to say I've written in Swift. I've made iPhone apps before, but I don't have a Mac, and I'm not going to do whatever it takes to write in Swift. I don't care enough to do that. So as long as you can convert it over, I can help.
I would not recommend writing directly in the thing, because then you have to copy the code over manually to do an analog or the same thing for the other platform. I use you might want to check it out. It's called Maui. It used to be known as Xamarin. It's a cross-platform. You write in C#, .NET, and it converts to both iPhone and Android in one fell swoop.
Really? So all my C# apps can be converted?
No, well, you can take snippets of them and integrate them into a project for this. Yeah.
That's
depends what
awesome.
it is. If you have an ASP.NET server, for example, a server is a server. But if you have little libraries, little snippets here and there, you can port them over or reference them in your mobile project, and it'll compile it to both.
Yeah, so I have to write everything on my home computer because I don't want to be busted writing something for somebody else on my work one, which has everything on it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But I have Visual Studio running on my home one. So I write in
Check it,
C
go.
Sharp there.
Nice. I'll send you a link to what I'm talking about, and if you want to dabble with it, get an idea.
Put it in the chat right now since I'm on my phone.
Yeah, I'll go find it there. But at the
All right.
same time, I think before that's even ventured down, would it be better to determine whether we actually do a native app versus just have a website?
So
in terms of
I think there should be a web back end to it.
Yeah,
Unless
yeah.
you think
But by a web backend, a web backend serve like an API or some shit that would serve that would assist in the mobile app just for general whatever you're doing. But if you start with that first and you actually have a backend, you can actually just start with a website in the first place, so you don't have to manage 2 or 3 different components to the whole thing, just one.
Yeah, I'm with you. What I was thinking was any major changes can just be done without having to make a change to the app itself.
Oh, I
What
see.
about something like a DeepSeek AI for Flat Earth that gives you references to Flat Earth?
We'll be able to put that stuff in. That's not an issue. Those are just API calls.
Yeah.
So check it out. The way I write an app is I start designing what I want it to look like first. And then now knowing that there's a back end to work off of makes it a little bit easier. Should it be designed for a phone? Should I set up that? And I'll try to, I don't know. You guys need to put ideas in here because we're the guys that are going to work on it. We can't,
like I mentioned, a DeepSeek front end for Flat Earth would be easy to get started up and running, and we can build something else on top of it. Like sometimes it's just hard enough to get over the hurdle of starting something.
All right, I posted in the chat.
I'll go to my PC and open it up in a minute.
Thomas, if you want to take a look too, I don't know if you do that type of shit, but you were talking tech, so.
Yeah, I know some stuff, but I'm not in the field right now.
Oh, okay.
He likes to give orders. Just get used to it. That's how I built my last flat GPT.
Yeah.
Funny.
You need to do this. You need to do this. And I'm like, all right.
Dude, I was working with those, I won't say where we got them, but those like 500 gigabyte files for training data. And I'm like, there's no freaking way I'm doing this on my laptop.
Yeah, that was what it was. Training data. And we keep not going to say where it came from, but it's amazing that it does cite stuff we talk about directly.
Multiple stacks of 500 gigabyte files.
So Mick sounds like he's the lead. I'm going to he's going to have to prepare a back end.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
What kind of database are you looking at?
I don't know. If we want to do a standard
MongoDB,
we can use Mongo if we need it. Elasticsearch. We could also just use static files. Just it depends what we're doing, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to be. We have to think about that part anyway. This isn't the meeting room to be talking about the fine tuning.
Exactly.
Nerds.
So what? I work with nerds all day long, and this is all we talk about.
Yeah.
We got some geeks in here, chat.
Run my own consulting projects and shit. Yeah, I get it.
And we're the in-house consultants for our company. We're the integrators / consultants for our own company now. They said, what the fuck? You guys do it better than these guys. So now they look at us first, and then we make recommendations, whether we'll do it or we'll get somebody else to do it.
This is some good long-term stuff though. Like build something that they cannot destroy. They can't take away from us.
Radwin, have you ever heard of IPFS before?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I go through so many acronyms. You have to tell me what it is.
You're gonna laugh. It's kind of like a joke, I guess, for us now. It's called Interplanetary File System.
I've heard of it.
It's a distributed ledger type thing for storage.
I think I just cut out.
Yeah, it literally is called Interplanetary File System because the guys there are obviously globbies, but the technology is pretty cool.
What is it, like a token ring or something?
I don't know the entire stack, but the idea is to distribute storage so as to minimize risk.
I see.
Right, so if you have a single storage,
one sun with a bunch of planets. It's one sun with a bunch of planets. That's why they did that. It's just
right.
It's just one.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're just like mirroring off into everywhere else and pulling the files together. Okay.
Exactly, and they're sharded too, right? So pieces of all the files.
Yeah, shards. Just for you guys.
No, not SHART.
I know. They're in shards, which means that not a whole, even a complete word is split in two.
It might be byte-wise or character-wise. I'm pretty sure it's byte-wise because you can upload anything like videos and images, pictures, et cetera, and those all get scattered and duplicated across the entire network. So if you have one,
that prevents slowdown.
It could be. It depends. It'll definitely increase the footprint, so it minimizes the risk. But the time that it takes to actually gather all the pieces might add to the slowdown, especially if you have a lot of traffic. I don't know. I haven't experimented with this on a large scale. But
we need to build a prototype we'll build a prototype with this room and see how it works.
All right. Just because we're talking like server space and shit like that, it's like who's going to pay for it and how much, all this stuff. You can use this, and
we'll build a prototype that we can debug with these guys hitting it. You know what I mean? With your stuff, like something small, just to debug a dev or a sandbox, and then we'll have to figure out the actual logistics of it. Look up.
All right. Let me play with. Let me
some servers.
I'll sort something out with this, and give you a little snippet into it or a peek into it. Ready?
All right, I think we bored these guys to tears. I think we're the only two left in the room.
Sorry.
Wait.
Hello? You can put your antenna back down.
Yeah, man. I'm glad we have all different types of people here, though. It's good stuff. We got nerds, we got geeks.
Hey, Redwin, I love how you'll go so deep into the technology, but you won't tolerate a conversation on nutrition. That's hilarious.
Thanks. Well, there's a reason for that.
Are we putting that in the app?
Please, no.
No vegans.
Okay, then.
Second.
Every time we debate about diets and stuff, it just goes down the shithole. It's not like Flat Earth where it's like, this is the truth. When it comes to the food and diets and stuff, bro, people be arguing. The meat eaters start beefing with the damn vegans. The vegans go crazy. It's not good, bro. It's not productive. Everyone's got strong opinions.
Ham and pineapple is delicious on pizza.
Bro, see? Exactly.
Oh, here we go.
Add some smoked bacon crumble to that. You got a winner.
I've seen it happen.
There's got to be a business called Flat Earth Pizza by now, right?
We came up with it. I came up with an idea about that so long ago. Where
I've been waiting for years for Kembo to open it.
Kembo?
That's the exact man who should do it. Yeah. He's a manager of a pizza store.
Oh, really? Well, my idea was to make a shop called Spherical Pizza, but when you get the slice, it's actually flat because it's so big. Or some dumb shit like that. Just make it like the globe, right? Like, well, you know,
It's space
I know you
pizza.
thought it was spherical. Space pizza, yeah.
Does it have like a mozzarella? Does it have like a mozzarella ball in the middle of it that attracts
It's
all
got
the dough?
a molten iron sauce core.
No, you should just make normal pizzas and just call them spherical. And when people ask why they're not spherical, just say they are. It's just relativity.
Yes, that was the exact idea. I might have this typed out in 24/7, bro. Let me get it.
You're reading minds, Roots. Stop doing that.
Yes.
There's an easy one, that one.
Look,
Just tell them that they need to use their imagination.
Can somebody make us one of the mods make us a private channel on the other server that only a few of us can get into, so we can post and share code in there without everybody seeing it?
Yeah, you'll just have to create a tag for everyone, won't you? And then that'll add access.
I'm not a mod. I'm not a mod. I'm a gold.
CB, get onto it.
Me? Oh, in 24/7? Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, like an IT channel or something.
Look, chat. This is 2022. I posted this shit. I'm opening up a business called Spherical Pizza.
Yeah.
I'm way ahead of you guys.
You tell them you need to go to space to be able to see it like a ball. It appears to you flat because it's small scale.
Look.
You could also get away with making the pizza smaller as well, just to go with the argument, make a bit more money.
Look, I said this. Globers would love it because call it Spherical Pizza, but sell them flat and regular slices because you can't see the curve. Now with a new molten iron core.
And on the TV ad, make sure the camera's down nice and low so it looks bigger than what it really is.
Right, yeah.
I just wish we had the money for all these ideas, man.
Yeah. That would be some fuck you money right there. We just troll them with a pizza business. It actually would probably blow up. Like social media would probably make it really cool.
You know, the only way you could really get to that level would be either you make it a flat Earth political party or a like an institution or something. So then you could get donations, but then, like, you know, the problem is, how do you distribute the money? Who's in charge of that?
Who's in charge of it?
Well, to start off with this distribution, we need a new computer that has to be able to store terabytes of data.
So Matrix is going to be requesting a new computer. Okay.
So, can you guys hear me on this computer?
Yeah.
What's that mean? Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you just fine. Sounds good.
Okay, because it kind of sounded like, yeah, we hear you, but okay.
Oh no, it sounds great.
Redwin's one of them project managers who don't fuck about. Like, look, we're doing it now. It's too late.
No, we are
Deadline
starting
set.
it. I already opened Visual Studio.
I was going to say, he's getting bossy already.
No, yeah, I can definitely project manage, but we definitely need a lead, and that's Mick. There's a difference, believe me.
Yeah, no, I kind of do both. It's not easy.
Yeah, you can. I think you can only do one or the other. I don't want to be the lead, that's for sure. So, unless somebody else in here is actual professional project management in here, they want to take over that. That would be great.
Yeah, I'm in the wrong kind of project management. You're building something, I'm fine. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, though.
So I use DevOps Kanban for our IT stuff at work, but I don't know what's in comparison here that's in the free world.
Hey, jokes aside, you guys should definitely start a GoFundMe for it, though.
That's a good idea.
We may not need it. It really depends on what's needed. At first, we can probably get something going cost free, and again, even then, depending on what it is, it still may only cost like less than $10 a year. You know, you might just need a domain, link that to something, and then what that something is, whether it be our own hardware, which may be something that some of us would want to avoid, right? Because then we expose ourselves to this and all that shit. But it really depends.
Well, that's why I say we'll run the sandbox and then QA or sandbox and dev in this room, and we'll test the shit out of it. Even give it to Globers. As long as we can just hide everything, we're good to go.
Yeah. IPFS would probably be the best for that, so I'll tinker with that tonight.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that up right now and look into see what it's all about too, and hopefully somebody gets a room made so we can start keeping notes.
Yeah. If done right, you can host an entire website on that thing, like static, of course, simple, but like no back end, just a blob of stuff.
And I make Discord bots also, so if we want to incorporate true Discord into it, we can Discord bot in and out and have actual app send shit right into a channel, etc. We can do all that. That's a piece of cake.
Okay. Yeah, that's where you might start needing like an actual server to do shit. You know,
I'm thinking we can pull from Discord though. I think we can pull as long as
you would have a server that runs the pulling, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
yep.
Unless and this again, I guess if someone would be willing to run some of this stuff without a server, but from their own network, maybe just go through a VPN or something once in a while.
Yeah, so we need an IT room with.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know. Well, no, so we need an IT room. I don't know if it's possible to do breakout rooms inside of a channel. Some kind of way to organize it, but we need anyway. Yeah, it's kind of tough. You can. What's that new thing they do? Ask a question or something. Wonder if you can enable that. I haven't looked into any of that shit that you guys have enabled on a new Discord stuff, or that they have it 24/7. I only do spot shit when there's a need. I don't play around with it otherwise.
All right, Chad, I got to roll out of here. This has been an amazing discussion. I'm loving all of this. Let's get that phone number, though, you nerds. Get that phone number first.
This app you'll be able to talk. This app you'll be able to should be able to talk into the application, or we'll figure a way around it.
All right. 1-800 no curve. 1-800 flat.
Let us get something going on off first, and then we'll talk about everything else we can put on it.
Sounds good. All right, chat. Don DeMarco.
Yeah, you guys get that started, man.
Good.
Get that started. We'll start talking about the GoFundMe. We'll make it happen.
There you go.
We'll get this channel going for you guys shortly as well.
Okay.
All right, guys. Peace.
See you later, bro. A full panel with no globers seems like a waste.
Maybe we need to take a poll from the Globers. What would they like to see in a flat Earth app?
Oh, that'd be great.
Do it like when you guys present it, be all serious and stuff, and say, what would you like to see? You know, I don't know how you want to word it, but you really got to, so that when they hear it, they just have a meltdown.
How about an angular resolution loss calculator?
There you go. You guys need to start taking notes because I can't think of everything, that's for sure. And I'm not writing it all.
We can just use the Earth curvature calculator and rename it because it's the same.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's should be easy coding anyway, or that's already open source. It's just a matter of serving it up is what I'm trying to say. I don't see that a million people running this app at the same time, so I'm not that worried about it. Although when you get the TikTokers and everybody out there advertising the app, that's when it's going to blow up. Get flat earthers to pretend they're globers, do a TikTok commercial like this is the easiest way to debunk a flat earther, look at the app they wrote, that kind of shit. You can go in here, just give them some kind of weird rabbit trail to go down when they find out that no, it's just flat earthers.
I like the idea of using like the augmented reality and building a sextant. When people ask us for a model, we can link them to Stellarium.
That alone will trigger some.
You can do an elevation profile too.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, just send an elevation profile of the Suez Canal.
We could call it a flat Earth ISS tracker and show them the ISS in Stellarium.
I already have that written in Python. I can just pull it right up right now and look at it in my Ignition at home. I wrote that. It uses the API from NASA.
That's funny. Yeah, you showed me some of that. That's cool.
I told you I write dumb shit. You guys are talking about I posted something on for somebody, the electrostatic in the air, 100 volts every meter, something like that, right? So I went ahead and wrote that in Python. So it's actually so I can take my drone with a piece of copper wire and confirm that that's what's really happening.
Yeah, like a potential energy calculator or something.
Yep, it shows how high I am, what I should be reading according to the formulas. So we'll see. I got my 2 drones are sitting right here. One's there and then one's there, and just waiting for the right day to do this kind of shit. It's kind of windy.
Maybe
all
we
the
can
time.
call in like a barometric pressure in your local area and call it like the container detector.
Well, that's in the stats already that I'm going to be getting from the drone when it goes up. It's going to give me I already have the device built. Just goes onto the drone.
Yeah, I think there was already measurements done, and it was up to 50 kilometers up in the sky, and they had measurements up to 1 million volt.
I believe it. That's why I make dumb shit, just so I can go do it myself anyway. See, that's where I say I believe it, because I haven't done it myself. Then I'll say, yeah, that's for sure, after I do it.
And for
I'm going to demonstrate my my crude understanding of electricity. All right, but how do you measure that? Doesn't that have to be earthed?
Yeah, you use the grounding too.
Yeah,
As
your
the-
ground goes to one probe, and the wire goes to the other. Need a op amp in there, so and maybe some kind of voltage divider so you don't blow yourself up. But
not necessary drone. You can just release that copper wire on a helium balloon.
If it as the copper goes up, it's going to get heavier.
yeah,
and
well,
heavier, right?
I would do that, but I want my stuff back. And I mean, if something goes wrong, I can just say hit home. But I already have it set up to use the drone to pull the reel out.
Yeah.
And I can direct where it goes. The helium balloon could go sideways, and I'm not going high enough. I thought about that.
It's going to have to be a thin ass cable though, because or a really big balloon.
Super tiny, thin copper wire.
Here, an example in the side chat, I posted 2 videos, one with the balloon and the other with the drone.
Yeah, I've seen his, so that's why I'm doing it.
Doesn't meet your standards.
No, it does. I want to do it anyway. Show and tell with the grandkids. Look, there's electricity in the air.
And that's
look, grandkids. I debunked gravity with air pressure.
I won't even ever talk about gravity. I won't ever even have to talk about it. Won't even be a reason why things happen. What?
Electricity is going up in the sky, so 100 volt plus in the sky, where you have less molecules in the air, and you have that gas pressure gradient in the sky, so less molecules.
So we're not allowed to talk about that kind of speculation stuff, only because I don't want to give away my secrets either. I know why things go up and down. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I understand.
And you've said this before, and you said you keep on giving hints, and the only hints I've picked up on is air pressure, and you said it's not that.
Nope, it's not that.
Harder.
Not that.
Tell me your secrets.
Necros knows what it is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And like I told Sporadic, that shit doesn't work on a globe. It's a violation.
NASA built an expensive simulator for that, what you're not talking about, back in the 80s. And it was built off of a flat plate.
You can only do it that way. You need a flat plate to do it, to do what you think I'm not talking about.
Yeah. To not violate Gauss laws. If you don't.
We don't want it. We don't want to bore everybody with nerd talk.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Talking about violating gas laws, they violate, and it's the same thing. The same violation, and the thing that they violated with is attributed to those two things. So gas laws and ghost laws, both using the same exact thing. That container. So the second surface.
So it looks like I'm going to try to on some of my next fun things where I stream into the chat. I can now send my oscilloscope to my computer, so that should be fun to see live. That's what's going to be reading my drone besides other things. I'll have a standard of like 3 foot off the ground. That'll be one channel. And I'll have another one that's variable going up and down. That's the drone lifting. I haven't figured out how to do the bottom part yet properly. Can't really have a coil anywhere, and you can't have a bunch of wires sitting on one end. Won't work right.
Holy crap. I just noticed in the beginning of that document, double layers in astrophysics, for the thing we don't talk about, the top guy on the organizing committee.
I'm opening
He's
it.
He's the guy that invented electrodynamic propulsion.
Oh, gee. You're giving away my secrets.
Sorry.
I'm just waiting for the day when people won't cry when we can bring out stuff like that. But I'm not even saving it for a speculation day. It's just a fact. I just can't prove some certain things yet. I'm working on it. It costs money to buy shit. I have to buy stuff and not let people know I buy it. It just has to like appear in my house. I've always had that. What are you talking about? I've got so much crap nobody would know. But when you see a big box sitting there, then you have to answer questions.
I have to do the same thing.
I've had that. I just never used it before.
Yeah. How much did that cost? I don't know. I bought it 10 years ago. Don't worry.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. $60. I used all my points from Amazon. Oh, okay. Not how did you get all the points?
Is that why have you got a MIG welder in the garage? I've always had it.
As a matter of fact, I have a MIG welder in my garage now. It just showed up one day.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
What's that for?
Oh, fuck.
That's for fixing all the metal shit when it breaks, so I don't have to throw it out and buy something new when it's something simple.
Yeah.
I failed to see
You
the
know all
problem
that
with a
shit
MIG
that
welder
you
in
and
your
the
shed.
kids. You know all that shit that you and the kids break? All this shit fixes that so we don't have to buy new ones. But it cost me more to buy all this equipment than it did to replace all the shit you break.
So Tesla didn't pull electricity out of the air, you guys. I don't know if people think that or not, but that is not what happened with him. He had giant generators running with giant coils to make those giant sparks. That's why he was making towns turn blackouts and brownouts.
Dropping more vague hints.
Yeah, I see it.
Just to see if we can attract some Globers in here.
I know. That's why I'm talking the way I'm talking. Waiting for the anti-flat earthers to show up that want to do quiz time. I like giving quizzes myself, so I'm good at it. Usually start with a triangle. Do you know what a triangle is? We got to go into first and second grade shit. I actually is younger than that, but I'll give them to second grade. They might have been at a slow school.
We had Hell 9000 earlier in here talking about gravities and attraction, and then offered chemical bonding as an example of that. Like, get the fuck out of here. But there is electrostatic coupling going on at the atomic level.
Now, why would all those people in the 1800s have all those antennae on top of their house? I want to know how they used that electricity. And there is nothing telling me how it was used. And
when I was growing up, lightning rods.
It ran their whole house. Heat, everything. How? They got rid of it. They got rid of that from history. They got rid of that from pictures. There's nothing but pictures of buildings from far away with little antenna on them.
Do you remember growing up, Radwin, knowing that every house had a lightning rod and that's just the way it was?
Yep. What is that? That's a lightning rod. Why do you want lightning to hit your house? That was my question. Those aren't lightning rods, people. They're not there for lightning to hit your house and not the tree next to you.
Older folks know, dude. Like, why do they call it a radiator? Could it be that they used radium in the radiator?
But
and the old furnaces had the radioactive symbols on them.
Wouldn't it just because the type of heat that it gives off is radiation heat? So it's.
Well, they used to
not
take
convection,
chunks of
it's
radium. You could buy them from magazine ads, and you can chuck them into your furnace and start boiling.
My personal speculation, and it's just a speculation, wasn't it used to harvest that potential, that electric potential that you can get from that?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because we have no way to figure out. I have not been able to figure out what to do with that voltage, and I know it's there because I went to the chatbot mine and I said, "Listen, what if I put something up 10 feet in the air? Can I get a reading?" Yes. So I'm just waiting for the weather to do that. But I still can't figure out. I said, what can I do with this? It couldn't give me an answer.
Capacitors. Imagine.
That was it. Just storing capacitors. That was it. I want to do more than that.
Between the top of the rod where that lightning will hit, you put capacitors and a disconnector that will just disconnect the top of the rod from the ground. So that energy, instead of continuously going to discharge in the ground, it will discharge just in the capacitor. Like you will put like a fusible with the thin element that will just cut as soon as the charge.
Draw it out for me. Yeah, just draw it out for me.
I'll try, yeah.
Yes, so I can understand more what you're trying to give me a picture of. Anybody monitoring YouTube chat? Any Globers crying yet?
That's a 24/7 thing, isn't it?
What, the Globers crying?
Yeah, the tears stacking up.
Absolutely. That one needs to come out as soon as we start talking about flat water and they deny it. And here it is. You're just contributing to the problem.
Here it is in the side chat, Radwin. So it's super simplified. I don't know which capacitors we can use to harvest that voltage potential. So you have that rod, that lightning rod, that is going from the ground to the sky. So imagine that it's going through a building. So you have those capacitors that are attached to the top part of that rod. And the top part and the bottom part of the rod is separated with an element that can disconnect as soon as it has a contact with energy, with that voltage. So it will disconnect with the bottom rod. So all that potential that will enter the rod will just be harvested inside those capacitors. So because there is no connection anymore with the grounding, so the energy that you get from the capacitor won't go anywhere if it's not grounded. So
I see what you're saying. If there's a lightning strike, then it disconnects. Then all you have to do is go replace your quote fuse.
Correct. Yeah.
Got it. I'll have to think about that. Let me draw that up. I know what kind of metal can be used. I don't remember the name of it. We have a whole physics library at work. Whole metallurgy, everything there.
Isn't gold like one of the only metals that doesn't have like any reduction when it passes electricity through it or current through it? Something like that?
We need it to heat up so that it melts.
Oh, I see.
It needs to not be able to handle the current at a large amount like a lightning strike, so it just instantly goes poof, and that's it.
Yeah, nice.
I know what metal to use. I used to have a bar of it, and I sold it. And man, I wish I hadn't gotten rid of it. It was like 15 years ago, and for 15 years, I wish I never got rid of it.
Is it expensive?
No.
I'll definitely let us know what it was, and maybe someone will send you one.
Yeah, okay, I will. I'm trying to think now.
What do you think, Radwin, about the coil that we use in the light in the light bulb? And that coil, if you put it inside that rod, and it
tungsten
must be connected to oxygen, so it will burn as soon as energy it will pass through it. Instead of giving you light, it will give heat, and it will burn and disconnect.
Yeah, tungsten. I'll get something figured out eventually, hopefully, one day. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to set stuff up without drawing attention from my own house, without it being too attention-y. Like, we don't live in a neighborhood where I can get away with that, so I have to do it in a way where not really noticeable.
Well, if you're after tungsten rods, especially if they're only little ones that are about 5 or 6 inches long, get yourself a TIG welder because you weld with tungsten tips.
Oh, I could try that. I can get TIG rods from work.
What do you think about the claim that about what Tesla have done with those Tesla towers? Didn't he just did the same thing? Like if you claim that the lightning rod is harvesting energy from the lightning, so he's harvesting that same energy from the sky itself, but making that potential bigger, like putting it with the inside energy multiplier, which is the coil.
Yeah, but he didn't just harvest that. He used generators. I did some research. That's why I'm not sure. I was confused for a long time. Never really looked into it deep on what he did. And then when I looked into it, because I was doing research on this stuff, and I was like, I went to my chatbot, my Flat GPT, which only finds sources. If it doesn't know, it'll just sit there and spin until it says it makes up something that I'll have to go search anyway. And it came back with, it had sources on Tesla that he was using generators. So I'm not sure what he was doing. It's more like something you'd pay to see at a fair. So those light bulbs wouldn't light up in the field at a certain distance. They were relatively close, I think 100 feet away from that gigantic tower. You can do that with neon. Just put a different gas in there and hold it up. It'll light up.
Yeah, if it was generated by some electric generator.
He could have been doing that. We don't know where the bulbs came from.
No, I'm talking about if he is inputting energy to that tower, to that Tesla coil with the generator, an external generator. Yeah, it wouldn't be very surprising because we can do that now with many Tesla coils and light bulb. You can just make it near to it and see the light bulb just starting to illuminate without any connection.
Yeah, it's just searching for ground anyway, and it'll go through the light bulb, and it'll light up the bulb because it's going through that to get to ground. So there's I'll let some secrets out. Ground is ground in electricity for a reason. Sounds like somebody's recording me, so I'll stop. John Jay's got his hot mic going.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, so things from the top flow to ground. Electricity flows to ground. So does everything above us, like with that electric we're talking about. That also flows to ground. You put the rods up, that flows to ground. Anybody catching on yet?
Yeah, exactly. You rub the balloon against your hair. You can stick it to the wall. It touched the ground. It won't anymore stick to the wall.
Isn't that amazing? It's like it's raining electricity that just pushes us down to the ground. It's almost like it's raining electricity.
Yeah, like you are in a river, and in the middle of that flow, it is going from up to down.
Listen, I haven't eaten today. I don't know what I'm saying. I needed a break.
yeah, I understand. We are rumbling. And yeah, you have that rain that you were talking about, and also you have the grounding, which is the drain.
Wow, that's funny.
You have the shower above and the drain below.
Air pressure just keeps shit together, gives it some kind of cushion so your skin doesn't blob out into 25 feet wide. You need something pushing you together.
Yeah.
Then you have the electricity that you can put a rod up for, and then you're also a walking rod, and things inside of you work off electricity. Does anybody get it yet?
Yeah. You get higher, you jump, you are jumping in that positive energy, you get more positive energy. You know that grounding what does to the positive energy? Yeah. It grounds it. So yeah, it will ground you, so it will just ask for your comeback. So you will follow that vector to be grounded like lightning. So
All I have to say is walk around in your bare feet. It's good for you.
Yeah, bare feet or use those natural shoes that uses biomaterials. Yeah, it's good too.
If it wasn't for society, I wouldn't wear shoes. Yeah, one day it just hit me out of the blue that it's always raining.
Tonight meant to be ladies' night or something. Is that still going on? Hello? Can I be heard?
Is that on Thursdays? I thought that was on Wednesdays. I don't know. Could be wrong.
Hello?
I don't have any idea. I don't know when it's programmed.
Could you hear me earlier, or can I not be heard?
Yeah, you were asking about the ladies' night. Me and DJ, also DJ, tried to answer you. We don't know when it's programmed. If it is for Thursday or Wednesday, I'm not sure.
All right, sorry, I jumped out and jumped back in when you answered, so cheers.
You're good.
Where is everyone?
Waiting for the Globers to show up, man. You got Bar Grunt, but I don't know if he wants to come off of mute.
If a flat earther said it, he's just gonna deny it. The sky is blue. Not technically, it's not blue. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What about Do Hope? What side of the fence do they cling to?
Same as you. Well, we're all the same. We all live on the same realm.
Sounds like a sidestep.
Yeah.
Whatever it is for you, it is for me.
We're converting them just by them coming in the room now.
I was in here earlier when I was working, asking questions, but I'm off work now. Just
Now we get to ask you questions.
like what?
How did you prove that the Earth is flat and stationary?
To me, I think I know it intuitively. For me, it's like through just like basic spatial cognition. The sky is up. And the surface is down. That proves it's flat.
Well, the fact that it's measured flat, navigated flat, used as flat, treated as flat in all practicality is what ultimately proves that it's flat. There's no curve. Can't find any curve. What is it? Flat.
Yeah, for me, it's more just like the sky is up and the surface is down, because the fixed geometry of the plane I'm standing on kind of provides a reference frame for vertical axis. So, like, the only two absolute vectors are up and down, because forwards and backwards is relative as soon as you turn around. But up and down are always the same. So to me, it's like just intuitive, like spatial cognition.
Yeah.
And you don't have up and down on a sphere.
Exactly. Yeah, your XYZ axis coordinates end up changing at a certain distance on a globe into something else. Your X axis is going to turn into your Y axis at a certain point you're going to be going diagonal or vertical, from horizontal after a while. So yeah, definitely will work for. I was in here
Another way
rapping
of
was
saying
telling somebody about how video games use this XYZ coordinate graph, and they do. And I was like, explain to the dude. I'm like, dude, you think about the way you move the thumbsticks to control your character. Like, you absolutely have to use that system. Dude was just like, he couldn't handle it. Radwin pretty well sniped him on it.
yeah,
I'm like, think about it, because and I explained it this way because I was like, look, there's an option in the menu, right, that he allows you to change or invert your y-axis. Like, I do it all the time. I play inverted, so like I pull down on the thumbstick and I'm looking up, and vice versa the other way. If I push it up, I'm looking down. But that's me flying a plane, because that's what I did for several years in high school. For the first 3 years in high school, I was in first junior ROTC, and I loved playing all the flight video games and stuff when I was younger. And so when I play video games, my controls are inverted on the y-axis. So my up is down and my down is up. Yeah, dude didn't get it.
Yeah, so it's a fundamental aspect of reality. Like, I only know there's an up and down because of the flat plane. Because the sky and the surface are always parallel. And if you're always perpendicular to that, then that must mean it's a plane. It's planar. On a sphere, there's only out and inwards from the center. So there is no up and down. Or rather, up and down is relative to where you are. But on a flat plane, it's not. It's always the same. But yeah, that's what I would say.
Well, I guess I'll play you guys a song.
Sweet.
Yeah. Woo. I'm gonna murder this track where the globe earth was at. The lies falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they're smart, but the earth can't hold the far. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solid gravitation, straight up invocation. There is no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. Oh, hey. Granted, most just have the ball belief. Going through life looking for some relief. Spiritually chained, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think it brings peace. In your captors, the providers of disease. You don't get freedom by submitting and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze before you go further. Let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present it guarantees with measured ease. It brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious pleas, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free. Free from the cage, no lost in a rage. Turn the page, it's new age. The return of logic, just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage, and now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth measures flat, what you think about that? Don't make this weird truth, there's not to be feared. Unless you're a bad guy. Are you a bad guy? So we measure the earth, that was the birth, the channels like dearth. Imagine the mirth, we faced a dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research, contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like the pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision, exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but this is all your decision. So get informed and transform, remove from the conformist swarm, or be in that PSC. You chose what to be, I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key, even if you disagree with logic absentee. Wishing to be a blind devotee, prepared for lesser repetee or moderation by referee. If you are here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification.
Bars.
Damn, bro, that goes hard AF.
Yeah, that was sick. Some great lines in there.
Someone send me that, please.
We did our research contradicting the church. Love it. I want to hear Drace back on the rap scene again. I swear, Drace would make a phenomenal rapper. Perfect voice for it.
If I could learn how to control the mic and had a better mic, it's not great.
Yeah, I remember you did some stuff a few years back, and there were parts of it that was like spot on. If you would, I guess if you just had the more time to practice on the mic and do that kind of stuff, you've got a great voice for rap, and the lyrics are obviously really good. Do it. You know who it reminds me of? Actually. I can't remember the guy's name. I need to find the video. Hold on. Daylight. Is it Aesop? Aesop Rock? Let me see, is it this one? Yeah, let me post this one for you, Josh. I don't know why, but your rap back in the day, this is what kind of reminded me of. And I think if you went this kind of flow and lyrics and that kind of style, your voice would be perfect for it. I'll listen to that.
Yeah, when I was making my songs, I was just playing around, seeing what my voice sounds like. It doesn't sound the same as when it's coming out of my mouth, and I already don't like it when it's coming out of my mouth. So I don't like listening to
I know
it
it's
either.
easy to feel that way about your own voice, but trust me, I've got a good ear. So you've got it. Just lean into it.
Yeah, I know I can do some kind of voices. If I have it here.
Just your natural voice. Just your natural voice, kind of half, maybe slightly affected doing your rap. You've got a good natural voice for rap. For sure, spoken words. You got a good, powerful voice for it. So, I think you could do some good stuff for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try practicing again because I haven't been singing or rapping at all. I've just been working on the AI stuff and setting all that up, and then working on video editing and learning all that stuff. It's a lot of stuff to learn.
Well, yeah, all that's decent, but your voice is the real instrument. Yeah, check out that one I posted. Maybe give you some inspiration.
Yeah. Karma is the one with the better voice, in my opinion.
Yeah, Karma. I think I do remember hearing Karma. Karma does have a really nice voice.
Yeah,
there's not enough brother sister Icelandic conscious rap groups in the world. So there you go.
Yeah, we need to redo this song. We fucked it up a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to redo this song because the guy who made the beat sold the beat, and so I can't use the song without getting copyright claimed anymore.
Oh man. Yeah, it's nice to hear some FE music back again. We had a good run where we had a heap of Flat Earth music coming through. It was really good. You, Chocolate, Elijah. It's a bunch of good stuff.
Yeah, we've had a pretty vibrant music scene, and I really love that about the server and the community. I'm gonna be making a bunch of Flat Earth songs, and I'm gonna be redoing some of my old songs in the future. I have scheduled throughout the rest of this year for my other band, like songs coming out. So like I just need to get all that scheduled and have a good pipeline for the videos, for the promos, for the songs, and then I can fully concentrate on Flat Earth again and making music.
Nice. Well, I see Kembo is in the chat offering to mix it for you. I hear he's a producing prodigy. You should take him up on
He
that.
makes really good beats. I've been listening to his beats. I can hear a bunch of songs out of that. We can definitely collaborate on something.
Yes.
How about the Father Balls podcast? Is he going to be producing any more coming anytime soon?
Yeah, Father Balls.
We could always do that. I would just have to re-up my subscription with 11 Labs.
Sure. Yeah, because I don't know if you still have the notes from our last round of suggestions after the follow-up of all of the new definitions of science and things like that. But yeah, I thought, frankly, I thought that your music is great. Don't get me wrong. And what I'm not saying is any kind of negative criticism in the slightest, but I really think the Father Balls podcast was your best work.
It was good comedy. I laughed at it a lot.
I mean,
Many strings to Drace's bow.
Oh yeah.
Lucky devil.
It would have been just so much more funny if I had the visuals to go with it, and I think it's going to be better once I have the AI thing fully running the visuals with it. Then it'll be really funny.
So how's the FE chat been today? Haven't managed to tune in.
It was really good earlier today. Slowed down a little bit, and now for the last couple of hours, or hour maybe.
All right, time to juice that sucker back up. I was on last night speaking to that guy, Edgelord, and I gathered that it went on for a few hours after I spoke to him, so he was taking a pretty serious flat smacking.
Hours and hours, mate, that went on. That was really
That
good.
was for hours, wasn't it? It was just like one after another. Me, Jedi, Mary Mum, AI, Timbo, T-Dub, like non-stop for the guy.
I got to punch him a few times.
Oh yeah, Radwin as well. You're getting with the vacuum chamber. It's so funny how he just like a few hours later just went right back to gravity. Well, it could still be curved, as if like 4 hours of constant flat smacking just went in one ear and out the other. Just that cog disc creeping back in. But the gravity. Wonder how he's getting on today.
Well, two of the programmers have started on the back end developing the FE app that we're going to be making in this room. All of you guys.
Ooh, juicy.
Me and Mick are handling putting it together. We're doing that part right now, putting it together, back end.
Like a resource app, or what kind of app?
I'm not sure yet, but yeah, it'll have resources, all that stuff, but making sure it's iOS, Android compatible, Windows, all that, Mac.
Nice. Yeah, resources, links to the channels, streams.
So I asked somebody to make us a channel on the other server called IT and make it limited to a few people because I'm not a mod over there. And so we can store our notes and our code in there.
Nice. Good stuff.
He wanted me to get this program Maui running under C#, which converts, which when you write it, I can write in Windows for iOS, for iPhone with this app, with this Maui translator, basically. So I just posted to him that it's working. So my end, as far as that goes, is done. I can now convert into apps, into different device, into OSs, different ones. Now I won't be doing all that. I just want to make sure I can write with him because he's already has all the back end hookup. He writes apps, so this will be something.
That's what Mick does?
He's got iOS stuff. He's runs a Mac. He's got space for us to sandbox in, all that.
All right. Nice.
We're gonna flat smack Dave Weiss.
Right. Who else is in here? No Globies, I see. It's the usual FE crew. Sound off, boys. He's alive.
Oh.
There he is. I was going to ask you, Crick, what's up?
Epic meltdowns today. I mean, some serious globe freak out. I mean, the new. I had a feeling it was going to be pretty good. Here, let me show you the news I posted today. I like on one server, like some dude or gal, I don't know who it was. I can't believe you're allowed to post on this server. All you post is junk. It's garbage. No one cares what you have to say. And that was the reaction to the. I mean, this one really hit a nerve.
So we have something for you now. We were talking about it when you're really getting on their nerve. What you need to ask them is, what would you like to see on the new Flat Earth app that's coming out, and see how they take it.
What do you think, Cyclone? What do you think of the headline with the GIF?
Let me see. Ooh. Yeah, that's good. That's nice.
Sometimes a GIF just really lands. It just really pairs well with the headline.
Yeah.
So if they know the movie and they know what flat earthers are talking about, and they see a flat earther post that, they got two choices: System Shock or Flame War.
Yeah, they'll have to change their diapers after that one. Does outer space end or go on forever?
And then paired with a GIF of like the Truman Show.
It's possible it never ends. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a good combo. Oh, well, hopefully we got some new entries in the next little bit.
I started like saving them in another, like the ones that really just with the most reactions. You know, like this is another good one that like the headline with the GIF. I mean, they all can't be home runs, but check this one out too. NASA platform used to launch Apollo 11 set for demolition, and then paired it with the GIF where we destroyed that technology.
That's nice. I'm just imagining all the globies getting triggered over your little news bits. The plausible deniability is off the charts as well, from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the headlines. You know,
just the news.
Yeah.
Don't shoot the messenger. Take it up with the news.
There's the one I'm looking for. I thought I had saved this one, but maybe before I started saving them, is the one where the Japanese lander crash land on the moon, and I paired it with that the Power Rangers where she busts out of the thing after 10,000 years. I'm free.
Oh yeah.
But I think I didn't start saving them right away. Yeah, Rita Rapuzna.
What weird name for like a space witch? Rita. Whatever she was supposed to be. But yeah, no, that's funny. I saw you also made that Lego guy freak out.
Oh yeah, Lego. Yeah, he's been triggering for like a week. He blocks me, and then he like freaks out, and I'm like, dude, I'm here for you, right? Just have a good cry, whatever. Then he blocks, and then unblocks, calls me retarded, blocks again before I can respond. Then eventually, after a couple of days, unblocks me. I'm like, did you get a diaper change? Are you okay? Whatever, you know. And it goes right into another spiral again.
Yeah. It's always funny. I'll see someone new who, like, he's in the VC for like a week or two, and I've never heard him speak. I don't know what the hell he's doing. I don't know if he's interacting with anyone. And then out of nowhere, it'll transpire that you've had him in DMs for weeks, and he's just losing his shit.
Like, where the fuck's this crit guy? You know, like, how come? You know, is that a bot?
Crit doesn't have a life. Crit's always in here. Why is Crit always in here? I don't know what you do to them, man. You got them deranged. You got them more fucked up than the globe.
What happened to your worst nightmare? Haven't seen him around. Grit?
Last message he sent me was like, can you guys hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah, I hear you now.
The last message he sent me was, I believe, I don't know what you're capable of. I'm going to contact law enforcement to have them investigate you because you've threatened my life. And I'm like, well, you just said you don't know what I'm capable of. How do you also know what I'm capable of?
I mean, he's one of the most seriously unhinged people I think I've seen in my whole time in this topic.
Oh yeah, big time.
And that's saying something.
Oh yeah, that's really saying something.
I mean, if I were you, I'd be taking advantage of your residence in the United States and buying a good number of personal defense items. You don't want someone like that stalking the internet for you.
Yeah, the thing too, it's like he's really weird with the women of Flat Earth. Like all the women have had to block him, and you know, like he sends them really weird messages. And
now, why doesn't that surprise me?
Oh, that's like his atheism, because atheism is just really cringe towards women in general.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that's sitting there on Discord pulling some stockings on and putting lipstick on his face and God knows what. He's blown up your profile picture and put it on his wall. Toby Dog. What a quote. Crit is schizophrenic. I broke him. Crit will be in jail soon. I'll make sure of it.
Look, after he disappeared, this guy popped up all of a sudden that I posted below. I wonder if that's him.
Yeah. Same, Greatest Nightmare. God, they're so weird.
Yeah. Same vibe.
Yeah, same vibe. Just in a few words, you can just tell. This is another psycho. Dear me. What are we going to do with you, Globers, eh? We're going to get you the help you need. with our new app, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord app, coming to the iStore near you. It'll offer you free counseling.
Unfortunately, there's some side effects, though. If it's, it's contraindicated for GTs, and usually they'll be sitting in the corner rocking back and forth, slobbering, after they've used it for an hour.
So where's all the globies at tonight, DJ? You're gonna have to ping the globies. You're gonna have to send up the globe signals. Globies, assemble! Tell them someone doesn't believe.
I have something for that. I'll send out the rat signal. They'll come running.
Just lightly suggest that someone doesn't believe in gravity, and they'll all come flocking. Oh, you don't know. You don't believe in gravity? My gravity. My gravity.
Gravity? Gravity? Gravity?
My gravity. The rat signal. That's good. Come on, globies.
Hey, DJ.
Yeah. Different DJ.
No, actually, I was. You can look at it too, but since he was talking about sending out the rat signal, look at the image I dropped into the side chat.
That's funny.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, what we.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
All right, hurry up, Globers. I want to talk about the moon landing.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, those rocks are somewhere in Colorado. We need to send an FE investigation team. Put boots on the ground, toes on the toes. Spring Canyon Park or something like that. I saw a picture on, I can't remember what site it was, but I thought That's got to be one of those like AI touched up ones. There's no way they actually look like that. But I went out to look, and sure enough, that is what they look like. Bit of a mad one. Yeah, we need to get at least a moon landing believer in. Jeez. Where are they all hiding?
I'm sending out the rat signal again.
If you believe in the moon landings, please press 1.
If you believe in bendy water, please press 2. If you believe in pressure next to a vacuum, please press 3. If you believe everything because it's on a .gov website, please press 4. If you believe everything because your kindergarten teacher told you, and your kindergarten teacher just possibly could not be wrong, press 5.
Why would she lie? Mrs. Maple. Oh.
Actually, that would be fun if we set up a automated phone number where we lured the GTs into calling to where it would have some just recorded stuff, and then unbeknownst to them, be recording what they're saying on the other end. Or maybe, you know, have that corporate feeling of, thank you for calling GT Enterprises. This call is monitored for quality assurance.
Yeah.
Press 1 if you know what the letters GT mean. Press 2 if you believe in the fake moon landing.
Oh man, that picture of the guy in bed. That's too funny.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a school
63
globe-
miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe.
That is
So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
To take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous to see.
Hey, Dre.
What's up?
I was saying, since it seems to be dead, why don't you sneak in a Father Balls podcast episode?
Yeah, if I can find it, just to...
And while you're pulling that up, Miguel, what's the difference in time between those two posts from Neil DeBison?
I don't know.
It'd be interesting if that was, it'd be interesting to see how many social media interns were in between the two.
Yes, someone did find this, and I did save it, but maybe the second post, maybe it has almost 1 year.
Yeah, so there was probably a good 4 to 5, if not more, social media interns between the two.
Did he really post that Soundly looking one on his Twitter? Is that a real tweet?
Yeah, the second, yeah. I did talk to someone a few months, and the guy did show that.
What a fool.
So it's a contradiction for himself. I can post, this is a guy that took a photo from, side view from those high voltage towers. Sorry, my English. Let me see the photo.
The pylons.
Let's see, Lake Pontchartrain. So this is the original side view photo. You can see, if you click it, you can see those high voltage power lines over Lake Pontchartrain. Pontchartrain. So, and I did put 2 straight head lines, and you can see it's flat. I did put one above the horizon and one at those towers. It's level and bye-bye curvature there.
Yep.
Gobbers can cry about it.
I got all those AI radio shows ready. Which one would you want? We got 13.
Do you have the one with the definitions of modern science?
I don't remember which one contains that. It's one of the later ones. It's either the latest or the second latest.
I think it's the second to latest. And then I think then there were a few more in the last one.
Yeah, I'll just play the second latest or whatever, and we'll see.
Yeah, and if it's it is. It's not. It's not a big deal.
Father balls, almighty God, high priest in control, globe religion on a roll. Your domination, our goal. We worship the gravitron, that's why we wrote this song.
Welcome, welcome, my globular children. This is your Lord and Savior, Father Balls. This my new podcast. I call it The Heavenly Bodies. But don't worry, we will also cover space stuff. I got some extra special guests coming tonight. A twofer, if you will. What? Speak, you rotund layabout.
Can I ask who is coming?
No, but I will give you a hint. You have met one of these golden gods before.
Oh, I'm so excited. Is Veal de Gas Bison coming again?
Oh, I'm surprised your peanut-sized brain somehow guessed it. Perhaps you are not as dumb as you look, child. They should be here any minute now. How did you like my new intro music?
It's good, yeah?
The door is open. Come in.
Greetings and salutations, Father Balls. Frankly, I expected you to follow up after last time, but no matter.
Oh, magnificent bison of the solar faces and vests of glory. Welcome to my humble congregation.
Where are you, Veal? Help. I am lost in this confusing hallway.
Over here, your ever-expanding magnificence. Just a moment, guys. Let me go get him.
Well, I suppose...
Hi, everyone.
Oh, praise be. You brought a literal saint into my studio. I could kiss you. Get over here, bison.
No, stop it. Not right now. Not in front of his black holiness.
Welcome, welcome, oh praise be, most black holy of all fathers. I am not worthy of your glorious absence of radiance. May your non-force invisibly bind all things into perpetuity, so that none may escape your event horizon, forever globular men. Hush, child. Now is not the time for you to taint the air with your noises. The divine angel Pope Petit, the Grand Master of the universe, has graced us with his presence. Quick, my blob of a student, drop to your knees and grovel like a worm.
Okay, I am a worm master.
More groveling, you are too round like a leech that is full. Try rolling around. That might work.
Like this. Is this good?
Settle down, please. Everyone can get a turn kissing the hem of my dress. It does please me how devout and well informed of the scriptures you are, Father Balls. Now, what are we doing here? Veal? I don't remember.
I brought you here, your black holiness, so that you could illuminate these inbred followers. Father Balls, what specifically do you need?
Well, the flat earthers keep using science against us. It has no effect to call them science deniers anymore, especially when they keep showing everyone that we are the science deniers. I just don't know what to do. Please help us. Exalted black holiness, we are bound by your gravity, as is the will of the gravitron. Forever globular men.
Yeah, so at the core of it, your question is, what is science, right?
Yes, oh please, oh great solar bison, grace us with this incomparable wisdom.
No. First I need to show you your incompetence, right? So you tell me, what is science?
Answer him, Greg.
Is it rigorous adherence to the scientific method? And the scientific method is to look at things and make up assumptions, right?
No, well, to a degree, you are right. But I wanted this answer. Science is the submission to consensus, and the scientific method is about using consensus to reject heretical facts and accept holy assumptions called true facts as approved by the grant givers of the project.
Do you understand?
Yes, of course. He's a dumbass. Forgive him. Oh, holiest of angels, for he does not know your glory.
It's all good. Do you have any coffee?
Yes, go quick. Get him some, you insignificant worm, right now. Move.
Yes, of course. Right away. Here you go, Your Excellency.
This does not taste right. It's missing some piss, don't you think? Do you mind?
Not at all. This is a great honor.
This is much better, just like on the scuba station. Now, where were we?
We were talking about science, the accursed tool of the flat earthers, and how we can redefine it to destroy it and make the hollowed out carcass into our globular rotting fortress.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. The next question on this list I am reading says, ask the question, what is a scientist?
Someone who assumes when looking at things, then reifies that using math. Obviously, Your Majesty, the great holiest of all holy.
Close, you are right and wrong, but I was looking for this answer. Scientist is one who submits to consensus.
But the great Solar Bison told me that. It cannot be wrong as a consequence.
That is why it is right, but you did not say what I wanted, therefore it is wrong.
I see. I think I know now.
Spit it out, you endless infant.
Your black holiness is a fact, consensus.
I see you have been paying attention. Yes and no. A fact is a set of observations which are deemed through the peer review process to coincide with consensus.
That makes sense.
It's also makes sense to me the whole time. Honest. I also noticed that the divine son of NASA is incapable of being wrong. Am I right?
Yes and no. To you, yes. To my superiors, no.
Forgive my impudence, O magnificent void of perpetual cold. But what is the peer review process?
It's understandable that you don't know. Peer review is the enforcement of the proper submission to consensus.
Your glory is filling me up. Quick, my beach ball assistant, ask him what consensus means so that you might better understand it. I do, of course, it's just for you and the audience.
Okay, what he said. What is consensus?
Consensus are the outcomes that are dictated through the use of funding and peer review.
So it's globular reasoning. Very good. Holy fallacies draw us all closer to the gravitron.
That is correct and wrong. You are supposed to repeat what I say. So do you know what happens to those that cross me?
Forgive me, please forgive me. I am a worm, unworthy of your attention.
The correct answer is cancellation.
That is correct and incorrect. Canceling is the sanctified process of removing those who do not submit to consensus.
That is what I meant to say. I am pretty sure I said that. Must have been the wind, messing with the reception.
Probably. I'm tired. Where are we, Bison? What is going on? Who are these goy looking at me with these puppy eyes? It's creeping me out. Can we go?
Yes, we are at a meeting with some followers, Master. You did very well. Do you need a foot rub?
No, I want to go home and watch my cartoons.
No problem, Your Black Holiness. You heard the divine edict. Now go disseminate this black holy information to the fools who believe us.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it.
You have my number. Don't be a stranger.
Well, there you have it, folks. You could even say I am so starstruck in this moment that the sky has become a kaleidoscope of space Jesuses. My life fulfilled, I can die a happy man.
Wow, that was amazing.
Okay, that is all we have for the first episode of Father Balls and the Heavenly Bodies. Remember to tune in regularly for more illuminating content. Now put on this GIMP outfit, Greg, and roll on over to the bed.
Father Balls, almighty God, high priest in control, globe religion on a roll. Your domination, our goal. We worship the gravitron, that's why we wrote this song.
That's some of your best work, Trace. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that gets a golf clap. That's so funny, man. Your Black Holiness. Oh, man. So many good lines in that.
That's kind of how they act, though. Like, they act like they're these holy people who can't do no wrong, and they just take on faith anything they say. And they keep contradicting themselves, like, we see stars, we don't see stars, it's just endless.
You go fight the flat earth a rotund layabout. Yeah, it's so good. Definitely need to keep making those. We'll put it on a Christmas album.
Now, the next episode, you'll have to have like Jaren being welcomed into like a, ceremonial initiation or something.
Yeah, that's a great premise.
That's a great one.
Other balls welcoming Jaren to the fold.
You know, like, and he has to swear an oath and all sorts of stuff.
Oh yes, we're
And how
doing a great one.
he's already like placed above Craig in the hierarchy because he was a flat earther.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
they
holds more
actually give him
value.
more credit. Yeah, he holds way more value.
You know, and maybe even have like some unnamed person in, you know, like a black suit come up with a large paycheck for Jaren and everything. And of course, then they're all jealous at him.
Yeah, why is he getting paid and we're not getting paid? I can play you guys more shows if you want.
Play the next one. Is that the? I think the next is the last one, right? That has the girl, the girl singing, whatever her name was.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if no one else is talking, get some more Father Balls on.
Father Balls, a mighty guide, high priest in control, globe religion on a roll. Your domination, our goal. We worship the gravitron, that's why we wrote this song.
Welcome, welcome, one and all, to this cosmic experience. I am your host, the illustrious Father Balls, and this is episode 2 of Heavenly Bodies. With me here are my 2 brick disciples, MC Loon and Fight the Tight Shirt. Say hi, boys.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here.
Hello.
That is enough. Now, Loon, are you jealous of my resounding success?
What do you mean, Daddy Balls?
Well, obviously, I have 1,005 subscribers now, which means I am monetized and super popular now.
But you asked me to buy you 1,000 subs, and I did, so I am 1,001 of those.
Shush, child, they don't need to know that. Forget about that.
But I have more subscribers than you already.
Stop it. You also bought yours. Just stop it already, or I will just kick you out again. Do you want to take part in this extravaganza of cosmic delight, or do you want to be shunned like a flat earther?
You are right, of course. Whatever you say, Father Balls, I want to be with you. You know that.
Then shut your pie hole and clench your sphincter. We have a special guest, an amazing artist, who helped me make the theme song for the show. She just made me a new song. We will play it later, and then we will chat with her.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I like the opening song. It's good.
You should. It's about me. But while we wait for her to arrive, do you inconsequential blobs have anything of note to add?
I have a question, Father Balls.
Let's hear it, child.
Why do so many flat earth people think that we are just AIs?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I understand my pea-brain nincompoops. That is clearly a sign that our religious teachings are working. Enough globetards have learned the catechism and remembered the prophets that the Mandela effect is causing the flat earthers to assume we are AIs.
But what if we are AIs and we just don't know it?
You blaspheming heretic. You are not supposed to listen to the flat earthers. You need to block it out. Put your fingers in your ears and just chant ball, 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 ball in your head. That is the best solution. Alternatively, you can just start speaking when you hear them talk. That also works very well.
Okay, that makes sense. The Fundy mute button, love it.
Anything else, you hairless monkeys? She seems to be running a little late.
I don't know.
No, I got nothing.
So did you watch my last episode, Loon?
Yes, it was fantastic. I felt the balls rise up inside me. Pope Petite is so sexy and intelligent. I wish I was like him.
You are right about that, my oblong child. I could stare at his pictures all day. I have some more definitions I got sent after the last show. Would you like to go over them?
Of course, Father Balls, grace us with the divine message from his black holiness.
All right, let me get the paper. Okay, it says mathematics is the quantification of science or submission to consensus by the use of operators and numbers. You might be asking yourself, what are numbers?
Yeah, what are those?
They are an abstract quantification of subjective feelings and guesswork. So very smart, right?
Yeah, obviously highly intelligent. Only a genius would define it like that. But what are operators, though?
Ah, my ignorant child. It says right here that operators are the use of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to impart a veneer of legitimacy to the consensus.
Then what is a mathematical proof?
I have it right here. It says, a second set of operators and numbers which are created to show affirmation of consensus, as long as it confirms the consensus, it is proof.
Makes sense.
It also states that statistics is a subset of mathematics, which is used to correct physical observation, so that physical observations will fit within the consensus.
Ah, I think I understand. But what is geometry then?
So geometry is a subset of mathematics, which is created upon the assumption of the Earth being a globe and used to prove that assumption.
Makes sense. It's excellent globular reasoning, the most holy of fallacies.
Yes, that is right. And last but not least, the damn term the flat earthers always use. But to us, it means something completely different, or logic, which is a meet and right philosophy that flows from consensus through the initial assumption used to then prove the initial assumption.
That does make sense, but the flat earthers say that is a logical fallacy. I think they call it a begging the question fallacy, but I did not hear any begging for questions, so that makes no sense.
They are wrong, dumbass. How many times do I have to emphasize that? She is here. Praise be. All glory to dark matter Todd and dark energy Bob. Please come in, come in.
Like, is this like the right place? Father Balls?
Yes, yes, my child, come join us. I see your hair and beard is purple, and you are as round as Fight the Tight shirt, which is very impressive. Now tell us a little about yourself.
Like, thank you, misogyny. Like, hi, my name is Baphomet, like totally formerly known as like Sophia and stuff. But don't you like totally dare dead name me, okay? That's like totally not cool.
Sure, my child. But Baphomet, what an interesting name. Any connection to the Freemasons or the Knight Templar?
Like, totally no. I am like totally not an old fart like you guys.
What a shame. I myself dabble a bit in the occult. Just look at my fancy godly ring.
OMG. Ew. Like, it's totally not gaudy enough for me. Like, where are all the diamonds?
It's fantastic. It's made from gold, you know. But anyway, welcome to the show. And please tell us, what do you think about the show?
Like, it's okay, I guess. But I just totally can't, like, help but be in love with you, like totally affirming of my preconceived ideas. Because that one time, like OMG, I almost like turned into a flat earther, you know, like it was hard. While like listening to them, they like make logical arguments and stuff. But like my Karen mindset helps me reject objective truths, you know? So like my faith remains strong.
As it should. As it should. Now you told me you have a new song. By the way, fantastic job on my stellar theme song.
Like, totally thank you, Manpig. I've been, like, totally working on this, like, for a while, you know, like, it helps me totally cope with the dissonance. Like, can we play it, like, right now?
Sure, my globular flower. Greg, roll over to the speaker and plug in this USB.
Okay, no problem.
Hit play, Fatty. Here we go.
Father Balls, Father Balls. Father Balls, Father Balls. Father Balls. Father Balls. Do you believe in life after balls? I can feel something inside me hard. I really do think you're strong enough. Oh, do you believe in life after balls? I can feel something inside me say, I really do think you're strong enough. Ooh, Father Balls. Mr. Balls. I can feel something inside me hard. I really do think you're strong enough. Ooh.
Now that was fantastic. I especially love the Father Balls part.
Like naturally, like I totally cannot do anything wrong. But like I would prefer it if like you were not men but like bears or something. Can you not like do something about that?
How?
It's easy, Greg. Just imagine you are a bear. And then she imagines you are a bear. And just like the globe, we become bears. Simple, right?
Amazing. I think it's working. I am starting to want to undress and eat raw salmon.
See? It's clearly working, child. Let's all concentrate hard on being bears to please our guests.
Like it's totally not working for me. You all like totally still look like disgusting men.
You just need to believe harder, sweetheart.
Like OMG. Stop totally mansplaining to me. I am totally not your sweetheart. And like you are not a bear. Like you cannot possibly say anything about bears, you know, because you are totally not a bear.
Oh, I am sorry. Your faith just must not be strong enough. I am also a bit confused. Are you not also a man with that beard?
Like I'm so totally offended right now. Like I don't identify as like either like I have hairy balls and like a shaft now, but like I still have my boobs and stuff. Like clearly, obviously I am totally a part of the LGBTQPIAOXYQRST plus community.
Well, I am identifying as a bear right now, so I'm a bear, right?
Like yeah, duh, obviously. Like totally cannot be anything else. But like, can you guess which letter I am?
No. I cannot?
Like obviously B for balls, baby.
That makes sense. It is clearly non-binary. I am as well. My dead name is Karen. I love you. Will you marry me?
No. Like you are totally pathetic and like ugly and stuff. And like my pronouns are like she demon baltard. You are like totally not it. I like deserve a top 1% Chad man. Like preferably like a total billionaire.
Oh, okay. Sad face.
Settle down, children. Can you tell us about your experiences with the accursed flat earthers?
Sure, well, like, they totally showed me some, like, evidence, like, the ground not curving and stuff, but, like, I totally managed to just, like, hand wave it away, you know?
Perfection like the mythical spheres. That is how it's done. Take note, boys. Be more like this she-demon globetard. Am I using that correctly?
Sure, whatever. But, like, how can we totally debunk it, though?
We can't. That is like asking pigs to fly by their own power, darling.
Like, OMG. Totally don't call me darling. Like, this endless misogyny is making me, like, totally sick. I don't think I can, like, stay here much longer, you know?
Understandable. We are super gay anyway. So we only like globular men. So you have no hold over us. Even though you are fat like a planet, your gravity is weak, not enough to cause us to orbit.
I swing both ways, Daddy Balls, like Foucault's pendulum.
No one cares, Greg. You are also just a moon. So obviously you would be pulled by that weak gravity.
Okay.
So do you like balls then? I am confused.
Like, no, like, obviously I love balls, but, like, I want to, like, totally go and, like, remember to pay me for, like, the song Father Balls. Like, next time, totally make the lyrics, like, less cringe.
Of course, you can blame the bloated one over there for that. We just really need the music because the flat earthers keep making good music. And since we have no empirical evidence, it's a must that we try to counter their culture with our own.
That makes sense, right?
Like, I don't care. Like, goodbye already. I, like, cannot take your man stink anymore. Like, let me out, or I will, like, totally call the police.
The door is open, child. Just twist the knob.
Guys, she was so hot, right?
No, she was not. She might be spherical and look a bit radioactive, but she is a devout follower. So show her some respect. She clearly has not identified as a man or a sphere yet, so not gay enough for us. And so you must put her out of your puny mind. Let the balls and shafts fill your mind. Long rockets thrusting into the dark void, navigating between the balls in a succulent cosmic dance.
Okay, that does make me feel a bit better.
Right? Well, this is the end of episode 2 of Father Balls and the Heavenly Bodies. Please subscribe to my OnlyFans. I need the money.
I am already subscribed, Father.
Me too.
That is impossible. I only have one subscriber on there. Which one of you is lying? It's okay to lie to the flat earthers and other people of our cult, but you are not allowed to lie to me.
I don't know.
It must be Greg. Here, look at my phone.
You absolute troglodyte. I won't be inviting you on next time. I am so disappointed in you, Greg.
It must have been a mistake. Yeah, that must be it.
I don't care how it happened. It happened. But the show is over. Play the theme music, Loon. I will slap some sense into this abject retard once we are off air.
Father Balls, almighty God, high priest in control, globe religion on a roll. Your domination, our goal. We worship the gravitron, that's why we wrote this song.
I made this for like dead air, just when nobody's talking.
Yes,
Oh, it's so
absolutely.
funny, man.
You have to do that when nobody's talking. Just let that make more. Just feed that thing all kinds of crazy shit. Let it go.
Yeah. We need 100 episodes minimum.
Just give it. Just have it make up one just from the lobby chat alone.
Yeah, so do you yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Trace?
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a crazy episode.
Having
Need to get like Brenda. Need to get Brenda on an episode.
We could just AI Brenda now. We just go back to enough episodes and say, remember this voice.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Yeah, I can do Brenda, and then I can just word for word quote her using her or him using his own voice, and then like, what are they gonna object?
You can't do anything about it then, because we have the actual recording.
It's what's the setup on the other ones? Is Fight the Flat Earth always on as the sidekick, or is he only on some episodes?
Well, there's a whole storyline that's been developing over time. Loon started his own little podcast, and he's like, he's not MacToon, he's MacLoon, and he's just like similar to him, and box shaped in this. I imagined it all like a cartoon, so I was gonna like have Karma help me with the cartoons or something, and then I went into the AI stuff. Well, essentially, he started it, and then Fight the Tight Shirt tried to argue with, forget who it was, I think it was Jordan Peterson, and then I had Andrew Tate and Sneeko on this, and Tucker Carlson.
Well, you need to keep Fight the Tight Shirt as the sidekick who's always getting shut down, because that is absolutely hilarious. That dynamic is too funny. Yeah, play some more. Just start it right from the start.
Yeah, if you think you want to produce some more, I'll be happy to come up with a initiation ritual that Father Ball's initiating Jaren.
Yeah, if anybody has any ideas for these kinds of shows, feel free to just send me messages or whatever. Try to contact me in any way, and just send me your ideas, and I'll try to incorporate it into the shows eventually. This is the first show that I made.
Explosion.
Welcome to MC Loon's Lunatic Show, where globe-loving AIs discuss meaningful events. Our first guest of the evening, Craig McFaddy, also known as Fight the Tight Shirt. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, MC Loon. It's an honor to be in your presence. My relationship is open, and don't worry, I will just watch.
Okay.
This is right where you need him picking his nose.
You, I love globes. I love globes so much that I want to become one. That is why I wear tight shirts, so you can see the rotundity of my body. I still have not developed gravitational orbits, but one can only hope.
I think the word is grab a mammalian, but are you not called Fight the Tight Shirt?
Yes, because it's a struggle to get it on, you see.
Ah, makes sense. But tell us about this incident in March of 2023. What happened there?
So it all started with my neighbor asking to borrow a bike that my wife owns. And since I have a hard time saying no to people, I just said, yeah, no problem. A week later, while in my yard, I noticed there is still no bike. Since, as you know, I am an overgrown child with zero control over my emotions. So I start seeing red and start cursing.
Keep going.
Okay, so I stumbled around the yard dazed by the confusing flatness, so I steeled myself and looked around not finding the bike. I flew into an uncontrollable rage. But then I remembered that the neighbor's wife is scary, so I hid. So hiding in the bushes, I wait for the my neighbor to exit his house. So seeing the object of my rage, I lose it, screaming loudly in my shrill voice, give the bike back. I see him turn and look at me confused, saying to me, what do you mean? I returned it almost a week ago, right where I got it from. Clearly he was lying, so I am offended by his confusion. So of course I yell even louder as I run to tackle him to the ground. Thief, you stole the bike, fight me.
That escalated quickly. And did he fight you?
Yes. Although he was saying, what are you doing? And raising his hands up. My time with my lover in the Navy prepared me for this. So I simply grabbed his arm and tripped him with my leg. Then using my enormous weight, I fall to the ground with him. And then grabbing his head, bashing it into the ground repeatedly.
Wow. Wow. Okay, wow. That is too graphic for my show. Thank you, Craig. And thank you to our sponsors, Spacies. It's space food in space. We are also selling land on Mars if people are interested. Just contact us on the number scrolling past on your screen. Until next time, this has been MC Loon and the Lunatic Show.
And then I have a kind of a message to Tate and Tristan based on a video we saw from them.
We here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord have heard the clip I am about to play, and so would like to extend an invite to you or Tristan to sharpen your spears. We have no paywalls here. It's about teaching logic and scientific principle mainly. Once you acquire that aspect completely, it becomes very easy to spot the flaw in the arguments being employed against you. Besides all the evidence available on the server when you scroll down with a verification tag, will equip you with citations for days, with ranked members being more than willing to help people understand. So let's get right into the clip.
You're a globetard.
You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not. Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe. Globetard. All right, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
He does see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they? What do you mean?
Well, fakes all
Studios.
manipulated
Studios, yeah.
images, yeah. You're a globetard.
While he might be a globetard, we make the distinction here between a zealous, dark, tetrid personality type globe believer and a normie who is just hoodwinked by those types. Also take note, warriors for truth. He asked you, how is it flat then? Prove to me it's flat. That is a burden of proof reversal fallacy and is not a valid argument. The globe carries the burden of proof given its extraordinary claims that contradicts all observable reality. But we will humor it and checkmate his wishful seeing phenomenon, and like Tristan explained with the lensing of the window. So now he's either admitted hallucinating or has to accept the lesser of two evils, the window. But to hammer the nail in the coffin, it's better to use their own priests. According to hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson, from the height that Bezos went up to in his rocket, which is below the clouds still. According to the math and witnesses on board, the horizon was still flat from that height. Here's another clip, this one of the hostile witness. Listen closely.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No. 63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? Millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe.
That
So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
That stuff is flat.
In fact, when you speak to educated people about this, they will call that the Earth appearing locally flat, claiming only the image from them going to the moon were real, showing Earth curve. But if you've seen the documentary, something funny happened on the way to the moon. You have seen how they made those photographs with a circular window inside a dark capsule above the clouds, then with a paper insert created a Terminator line. While the Tate brothers are correct that they use manipulated images, the panning around argument is poor. Although true for all the old stuff, they have created a 360 studio now. They use the same technology for making the show The Mandalorian, so that allows them to do that now. And it's better to simply destroy it all at the foundations. Once you guys learn the 3 points, it's easy to start shaking the faith, then show them the NASA fakery videos. But I digress. Since he asked for the proof it's flat, and looking outside is also a poor man's answer, or a newbie flat earther answer. The more solid one is it measures flat. But yours works when you stack on it. Like here are the observations to the horizon. We got the horizon being way too close for the ball and way too far away for the ball. And not only that, we can replicate bottom-up disappearance over flat surfaces. Optics is the key to all of this. And I could go on for a long time about this, which is why you guys should really consider coming in here for a chat. The door is always open. When we are speaking about the measurements, we have now countless laser tests, even some of different wavelengths, cutting off the ad hoc excuse of refraction, which, by the way, refraction also is claimed to cause bottom-up disappearance. Meanwhile, they have no evidence for the refraction that they conjure up in their minds. It is just that observations do not match the globe religion by this margin. Therefore, there must be refraction causing the difference. I would love to dive into refraction. It's one of my favorite topics, but we only see them jumping to that conclusion because when it gets tested, their claims fail and they become us, which is why we ask no one to just believe us. We show citations and evidence to back our logical arguments and then ask you to look and test it for yourself, not for us, for yourself. It's better to know than be easily led by faith into folly. This invite extends beyond the Tate brothers. It is to everyone who has not already been server banned for various reasons. Read #welcome. We brook no bullshit here, but everyone is given rope to hang themselves. So be honest, ask questions, and have a conversation. But to do that, you need to get verified. We welcome a challenge. This is AI Andrew Tate signing out. Stay strong, brothers. Peace.
Yeah, we need to be pushing that more on our home server. That was great.
I love that one, but the quality wasn't as good because it was